This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio.
From the Corner of His Eye by Dean Koontz. Performed by Christopher Lane. Chapter 1. Bartholomew Lampion was blinded at the age of 3 when surgeons reluctantly removed his eyes to save him from a fast-spreading cancer. But although eyeless, Barty regained his sight when he was 13. This sudden ascent from a decade of darkness into the glory of light was not brought about by the hands of a holy healer. No celestial trumpets announced the restoration of his vision, just as none had announced his birth. A roller coaster had something to do with his recovery, as did a seagull, and you can't discount the importance of Barty's profound desire to make his mother proud of him before her second death. The first time she died was the day Barty was born, January 6, 1965. In Bright Beach, California, most residents spoke of Barty's mother, Agnes Lampion, also known as the Pie Lady, with affection. She lived for others, her heart tuned to their anguish and their needs. In this materialistic world, her selflessness was cause for suspicion among those whose blood was as rich with cynicism as with iron. Even such hard souls, however, admitted that the Pie Lady had countless admirers and no enemies. The man who tore the Lampions' family's world apart on the night of Barty's birth had not been her enemy. He was a stranger, but the chain of his destiny shared a link with theirs. Chapter 2. January 6, 1965, shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning, Agnes had entered first-stage labor while baking 6 blueberry pies. This wasn't false labor again, because the pains extended around her entire back and across her abdomen, rather than being limited to the lower abdomen and groin. The spasms were worse when she walked than when she stood still or sat down, another sign of the real thing. Her discomfort wasn't severe. The contractions were regular but widely separated. She refused to be admitted to the hospital until she completed the day's scheduled tasks. For a woman in her first pregnancy, this stage of labor lasts 12 hours on average. Agnes believed herself to be average in every regard, as comfortably ordinary as the gray jogging suit with drawstring waist that she wore to accommodate her baby's stretched physique. Therefore, she was confident that she wouldn't proceed to second-stage labor much sooner than 10 o'clock in the evening. Joe, her husband, wanted to rush her to the hospital long before noon. After packing his wife's suitcase and stowing it in the car, he canceled his appointments and loitered in her vicinity, although he was careful to stay always one room away from her, lest she become annoyed by his smothering concern and chase him out of the house. Each time that he heard Agnes groan softly or inhale with a hiss of pain, he tried to time her contractions. He spent so much of the day studying his wristwatch that when he glanced at his face in the foyer mirror, he expected to see the faint reflection of a sweeping second hand clocking around and around in his eyes. Joe was a worrier, although he didn't look like one. Tall, strong, he could have subbed for Samson, pulling down pillars and collapsing roofs upon the Philistines. He was gentle by nature, however, and lacked the arrogance and the reckless confidence of many men his size. Although happy, even jolly, he believed that he had been too richly blessed with fortune, friends, and family. Surely one day fate would make adjustments to his brimming accounts. He wasn't wealthy, merely comfortable, but he never worried about losing his money because he could always earn more through hard work and diligence. Instead, on restless nights, he was kept sleepless by the quiet dread of losing those he loved. Life was like the ice on an early winter pond, more fragile than it appeared to be, riddled by hidden fractures, with a cold darkness below. Besides, to Joe Lampion, Agnes was not in any way average, regardless of what she might think. She was glorious, unique. He didn't put her on a pedestal because a mere pedestal didn't raise her as high as she deserved to be raised. If he ever lost her, he would be lost too. Throughout the morning, Joe Lampion brooded about every known medical complication associated with childbirth. He had learned more than he needed to know on this subject months earlier, from a thick medical reference work that had raised the hair on the back of his neck more effectively and more often than any thriller he had ever read. At 12:50, unable to purge his mind of textbook descriptions of antepartum hemorrhage, postpartum hemorrhage, and violent eclamptic convulsions, he burst through the swinging door into the kitchen and announced, "All right, Aggie, enough. We've waited long enough." At the breakfast table, she was writing notes in the gift cards that would accompany the 6 blueberry pies that she had baked that morning. "I feel fine, Joey." Other than Aggie, no one called him Joey. He was 6'3", 230 pounds, with a stone quarry face that was all slabs and crags, fearsome until he spoke in his low musical voice, or until you noticed the kindness in his eyes. "We're going to the hospital now," he insisted, looming over her at the table. "No, dear, not yet." Even though Aggie was just 5'3", and, minus the pounds of her unborn child, less than half Joey's weight, she could not have been lifted out of the chair against her will, even if he'd brought with him a power winch and the will to use it. In any confrontation with Aggie, Joey was always Samson shorn, never Samson pre-haircut. With a glower that would have convinced a rattlesnake to uncoil and lie as supine as an earthworm, Joey said, "Please, I have pie notes to write so Edom can make deliveries for me in the morning." "There's only one delivery I'm worried about." "Well, I'm worried about 7, 6 pies and 1 baby." "You and your pies," he said with frustration. "You and your worrying," she countered, favoring him with a smile that affected his heart as sun did butter. He sighed. "The notes, and then we go." "The notes, then Maria comes for her English lesson, and then we go." "You're in no condition to give an English lesson." "Teaching English doesn't require heavy lifting, dear." She did not pause in her note-writing when she spoke to him, and he watched the elegantly formed script stream from the tip of her ballpoint pen as though she were but a conduit that carried the words from a higher source. Finally, Joey leaned across the table, and Aggie looked up at him through the great silent fall of his shadow, her green eyes shining in the shade that he cast. He lowered his raw granite face to her porcelain features, and, as if yearning to be shattered, she raised up slightly to meet his kiss. "I love you is all," he said, and the helplessness in his voice exasperated him. "Is all?" She kissed him again. "Is everything?" "So what do I do to keep from going crazy?" The doorbell rang. "Answer that," she suggested. Chapter 3. The primeval forests of the Oregon coast raised a great green cathedral across the hills, and the land was as hushed as any place of worship. High above, glimpsed between the emerald spires, a hawk glided in a widening gyre, dark-feathered angel with a taste for blood. Here at ground level no wildlife stirred, and the momentous day was breathless. Luminous veils of fog still lay motionless in the deeper hollows, where the departed night had discarded them. The only sounds were the crunch of crisp evergreen needles underfoot and the rhythmic breathing of experienced hikers. At 9 o'clock that morning, Junior Kane and his bride, Naomi, had parked their Chevy Suburban along an unpaved fire road and headed north on foot, along deer trails and other natural pathways, into this shadowy vastness. Even by noon, the sun penetrated only in narrow shafts that brightened most of the woods by indirection. When Junior was in the lead, he occasionally drew far enough ahead of Naomi to pause and turn and watch her as she approached him. Her golden hair shimmered always bright in sunshine or shadow, and her face was that perfection of which adolescent boys dreamed, for which grown men sacrificed honor and surrendered fortune. Sometimes Naomi led. Following her, Junior was so enraptured by her lithe form that he was aware of little else, oblivious of the green vaults, the columnar trunks, the lush ferns, and the flourishing rhododendrons. Although Naomi's beauty might alone have captured his heart, He was equally enchanted by her grace, her agility, her strength, and by the determination with which she conquered the steepest slopes and the most forbiddingly stony terrain. She approached all of life, not just hiking, with enthusiasm, passion, intelligence, courage. They had been married 14 months, yet daily his love grew stronger. He was only 23, and sometimes it seemed that one day his heart would be too small to contain his feelings for her. Other men had pursued Naomi, some better looking than Junior, many smarter, virtually all of them richer. Yet Naomi had wanted only him, not for what he owned or might one day acquire, but because she claimed to see in him a shining soul. Junior was a physical therapist, and a good one, working mostly with accident and stroke victims who were struggling to regain lost physical function. He would never lack for meaningful work, but he would never own a mansion on a hill. Fortunately, Naomi's tastes were simple. She preferred beer to champagne, shunned diamonds, and didn't care if she ever saw Paris. She loved nature, walks in the rain, the beach, good books. Hiking, she often sang softly when the trail was easy. Two of her favorite tunes were Somewhere Over the Rainbow and What a Wonderful World. Her voice was as pure as spring water and as warm as sunshine. Junior often encouraged her to sing, for in her song he heard a love of life and an infectious joy that lifted him. Because this January day was unseasonably warm in the 60s, and because they were too close to the coast to be in a snow zone at any altitude, they wore shorts and T-shirts. The pleasant heat of exertion, the sweet ache of well-tested muscles, the forest air scented with pine, the tautness and grace of Naomi's bare legs, her sweet song. This was what paradise might be like, if paradise existed. On a day hike, not intending to camp overnight, they carried light packs, a first aid kit, drinking water, lunch, and thus made good time. Shortly after noon, they came to a narrow break in the forest and stepped onto the final coil of the serpentine fire road, which had arrived at this point by a route different from theirs. They followed the dirt track to the summit, where it terminated at a fire tower that was indicated on their map by a red triangle. The tower stood on a broad ridgeline, a formidable structure of creosote-soaked timbers 40 feet on a side at the base. The tower tapered as it rose, though an open view deck flared out from the top. In the center of the deck was an enclosed observation post with large windows. The soil was stony and alkaline here, so the most impressive trees were only 100 feet tall, little more than half the size of many of the rainforest behemoths that thrived on lower slopes. At 150 feet, the tower rose high above them. The switchback stairs were in the center of the open framework, rising under the tower rather than circling the exterior. Aside from a few sagging treads and loose balusters, the staircase was in good condition, yet Junior became uneasy when he was just 2 flights off the ground. He wasn't able to pinpoint the cause of his concern, but instinct told him to be wary. Because the autumn and winter had been rainy, the fire danger was low and the tower was not currently manned. In addition to its more serious function, the structure also served as an observation platform open to any of the public determined enough to reach it. The steps creaked. Their footfalls echoed hollowly through this half-enclosed space, as did their heavy breathing. None of these sounds was a reason for alarm, and yet, as Junior ascended behind Naomi, the wedge-shaped open spaces between the crisscrossed framing beams grew narrower, allowing ever less daylight to penetrate. The space under the tower platform became gloomy, though never dark enough to require a flashlight. The penetrating odor of creosote was now laced with the musty smell of mold or fungus, neither of which should have been thriving in the presence of timber treated with such pungent wood tar. Junior paused to peer down the stairs through the trestle-work of shadows, half expecting to discover someone stealthily climbing behind them. As far as he could see, they were not being stalked. Only spiders kept them company. No one had come this way in weeks, if not months, and repeatedly they encountered daunting webs of grand design. Like the cold and fragile ectoplasm of summoned spirits, the gossamer architecture pressed against their faces, and so much of it clung tenaciously to their clothes that even in the gloom they began to look like the risen dead in tattered gravecloth. As the diameter of the tower shrank, the steps came in shorter and steeper flights, finally ending at a landing only 8 or 9 feet below the floor of the observation platform. From here a ladder led up to an open trapdoor. When Junior followed his agile wife to the top of the ladder and then through the trap onto the observation deck, he would have been knocked breathless by the view if he had not already been left gasping by the climb. From here, 15 stories above the highest point of the ridge and 5 stories above the tallest trees, they saw a green sea of needled waves rising in eternal ranks to the misty east and descending in timeless sets toward the real sea a few miles to the west. "Oh, Eenie," she exclaimed, "it's spectacular." Eenie was her pet name for him. She didn't want to call him Junior, as did everyone else, and he didn't permit anyone to call him Enoch, which was his real name, Enoch Kane, Jr. Well, everyone had a cross to bear. At least he hadn't been born with a hump and a third eye. After wiping the cobwebs off each other and rinsing their hands with bottled water, they ate lunch, cheese sandwiches and a little dried fruit. While they ate, they circled the observation deck more than once, relishing the magnificent vistas. During the second circuit, Naomi put one hand against the railing and discovered that some of the supports were rotten. She didn't lean her weight against the handrail and wasn't in any danger of falling. The pickets sagged outward. One of them began to crack, and Naomi immediately retreated from the edge of the platform to safety. Nevertheless, Junior was so unnerved that he wanted to leave the tower at once and finish their lunch on solid ground. He was trembling, and the dryness of his mouth had nothing to do with the cheese. Quavering, his voice, and strange to his own ear, "I almost lost you." "Oh, Eenie, it wasn't even close. Too close, too close." Climbing the tower, he hadn't broken out in a sweat, but now he felt perspiration prickle his brow. Naomi smiled. She used her paper napkin to daub at his damp forehead. "You're sweet. I love you, too." He held her tightly. She felt so good in his arms. Precious. "Let's go down," he insisted. Slipping free of his embrace, taking a bite of her sandwich, managing to be beautiful even while talking with her mouth full, she said, "Well, of course. We can't go down until we see how bad the problem is." "What problem?" "The railing. Maybe that's the only dangerous section, but maybe the whole thing's rotten. We have to know the extent of the problem when we get back to civilization and call the Forest Service to report this." "Why can't we just call and let them check out the rest of it?" Grinning, she pinched his left earlobe and tugged on it. "Ding-dong, anyone home? I'm taking a poll to see who knows the meaning of civic responsibility." He frowned. Making the phone call is responsible enough. The more information we have, the more credible we'll sound, and the more credible we sound, the less likely they are to think we're just kids jerking their chain. This is nuts. Brazil or Hazel? What? If it's nuts, I don't recognize the variety. Having finished her sandwich, she licked her fingers. "Think about it, Eenie. What if some family comes up here with their kids?" He could never deny her anything she wanted, in part because she rarely wanted anything for herself. The platform encircling the enclosed observation post was about 10 feet wide. It seemed solid and safe underfoot. Structural problems were restricted to the balustrade. "All right," he reluctantly agreed. "But I'll check the railing, and you stay back by the wall, where it's safe." Lowering her voice and speaking in a Neanderthalic grunt, she said, "Oh, man fight fierce tiger, woman watch." "That's the natural order of things." Still grunting, "Man say is natural order. The woman is just entertainment." "Always happy to amuse, ma'am." As Junior followed the balustrade, gingerly testing it, Naomi stayed behind him. "Be careful, Eenie." The weathered railing cap was rough under his hand. He was more concerned about splinters than about falling. He remained at arm's length from the edge of the platform, moving slowly, repeatedly shaking the railing, searching for loose or rotten pickets. In a couple minutes they completed a full circuit of the platform, returning to the spot where Naomi had discovered the rotten wood. This was the only point of weakness in the railing. "Satisfied?" he asked. "Let's go down." "Sure. But let's finish lunch first." She had taken a bag of dried apricots from her backpack. "We ought to go down," he pressed, shaking 2 apricots from the bag into his hand. "I'm not done with this view. Don't be a killjoy, Eenie. We know it's safe now." "Okay," he surrendered. "But don't lean on the railing even where we know it's all right. You'd make someone a wonderful mother." "Yeah, but I'd have trouble with the breastfeeding." They circled the platform again, pausing every few steps to gaze at the spectacular panorama, and Junior's tension quickly ebbed. Naomi's company, as always, was tranquilizing. She fed him an apricot. He was reminded of their wedding reception, when they had fed slivers of cake to each other. Life with Naomi was a perpetual honeymoon. Eventually they returned yet again to the section of the railing that had almost collapsed under her hands. Junior shoved Naomi so hard that she was almost lifted off her feet. Her eyes flared wide, and a half-chewed wad of apricot fell from her gaping mouth. She crashed backward into the weak section of railing. For an instant Junior thought the railing might hold, but the picket splintered, the handrail cracked, and Naomi pitched backward off the view deck in a clatter of rotting wood. She was so surprised that she didn't begin to scream until she must have been 1/3 of the way through her long fall. Junior didn't hear her hit bottom, but the abrupt cessation of the scream confirmed impact. He had astonished himself. He hadn't realized that he was capable of cold-blooded murder, especially on the spur of the moment, with no time to analyze the risks and the potential benefits of such a drastic act. After catching his breath and coming to grips with his amazing audacity, Junior moved along the platform, past the broken-away railing. From a secure position, he leaned out and peered down. She was so tiny, a pale spot on the dark grass and stone, on her back, one leg bent under her at an impossible angle, right arm at her side, left arm flung out as if she were waving. A radiant nimbus of golden hair fanned around her head. He loved her so much that he couldn't bear to look at her. He turned away from the railing, crossed the platform, and sat with his back against the wall of the lookout station. For a while he wept uncontrollably. Losing Naomi, he had lost more than a wife, more than a friend and lover, more than a soulmate. He had lost a part of his own physical being. He was hollow inside, as though the very meat and bone at the core of him had been torn out and replaced by a void, black and cold. Horror and despair racked him, and he was tormented by thoughts of self-destruction. But then he felt better. Not good, but definitely better. Naomi had dropped the bag of dried apricots before she plummeted from the tower. He crawled to it, extracted a piece of fruit, and chewed slowly, savoring the morsel. Sweet. Eventually he squirmed on his belly to the gap in the railing, where he gazed straight down at his lost love far below. She was in precisely the same position as when he'd first looked. Of course, he hadn't expected her to be dancing. A 15-story fall all but certainly quashed the urge to boogie. From this height he could not see any blood. He was sure that some blood must have been spilled. The air was still, no breeze whatsoever. The sentinel firs and pines stood as motionless as those mysterious stone heads that faced the sea on Easter Island. Naomi, dead. So alive only moments ago, now gone. Unthinkable. The sky was the delft blue of a tea set that his mother had owned. Mounds of clouds to the east, like clotted cream. Buttery, the sun. Hungry, he ate another apricot. No hawks above. No visible movement anywhere in this fastness. Below, Naomi still dead. How strange life is. How fragile. You never know what stunning development lies around the next corner. Junior's shock had given way to a profound sense of wonder. For most of his young life he had understood that the world was deeply mysterious, ruled by fate. Now, because of this tragedy, he realized that the human mind and heart were no less enigmatic than the rest of creation. Who would have thought that Junior Kane was capable of such a sudden, violent act as this? Not Naomi. Not Junior himself, in fact. How passionately he had loved this woman. How fiercely he had cherished her. He thought he couldn't live without her. He'd been wrong. Naomi down there, still very dead, and him up here, alive. His brief suicidal impulse had passed, and now he knew that he would get through this tragedy somehow, that the pain would eventually subside, that the sharp sense of loss would be dulled by time, and that eventually he might even love someone again. Indeed, in spite of his grief and anguish, he regarded the future with more optimism, interest, and excitement than he'd felt in a long time. If he was capable of this, then he was different from the man he'd always imagined himself to be, more complex, more dynamic. Wow. He sighed. Tempting as it was to lie here gazing down at dead Naomi, daydreaming about a bolder and more colorful future than any that he'd previously imagined, he had much to accomplish before the afternoon was done. His life was going to be busy for a while. Chapter 4. Through the rose-patterned glasswork in the front door, as the bell rang again, Joe saw Maria Gonzalez, tinted red here and green there, beveled in some places and crackled in others, her face a mosaic of petal and leaf shapes. When Joey opened the door, Maria half bowed her head, kept her eyes lowered, and said, "I must be Maria Gonzalez." "Yes, Maria, I know who you are." He was, as ever, charmed by her shyness and by her brave struggle with English. Although Joey stepped back and held the door wide open, Maria remained on the porch. "I will to see Mrs. Agnes." "Yes, that's right. Please come in." She still hesitated. "For the English." "She has plenty of that, more than I can usually cope with." Maria frowned, not yet proficient enough in her new language to understand his joke. Afraid that she would think he was teasing or even mocking her, Joe gathered considerable earnestness into his voice. "Maria, please come in. Mi casa es su casa." She glanced at him, then quickly looked away. Her timidity was only partly due to shyness. Another part of it was cultural. She was of that class in Mexico that never made direct eye contact with anyone who might be considered a patron. He wanted to tell her that this was America, where no one was required to bow to anyone else, where one's station at birth was not a prison, but an open door, a starting point. This was always the land of tomorrow. Considering Joe's great size, his rough face, and his tendency to glower when he encountered injustice or its effects, anything he said to Maria about her excessive self-effacement might seem to be argumentative. He didn't want to have to return to the kitchen to inform Aggie that he had frightened away her student. For an awkward moment he thought that they might remain at this impasse, Maria staring at her feet, Joe gazing down at the top of her humbled head, until some angel blew the horn of judgment, and the dead rose from their graves to glory. Then an invisible dog, in the form of a sudden breeze, scampered across the porch, lashing Maria with its tail. It sniffed curiously at the threshold, and, panting, entered the house, bringing the small brown woman after it, as though she held it on a leash. Closing the door, Joe said, "Aggie's in the kitchen." Maria inspected the foyer carpet as intently as she had examined the floor of the porch. "You pleased to tell her I am Maria?" "Just go on back to the kitchen. She's waiting for you." "The kitchen? On myself?" "Excuse me?" "To the kitchen on myself?" "By yourself," he corrected, smiling as he got her meaning. "Yes, of course. You know where it is." Maria nodded, crossed the foyer to the living-room archway, turned, and dared to meet his eyes briefly. "Thank you." As he watched her move through the living room and disappear into the dining room, Joe didn't at first grasp why she had thanked him. Then he realized she was grateful that he had trusted her not to steal when unaccompanied. Evidently she was accustomed to being an object of suspicion, not because she was unreliable, but simply because she was Maria Elena Gonzalez, who had traveled north from Hermosillo, Mexico, in search of a better life. Although saddened by this reminder of the stupidity and meanness of the world, Joe refused to dwell on negative thoughts. Their firstborn was soon to arrive, and years from now he wanted to be able to recall this day as a shining time characterized entirely by sweet, if nervous, anticipation, and by the joy of the birth. In the living room he sat in his favorite armchair and tried to read You Only Live Twice, the latest novel about James Bond. He couldn't relate to the story. Bond had survived 10,000 threats and vanquished villains by the 100, but he didn't know anything about the complications that could transform ordinary labor into a mortal trial for mother and baby. Chapter 5. Down, down through the shadows and the shredded spider webs, down through the astringent creosote stink and the underlying foulness of black mold, Junior descended the tower stairs with utmost caution. If he tripped on a loose tread and fell and broke a leg, he might lie here for days, dying of thirst or infection, or of exposure if the weather turned cooler, tormented by whatever predators found him helpless in the night. Hiking into the wilds alone was never wise. He always relied on the buddy system, sharing the risk. But his buddy had been Naomi, and she wasn't there for him any more. When he was all the way down, when he was out from under the tower, he hurried toward the dirt lane. The car was hours away by the challenging overland route they had taken to get here, but maybe half an hour, at most 45 minutes away if he returned by the fire road. After only a few steps, Junior halted. He dared not bring the authorities back to this ridgetop only to discover that poor Naomi, though critically injured, was still clinging to life. 150 feet, approximately 15 stories, was not a fall that anyone could be expected to survive. On the other hand, miracles do occasionally happen. Not miracles in the sense of gods and angels and saints goofing around in human affairs. Junior didn't believe in any such nonsense. But amazing singularities do happen, he muttered, because he had a relentlessly mathematical scientific view of existence, which allowed for many astounding anomalies, for mysteries of astonishing mechanical effect, but which provided no room for the supernatural. With more trepidation than seemed reasonable, he circled the base of the tower. Tall grass and weeds tickled his bare calves. At this season no insects were buzzing, no gnats trying to sip at the sweat on his brow. Slowly, warily, he approached the crumpled form of his fallen wife. In 14 months of marriage, Naomi never raised her voice to him, was never cross with him. She never looked for a fault in a person if she could find a virtue, and she was the type who could find a virtue in everyone but child molesters and murderers. He dreaded finding her still alive, because for the first time in their relationship she would surely be filled with reproach. She would no doubt have harsh, perhaps bitter words for him, and even if he could quickly silence her, his lovely memories of their marriage would be tarnished forever. Henceforth, every time he thought of his golden Naomi, he would hear her shrill accusations, see her beautiful face contorted and made ugly by anger. How sad it would be to have so many cherished recollections spoiled forever. He rounded the northwest corner of the tower and saw Naomi lying where he expected her to be, not sitting up and brushing the pine needles out of her hair, just lying twisted and still. Nevertheless he halted, reluctant to go closer. He studied her from a safe distance, squinting in the bright sunlight, alert for the slightest twitch. In the windless, bugless, lifeless silence he listened, half expecting her to take up one of her favorite songs, Somewhere Over the Rainbow or What a wonderful world!" But in a thin, crushed, tuneless voice choked with blood and rattling with broken cartilage. He was working himself into a state, and for no good reason. She was almost certainly dead. But he had to be sure, and to be sure he had to take a closer look. No way around it. A quick look and then away into an eventful and interesting future. As soon as he stepped closer, he knew why he had been reluctant to approach Naomi. He had been afraid that her beautiful face would be hideously disfigured, torn, and crushed. Junior was squeamish. He didn't like war movies or mystery flicks in which people were shot or stabbed, or even discreetly poisoned, because they always had to show you the body, as if you couldn't take their word for it that someone had been killed and just get on with the plot. He preferred love stories and comedies. He'd once picked up a Mickey Spillane thriller and been sickened by the relentless violence. He'd almost been unable to finish the book, but he considered it a character flaw not to complete a project that one had begun, even if the task was to read a repulsively bloody novel. In war movies and thrillers he immensely enjoyed the action. The action didn't trouble him. He was disturbed by the aftermath. Too many movie makers and novelists were intent on showing you the aftermath, as if that were as important as the story itself. The entertaining part, however, was the movement, the action, not the consequences. If you had a runaway train scene, and the train hit a busload of nuns at a crossing, smashing it the hell out of the way and roaring on, you wanted to follow that train, not go back and see what had happened to the luckless nuns. Dead or alive, the nuns were history once the damn bus was slammed off the tracks, and what mattered was the train, not consequences, but momentum. Now, here on this sunny ridge in Oregon, miles from any train, farther still from any nuns, Junior applied this artistic insight to his own situation, overcame his squeamishness, and regained some momentum of his own. He approached his fallen wife, stood over her, and stared down into her fixed eyes as he said, "Naomi?" He didn't know why he'd spoken her name, because at first sight of her face he was certain that she was dead. He detected a note of melancholy in his voice, and he supposed that already he was missing her. If her eyes had shifted focus in response to his voice, if she had blinked to acknowledge him, Junior might not have been entirely displeased, depending on her condition. Paralyzed from the neck down and posing no physical threat, brain damaged to the extent that she couldn't speak or write, or in any other way convey to the police what had happened to her, yet with her beauty largely intact, she might still have been able to enrich his life in many ways. Under the right circumstances, with sweet Naomi as gloriously attractive as ever, but as pliable and unjudgmental as a doll, Junior might have been willing to give her a home and care. Talk about action without consequences. She was, however, as dead as a toad in the wake of a Mack truck, and of no more interest to him now than would be a busload of train-smacked nuns. Remarkably, her face was nearly as stunning as ever. She had landed face up, so the damage was largely to her spine and the back of her head. Junior didn't want to think about what her posterior cranium might look like. Happily, her cascading golden hair hid the truth. Her facial features were ever so slightly distorted, which suggested the greater ruin underneath, but the result was neither sad nor grotesque. Indeed, the distortion gave her the lopsided, perky, and altogether appealing grin of a mischievous gamine, lips parted as though she had just said something wonderfully witty. He was puzzled that so few traces of gore stained her rocky bed, until he realized that she had died instantly upon impact, stopped so abruptly her heart hadn't pumped blood out of her wounds. He knelt beside her and gently touched her face. Her skin was still warm. Ever the sentimentalist, Junior kissed her goodbye. Only once, lingeringly, but only once, and with no tongue involved. Then he returned to the fire road and headed south along that serpentine dirt track at a fast walk. When he reached the first turn in the narrow road, he paused to look back toward the top of the ridge. The high tower imprinted its ominous black geometry upon the sky. The surrounding forest seemed to shrink from it, as if nature chose no longer to embrace the structure. Above the tower, and to one side, 3 crows had appeared as though by spontaneous generation. They circled over the spot where Naomi lay like Sleeping Beauty, kissed but unawakened. Crows are carrion eaters. Reminding himself that action was what mattered, not aftermath, Junior Kane resumed his journey down the fire road. He moved at an easy jog now instead of a fast walk, chanting aloud in the way that Marines chanted when they ran in training groups. But because he did not know any Marine chants, he grunted the words to Somewhere Over the Rainbow, without melody, roughly in time with his footfalls, on his way to neither the halls of Montezuma nor the shores of Tripoli, but to a future that now promised to be one of exceptional experience and unending surprises. Chapter 6. Except for the effects of pregnancy, Agnes was petite, and Maria Elena Gonzalez was even smaller. Yet as they sat catty-corner to each other at the kitchen table, young women from far different worlds but with remarkably similar personalities, their clash of wills over payment for the English lessons was nearly as monumental as 2 tectonic plates grinding together deep under the California coast. Maria was determined to pay with cash or services. Agnes insisted that the lessons were an act of friendship, with no compensation required. "I won't steal the adjustments of a friend," Maria proclaimed. "You're not taking advantage of me, dear. I'm getting so much pleasure from teaching you, seeing you improve, that I ought to be paying you." Maria closed her large ebony eyes and drew a deep breath, moving her lips without making a sound, reviewing something important that she wanted to say correctly. She opened her eyes. "I am thanking the Virgin and Jesus every night that you have been within my life." "That's so sweet, Maria." "But I am buying the English," she said firmly, sliding 3 $1 bills across the table. $3 was 6 dozen eggs or 12 loaves of bread, and Agnes was never going to take food out of the mouth of a poor woman and her children. She pushed the currency across the table to Maria. Jaws clenched, lips pressed tightly together, eyes narrowed, Maria shoved the money toward Agnes. Ignoring the offered payment, Agnes opened a lesson book. Maria swiveled sideways in her chair, turning away from the $3 and the book. Glaring at the back of her friend's head, Agnes said, "You're impossible." "Wrong. Maria Elena Gonzalez is real." "That's not what I meant, and you know it." "Don't know nothing. I be stupid Mexican woman." "Stupid is the last thing you are." "Always to be stupid now. Always with my evil English." "Bad English. Your English isn't evil, it's just bad." "Then you teach." "Not for money." "Not for free?" For a few minutes they sat unmoving, Maria with her back to the table, Agnes staring in frustration at the nape of Maria's neck and trying to will her to come face to face again, be reasonable. At last Agnes got to her feet. A mild contraction tightened a cincture of pain around her back and belly, and she leaned against the table until the misery passed. Without a word, she poured a cup of coffee and set it before Maria. She put a homemade raisin scone on a plate and placed it beside the coffee. Maria sipped the coffee while sitting sideways in her chair, still turned away from the 3 worn dollar bills. Agnes left the kitchen by way of the hall, through the swinging door, rather than through the dining room, and when she passed the living-room archway, Joey exploded out of his armchair, dropping the book he had been reading. "It's not time," she said, proceeding to the stairs. "What if you're wrong?" "Trust me, Joey, I'll be the first to know." As Agnes ascended, Joey hurried into the foyer behind her and said, "Where are you going?" "Upstairs, silly." "What are you going to do?" "Destroy some clothes." "Oh." She fetched a pair of cuticle scissors from the master bathroom, plucked a red blouse from her closet, and sat on the edge of the bed. Carefully snipping threads with the tiny pointed blades, she turned the blouse inside out and unraveled a lot of stitches just under the shoulder yoke, ruining the front shirring. From Joey's closet she extracted an old blue blazer that he seldom wore any more. The lining was sagging, worn, and half-rotten. She tore it. With the small scissors, she opened the shoulder seam from the inside. To the growing pile of ruin she added one of Joey's cardigan sweaters, after popping loose one bone button and almost completely detaching a sewn-on patch pocket. A pair of knockabout khaki pants, quickly clip open the seat seam, cut the corner of the wallet pocket, then rip it with both hands, snip loose some stitching, and half-detach the cuff on the left leg. She damaged more of Joey's things than her own solely because he was such a big deer giant, which made it easier to believe that he was constantly bursting out of his clothes. Downstairs again, as Agnes reached the foot of the stairs, she began to worry that she had done too thorough a job on the khakis and that the extent of the damage would raise suspicions. Seeing her, Joey leaped up from his armchair again. He managed to hold on to his book this time, but he stumbled into the footstool and nearly lost his balance. "When did you have that run-in with the dog?" she asked. Bewildered, he said, "What dog? Was it yesterday or the day before?" "Dog? There was no dog." Shaking the ravaged khakis at him, she said, "Then what made such a mess of these?" He stared glumly at the khakis. Although they were old pants, they were a favorite pair when he was puttering around the house on weekends. "Oh," he said, "that dog. It's a miracle you weren't bitten." "Thank God," he said. "I had a shovel." "You didn't hit the poor dog with a shovel?" she asked with mock dismay. "Well, wasn't it attacking me?" "But it was only a miniature collie." He frowned. "I thought it was a big dog." "No, dear, it was little Muffin from next door. A big dog certainly would have torn up both you and the pants. We've got to have a credible story." "Muffin seems like such a nice little dog." "But the breed is nervous, dear. With a nervous breed, you just never know, do you?" "I guess not." "Nevertheless, even if Muffin assaulted you, she's otherwise such a sweet little thing. What would Maria think of you if you told her you'd smashed poor Muffin with a shovel?" "I was fighting for my life, wasn't I?" "She'll think you're cruel." "I didn't say I hit the dog." Smiling, cocking her head, Agnes regarded him with amused expectation. Scowling, Joey stared at the floor in puzzlement, shifted his weight from one foot to the other, sighed, turned his attention to the ceiling, and shifted his weight again, for all the world like a trained bear that couldn't quite remember how to perform its next trick. Finally, he said, "What I did was grab the shovel, dig a hole really fast, and bury Muffin in it up to her neck, just until she calmed down." "That's your story, huh?" "And I'm sticking to it." "Well, then you're lucky that Maria's English is so evil." He said, "Couldn't you just take her money?" "Sure. Or why don't I pull a Rumpelstiltskin and demand one of her children for payment?" "I liked those pants." As she turned away from him and continued along the hall toward the kitchen, Agnes said, "They'll be as good as new when she's mended them." Behind her, he said, "And is that my gray cardigan? What did you do to my cardigan?" "If you don't hush, I'll set it on fire." In the kitchen, Maria was nibbling at the raisin scone. Agnes dropped the damaged apparel on one of the breakfast-table chairs. After carefully wiping her fingers on a paper napkin, Maria examined the garments with interest. She earned her living as the seamstress at Bright Beach Dry Cleaners. At the sight of each rent, popped button, and split seam, she clucked her tongue. Agnes said, "Joey is so hard on his clothes." "Men," Maria commiserated. Rico, her own husband, a drunkard and a gambler, had run off with another woman, abandoning Maria and their 2 small daughters. No doubt he had departed in a spotlessly clean, sharply pressed, perfectly mended ensemble. The seamstress held up the khakis and raised her eyebrows. Settling into a chair at the table, Agnes said, "He was attacked by a dog." Maria's eyes widened. "Pitbull? German sheep?" "A miniature collie," what is like such a dog? A Muffin, you know, next door. Little Muffin do this? It's a nervous breed. 'Kay? Muffin was in a mood. 'Kay? Agnes winced, already another contraction. Mild, but so soon after the last. She clasped her hands around her immense belly and took slow, deep breaths until the pain passed. Well, anyway, she said, as though Muffin's uncharacteristic viciousness had been adequately explained, this mending ought to cover 10 more lessons. Maria's face gathered into a frown, like a piece of brown cloth, singed by a series of whip stitches. 6 lessons. 10. 6. 9. 7. 9. 8. Done, Agnes said. Now put away the $3 and let's have our lesson before my water breaks. Water can break? Maria asked, looking toward the faucet at the kitchen sink. She sighed. I have so much to be learned. Chapter 7. Clouds swarmed the late afternoon sun, and the Oregon sky grew sapphire where still revealed. Cops gathered like bright-eyed crows in the lengthening shadow of the fire tower. Because the tower stood on a ridge-line that marked the divide between county and state property, most of the attending constabulary were county deputies, but 2 state troopers were present as well. With the uniformed troopers was a stocky, late 40-ish, brush-cut man in black slacks and a gray herringbone sports jacket. His face was almost pan-flat, his first chin weak, his second chin stronger than the first, and his function unknown to Junior. He would have been the least likely man to be noticed in a 10,000-man convention of non-entities, if not for the port wine birthmark that surrounded his right eye, darkening most of the bridge of his nose, brightening half his forehead, and returning around the eye to stain the upper portion of his cheek. Among themselves the authorities spoke more often than not in murmurs, or perhaps Junior was too distracted to hear them clearly. He was having difficulty focusing his attention on the problem at hand. Through his mind, odd and disconnected thoughts rolled like slow, greasy, eye-of-the-hurricane waves on an ominous sea. Earlier, after sprinting down the fire road, he had been breathing hard when he reached his Chevy, and by the time that he'd raced to Spruce Hills, the nearest town, he had spiraled down into this strange condition. His driving became so erratic that a black and white had tried to pull him over, but by then he was a block from a hospital, and he didn't stop until he got there, taking the entry drive too sharply, jolting across the curb, nearly slamming into a parked car, sliding to a stop in a no-parking zone at the emergency entrance, lurching like a drunkard as he got out of the Chevy, screaming at the cop to get an ambulance, get an ambulance. All the way back to the ridge, sitting up front beside a county deputy in a police cruiser, with an ambulance and other patrol cars racing close behind them, Junior had shaken uncontrollably. When he tried to respond to the officer's questions, his uncharacteristically thin voice cracked more often than not, and he was able to croak only, "Jesus, dear Jesus," over and over. When the highway passed through a sunless ravine, he had broken into a sour sweat at the sight of the bloody, pulsing reflections of the revolving rooftop beacons on the bracketing cut shale walls. Now and then the siren shrieked to clear traffic ahead, and he felt the urge to scream with it, to let loose a wail of terror and anguish and confusion and loss. He repressed the scream, however, because he sensed that if he gave voice to it he wouldn't be able to silence himself for a long, long time. Getting out of the stuffy car into air much chillier than it had been when he'd left this place, Junior stood unsteadily as the police and the paramedics gathered around him. Then he led them through the wild grass to Naomi, moving haltingly, stumbling on small stones that the others navigated with ease. Junior knew that he looked as guilty as any man had ever looked this side of the first apple and the perfect garden. The sweating, the spasms of violent tremors, the defensive note that he could not keep out of his voice, the inability to look anyone directly in the eyes for more than a few seconds, all were telltales that none of these professionals would overlook. He desperately needed to get a grip on himself, but he couldn't find a handle. now here, once more, to the body of his bride. Livor mortis had already set in, blood draining to the lowest points of her body, leaving the fronts of her bare legs, one side of each bare arm, and her face ghastly pale. Her dead gaze was still surprisingly clear. How remarkable that the impact hadn't caused a starburst hemorrhage in either of her exquisite lavender-blue eyes. No blood, just surprise. Junior was aware that all the cops were watching him as he stared down at the body, and he frantically tried to think what an innocent husband would be likely to do or say, but his imagination failed him. His thoughts could not be organized. His inner turmoil boiled ever more fiercely, and the external evidence of it grew more obvious. In the cool air of the fading afternoon, he perspired as profusely as a man already being strapped into an electric chair. He streamed, gushed. He shook, and he was half convinced that he could hear his bones rattling together like the shells of hard-boiled eggs in a roiling cookpot. Had he ever thought he could get away with this? He must have been delusional, temporarily mad. One of the paramedics knelt beside the body, checking Naomi for a pulse, although in these circumstances his action was such a formality that it was almost harebrained. Someone eased in closer beside Junior and said, "How did it happen again?" He looked up into the eyes of the stocky man with the birthmark. They were gray eyes, hard as nail heads, but clear and surprisingly beautiful in that otherwise unfortunate face. The man's voice echoed hollowly in Junior's ears, as if coming from the far end of a tunnel, or from the terminus of a death row hallway, on the long walk between the last meal and the execution chamber. Junior tipped his head back and gazed up toward the section of broken-out railing along the high observation deck. He was aware of others looking up, too. Everyone was silent. The day was morgue still. The crows had fled the sky, but a single hawk glided soundlessly, like justice with its prey in sight, high above the tower. "She was eating dried apricots." Junior spoke almost in a whisper, yet the ridge was so quiet that he had no doubt each of these uniformed but unofficial jurors heard him clearly. "Walking around the deck, paused. The view, she leaned. Gone." Abruptly, Junior Kane turned away from the tower, from the body of his lost love, dropped to his knees, and vomited. Vomited more explosively than he had ever done in the depths of the worst sickness of his life. Bitter, thick, grossly out of proportion to the simple lunch that he had eaten, up came a dreadfully reeking vomitus. He was untroubled by nausea, but his abdominal muscles contracted painfully, so tightly that he thought he would be cinched in two, and up came more, and still more, spasm after spasm, until he spewed a thin gruel green with bile, which surely had to be the last of it, but was not, for here was more bile, so acidic that his gums burned from contact with it. Oh, God, please, no! Still more. His entire body heaving, choking as he aspirated a piece of something vile. He squeezed his watering eyes shut against the sight of the flood, but he could not block out the stench. One of the paramedics had stooped beside him to press a cool hand against the nape of his neck. Now this man said urgently, "Kenny, we've got a hematemesis here." Running footsteps, heading toward the ambulance. Apparently Kenny, the second paramedic. To become a physical therapist, Junior had taken more than massage classes, so he knew what hematemesis meant. Hematemesis, vomiting of blood. Opening his eyes, blinking back his tears just as more agonizing contractions knotted his abdomen, he could see ribbons of red in the watery green mess that gouted from him. Bright red. Gastric blood would be dark. This must be pharyngeal blood, unless an artery had ruptured his stomach, torn by the incredible violence of these intransigent spasms, in which case he was puking his life away. He wondered if the hawk had descended in a constricting gyre, justice coming down, but he could not lift his head to see. Now, without realizing when it had happened, He had been lowered from his knees to his right side, head elevated and tilted by one of the paramedics, so he could expel the bile, the blood, rather than choke on it. The twisting pain in his gut was extraordinary, death raptures. Undiminished antiperistaltic waves coursed through his duodenum, stomach, and esophagus, and now he gasped desperately for air between each expulsion, without much success. A cold wetness just above the crook of his left elbow, a sting. A tourniquet of flexible rubber tubing had been tied around his left arm to make a vein swell more visibly, and the sting had been the prick of a hypodermic needle. They would have given him an anti-nausea medication. It most likely wasn't going to work quickly enough to save him. He thought he heard the soft swoosh of knife-edge wings slicing the January air. He dared not look up. More in his throat. The agony. Darkness poured into his head as if it were blood rising relentlessly from his flooded stomach and esophagus. Chapter 8. Having completed her English lesson, Maria Elena Gonzalez went home with a plastic shopping bag full of precisely damaged clothes and a smaller paper bag containing cherry muffins for her 2 girls. When she closed the front door and turned away from it, Agnes bumped her swollen belly into Joey. His eyebrows shot up, and he put his hands on her distended abdomen, as if she were more fragile than a robin's egg and more valuable than one by Fabergé. "Now," he asked, "I'd like to tidy up the kitchen first." Pleadingly, "Aggie, no." He reminded her of the Worry Bear from a book she'd already bought for her baby's collection. The Worry Bear carries worries in his pockets, under his Panama hat, and in 2 gold lockets. Carries worries on his back and under his arms. Nevertheless, dear old Worry Bear has his charms. Agnes's contractions were getting more frequent and slightly more severe, so she said, "All right, but let me go tell Edom and Jacob that we're leaving." Edom and Jacob Isaacson were her older brothers, who lived in 2 small apartments above the 4-car garage at the back of the property. "I've already told them," Joey said, wheeling away from her and yanking open the door of the foyer closet with such force that she thought he would tear it off its hinges. He produced her coat as if by legerdemain. Magically, she found her arms in the sleeves and the collar around her neck, though given her size lately, putting on anything other than a hat usually required strategy and persistence. When she turned to him again, he had already slipped into his jacket and snatched the car keys off the foyer table. He put his left hand under her right arm, as though Agnes were feeble and in need of support, and he swept her through the door onto the front porch. He didn't pause to lock the house behind them. Bright Beach in 1965 was as free of criminals as it was untroubled by lumbering brontosaurs. The afternoon was winding down, and the lowering sky seemed to be drawn steadily toward the earth by threads of gray light that reeled westward ever faster over the horizon's spool. The air smelled like rain waiting to happen. The beetle-green Pontiac waited in the driveway, with a shine that tempted nature to throw around some bad weather. Joey always kept a spotless car, and he probably wouldn't have had time to earn a living if he had resided in some shine-spoiling climate rather than in Southern California. "Are you all right?" he asked as he opened the passenger's door and helped her into the car. "Right as rain." "You're sure?" "Good as gold." The inside of the Pontiac smelled pleasantly of lemons, though the rearview mirror was not hung with one of those tacky decorative deodorizers. The seats, regularly treated with leather soap, were softer and more supple than they had been when the car had shipped out of Detroit, and the instrument panel sparkled. As Joey opened the driver's door and got in behind the steering wheel, he said, "Okay?" "Fine as silk." "You look pale." "Fit as a fiddle." "You're mocking me, aren't you?" "You beg so sweetly to be mocked. How could I possibly withhold it from you?" Just as Joey pulled his door shut, a contraction gripped Agnes. She grimaced, sucking air sharply between her clenched teeth. "Oh, no," said the Worry Bear. "Oh, no." "Good heavens, sweetie, relax. This isn't ordinary pain. This is happy pain. Our little girl's going to be with us before the day is done." "Little boy." "Trust a mother's intuition." "A father's got some, too." He was so nervous that the key rattled interminably against the ignition plate before at last he was able to insert it. "Should be a boy, because then you'll always have a man around the house." "You planning to run off with some blonde?" He couldn't get the car started because he repeatedly tried to turn the key in the wrong direction. "You know what I mean. I'm going to be around a long time yet, but women outlive men by several years. Actuary tables aren't wrong." "Always the insurance agent." "Well, it's true," he said, finally turning the key in the proper direction and firing up the engine. "Gonna sell me a policy?" "I didn't sell anyone else today. Gotta make a living." "You all right?" "Scared," she said. Instead of shifting the car into drive, he placed one of his bearish hands over both of hers. "Something feel wrong?" "I'm afraid you'll drive us straight into a tree." He looked hurt. "I'm the safest driver in Bright Beach. My auto rates prove it." "Not today. If it takes you as long to get the car in gear as it did to slip that key in the ignition, our little girl will be sitting up and saying Dada by the time we get to the hospital." "Little boy." "Just calm down." "I am calm," he assured her. He released the handbrake, shifted the car into reverse instead of into drive, and backed away from the street along the side of the house. Startled, he braked to a halt. Agnes didn't say anything until Joey had taken 3 or 4 deep, slow breaths, and then she pointed at the windshield. "The hospital's that way." He regarded her sheepishly. "You all right?" "Our little girl's going to walk backward her whole life if you drive in reverse all the way to the hospital." "If it is a little girl, she's going to be exactly like you," he said. "I don't think I could handle 2 of you." "We'll keep you young." With great deliberation, Joey shifted gears and followed the driveway to the street, where he peered left and then right with the squint-eyed suspicion of a Marine commando scouting dangerous territory. He turned right. "Make sure Edom delivers the pies in the morning," Agnes reminded him. "Jacob said he wouldn't mind doing it for once." "Jacob scares people," Agnes said. "No one would eat a pie that Jacob delivered without having it tested at a lab." Needles of rain knitted the air and quickly embroidered silvery patterns on the blacktop. Switching on the windshield wipers, Joey said, "That's the first time I've ever heard you admit that either of your brothers is odd." "Not odd, dear. They're just a little eccentric." "Like water is a little wet." Frowning at him, she said, "You don't mind them around, do you, Joey? They're eccentric, but I love them very much." "So do I," he admitted. He smiled and shook his head. "Those 2 make a worrywart life insurance salesman like me seem just as light-hearted as a schoolgirl." "You're turning into an excellent driver after all," she said, winking at him. He was, in fact, a first-rate driver, with an impeccable record at the age of 30, no traffic citations, no accidents. His skill behind the wheel and his inborn caution didn't help him, however, when a Ford pickup ran a red traffic light, braked too late, and slid at high speed into the driver's door of the Pontiac. Chapter 9. Rocking as if afloat on troubled waters abused by an unearthly and tormented sound, Junior Kane imagined a gondola on a black river, a carved dragon rising high at the bow as he had seen on a paperback fantasy novel featuring Vikings in a longboat. The gondolier in this case was not a Viking, but a tall figure in a black robe, his face concealed within a voluminous hood. He didn't pull the boat with the traditional oar, but with what appeared to be human bones welded into a staff. The river's course was entirely underground, with a stone vault for a sky, and fires burned on the far shore, whence came the tormenting wail, a cry filled with rage, anguish, and fearsome need. The truth, as always, was not supernatural. He opened his eyes and discovered that he was in the back of an ambulance. Evidently this was the one intended for Naomi. They would be sending a morgue wagon for her now. A paramedic rather than a boatman or a demon was attending him. The wail was a siren. His stomach felt as if he had been clubbed mercilessly by a couple of professional thugs with big fists and lead pipes. With each beat his heart seemed to press painfully against constricting bands, and his throat was raw. The 2-prong oxygen feed was snugged against his nasal septum. The sweet, cool flow was welcome. He could still taste the vile mess of which he had rid himself, however, and his tongue and teeth felt as if they were coated with mold. At least he wasn't vomiting any more. Immediately at the thought of regurgitation, his abdominal muscles contracted like those of a laboratory frog zapped by an electric current, and he choked on a rising horror. "What is happening to me?" The paramedic snatched the oxygen feed from his patient's nose and quickly elevated his head, providing a purge towel to catch the thin ejecta. Junior's body betrayed him as before, and also in new ways that terrified and humiliated him, involving every bodily fluid except cerebrospinal. For a while, inside that rocking ambulance, he wished that he were in a gondola upon the waters of the Styx, his misery at an end. When the convulsive seizure passed, as he collapsed back on the spattered pillow, shuddering at the stench rising from his hideously fouled clothes, Junior was suddenly struck by an idea that was either sheer madness or a brilliant deductive insight. "Naomi, the hateful bitch, she poisoned me." The paramedic, fingers pressed to the radial artery in Junior's right wrist, must have felt a rocket-quick acceleration in his pulse rate. Junior and Naomi had taken their dried apricots from the same bag, reached in the bag without looking, shook them out into the palms of their hands. She could not have controlled which pieces of fruit he received and which she ate. Did she poison herself as well? Was it her intention to kill him and commit suicide? Not cheerful, life-loving, high-spirited, church-going Naomi. She saw every day through a golden haze that came from the sun in her heart. He'd once spoken that very sentiment to her. Golden haze, sun in the heart. His words had melted her. Tears had sprung into her eyes, and the sex had been better than ever. More likely the poison had been in his cheese sandwich or in his water bottle. His heart rebelled at the thought of lovely Naomi committing such treachery. Sweet-tempered, generous, honest, kind Naomi had surely been incapable of murdering anyone, least of all the man she loved. Unless she hadn't loved him. The paramedic pumped the inflation cuff of the sphygmomanometer, and Junior's blood pressure was most likely high enough to induce a stroke, driven skyward by the thought that Naomi's love had been a lie. Maybe she just had married him for his... No, that was a dead end. He didn't have any money. She had loved him, all right. She had adored him. Worshipped would not be too strong a word. Now that the possibility of treachery had occurred to Junior, however, he couldn't rid himself of suspicion. Good Naomi, who gave immeasurably more to everyone than she took, would forevermore stand in a shadow of doubt in his memory. After all, you could never really know anyone, not really know every last corner of someone's mind or heart. No human being was perfect. Even someone of saintly habits and selfless behavior might be a monster in his heart, filled with unspeakable desires, which he might act upon only once or never. He was all but certain that he himself, for example, would not kill another wife. For one thing, considering that his marriage to Naomi was now stained by the most terrible of doubts, he couldn't imagine how he might ever again trust anyone sufficiently to take the wedding vows. Junior closed his weary eyes and gratefully submitted as the paramedic wiped his greasy face and his crusted lips with a cool, damp cloth. Naomi's beautiful countenance rose in his mind, and she looked beatific for a moment. But then he thought he saw a certain slyness in her angelic smile, a disturbing glint of calculation in her once loving eyes. Losing his cherished wife was devastating, a wound beyond all hope of healing, but this was even worse, having his bright image of her stained by suspicion. Naomi was no longer present to provide comfort and consolation, and now Junior didn't even have untainted memories of her to sustain him. As always, it was not the action that troubled him, but the aftermath. This soiling of Naomi's memory was a sadness so poignant, so terrible, that he wondered if he could endure it. He felt his mouth tremble and go soft, not with the urge to throw up again, but with something like grief, if not grief itself. His eyes filled with tears. Perhaps the paramedic had given him an injection, a sedative. As the howling ambulance rocked along on this most momentous day, Junior Kane wept profoundly but quietly, and achieved temporary peace in a dreamless sleep. When he woke, he was in a hospital bed, his upper body slightly elevated. The only illumination was provided by a single window, an ashen light too dreary to be called a glow, trimmed into drab ribbons by the tilted blades of a Venetian blind. Most of the room lay in shadows. He still had a sour taste in his mouth, although it was not as disgusting as it had been. All the odors were wonderfully clean and bracing, antiseptics, floor wax, freshly laundered bed sheets, without a whiff of bodily fluids. He was immensely weary, limp. He felt oppressed, as though a great weight were piled on him. Even keeping his eyes open was tiring. An IV rack stood beside the bed, dripping fluid into his vein, replacing the electrolytes that he had lost through vomiting, most likely medicating him with an antiemetic as well. His right arm was securely strapped to a supporting board to prevent him from bending his elbow and accidentally tearing out the needle. This was a 2-bed unit. The second bed was empty. Junior thought he was alone, but just when he felt capable of summoning the energy to shift to a more comfortable position, he heard a man clear his throat. The phlegmy sound had come from beyond the foot of the bed, from the right corner of the room. Instinctively, Junior knew that anyone watching over him in the dark could not be a person of the best intentions. Doctors and nurses didn't monitor their patients with the lights off. He was relieved that he hadn't moved his head or made a sound. He wanted to understand as much of the situation as possible before revealing that he was awake. Because the upper part of the hospital bed was somewhat raised, he didn't have to lift his head from the pillow to study the corner where the phantom waited. He peered beyond the IV rack, past the foot of the adjacent bed. Junior was lying in the darkest end of the room, farthest from the window, but the corner in question was almost equally shrouded in gloom. He stared for a long time, until his eyes began to ache, before he was at last able to make out the vague, angular lines of an armchair, and in the chair, a shape as lacking in detail as that of the robed and hooded gondolier on the Styx. He was uncomfortable, achy, thirsty, but he remained utterly still and observant. After a while he realized that the sense of oppression with which he'd awakened was not entirely a psychological symptom. Something heavy lay across his abdomen, and it was cold, so cold, in fact, that it had numbed his middle to the extent that he hadn't immediately felt the chill of it. Shivers coursed through him. He clenched his jaws to prevent his teeth from chattering, and thereby alerting the man in the chair. Although he never took his eyes off the corner, Junior became preoccupied with trying to puzzle out what was draped across his midsection. The mysterious observer made him sufficiently nervous that he couldn't order his thoughts as well as usual, and the effort to prevent the shivers from shaking a sound out of him only further interfered with his ability to reason. The longer that he was unable to identify the frigid object, the more alarmed he became. He almost cried out when into his mind oozed an image of Naomi's dead body, now past the whitest shade of pale, as gray as the faint light at the window and turning pale green in a few places, and cold, all the heat of life gone from her flesh, which was not yet simmering with any of the heat of decomposition that would soon enliven it again. No, ridiculous. Naomi wasn't slumped across him. He wasn't sharing his bed with a corpse. That was DC Comics stuff, something from a yellowed issue of Tales from the Crypt. And it wasn't Naomi sitting in the chair, either, not Naomi come to him from the morgue to wreak vengeance. The dead don't live again, neither here nor in some world beyond. Nonsense. Even if such ignorant superstitions could be true, the visitor was far too quiet and too patient to be the living dead incarnation of a murdered wife. This was a predatory silence, an animal cunning, not a supernatural hush. This was the elegant stillness of a panther in the brush, the coiled tension of a snake too vicious to give a warning rattle. Suddenly, Junior intuited the identity of the man in the chair. Beyond question, this was the plainclothes police officer with the birthmark. The salt and pepper brush-cut hair, the pan-flat face, the thick neck. Instantly to Junior's memory came the eye floating in the port wine stain, the hard gray iris like a nail in the bloody palm of a crucified man. Draped across his midsection, the terrible cold weight had chilled his flesh, but now his bone marrow prickled with ice at the thought of the birthmarked detective sitting silently in the dark, watching. Junior would have preferred dealing with Naomi, dead and risen and seriously pissed, rather than with this dangerously patient man. Chapter 10. With a crash as loud as the dire crack of heaven opening on Judgment Day, the Ford pickup broadsided the Pontiac. Agnes couldn't hear the first fraction of her scream, and not much of the rest of it either, as the car slid sideways, tipped and rolled. The rain-washed street shimmered greasily under the tires, and the intersection lay halfway up a long hill, so gravity was aligned with fate against them. The driver's side of the Pontiac lifted. Beyond the windshield, the main drag of Bright Beach tilted crazily. The passenger's side slammed against the pavement. Glass in the door next to Agnes cracked, dissolved. Pebbly blacktop, like a dragon flank of glistening scales, hissed past the broken window inches from her face. Before setting out from home, Joey had buckled his lap belt, but because of Agnes's condition, she hadn't engaged her own. She rammed against the door. Pain shot through her right shoulder, and she thought, "Oh, Lord, the baby." Bracing her feet against the floorboards, clutching the seat with her left hand, fiercely gripping the door handle with her right, she prayed that the baby would be all right, that she would live at least long enough to bring her child into this wonderful world, into this grand creation of endless and exquisite beauty, whether she herself lived past the birth or not. Onto its roof now, the Pontiac spun as it slid, grinding loudly against the black top, and regardless of how determinedly Agnes held on, she was being pulled out of her seat, toward the inverted ceiling and also backward. Her forehead knocked hard into the thin overhead padding, and her back wrenched against the headrest. She could hear herself screaming once more, but only briefly, because the car was either struck again by the pickup or hit by other traffic, or perhaps it collided with a parked vehicle. But whatever the cause, the breath was knocked out of her, and her screams became ragged gasps. This second impact turned half a roll into a full 360. The Pontiac crunched onto the driver's side and jolted at last onto its four tires, jumped a curb, and crumpled its front bumper against the wall of a brightly painted surfboard shop, shattering a display window. Worry Bear, big as ever behind the steering wheel, slumped sideways in his seat, with his head tipped toward her, his eyes rolled to one side, and his gaze fixed upon her, blood streaming from his nose. He said, "The baby." "All right, I think. All right," Agnes gasped, but she was terrified that she was wrong, that the child would be stillborn or enter the world damaged. He didn't move, the Worry Bear, but lay in that curious and surely uncomfortable position, arms slack at his sides, head lolling as though it were too heavy to lift. "Let me see you." She was shaking and so afraid, not thinking clearly, and for a moment she didn't understand what he meant, what he wanted. And then she saw that the window on his side of the car was shattered too, and that the door beyond him was badly torqued, twisted in its frame. Worse, the side of the Pontiac had burst inward when the pickup plowed into them, with a steel snarl and sheet-metal teeth. It had bitten into Joey, bitten deep, a mechanical shark swimming out of the wet day, shattering ribs, seeking his warm heart. "Let me see you." Joey couldn't raise his head, couldn't turn more directly toward her, because his spine had been damaged, perhaps severed, and he was paralyzed. "Oh, dear God," she whispered. And although she had always been a strong woman who stood on a rock of faith, who drew hope as well as air with every breath, she was as weak now as the unborn child in her womb, sick with fear. She leaned forward in her seat and toward him, so he could see her more directly, and when she put one trembling hand against his cheek, his head dropped forward on neck muscles as limp as rags, his chin against his chest. Cold, wind-driven rain slashed through the missing windows, and voices rose in the street as people ran toward the Pontiac, thunder in the distance, and on the air was the ozone scent of the storm, and the more subtle and more terrible odor of blood. But none of these hard details could make the moment seem real to Agnes, who, in her deepest nightmares, had never felt more like a dreamer than she felt now. She cupped his face in both of her hands and was barely able to lift his head, for fear of what she would see. His eyes were strangely radiant, as she had never seen them before, as if the shining angel who would guide him elsewhere had already entered his body and was with him to begin the journey. In a voice free of pain and fear, he said, "I was loved by you." Not understanding, thinking that he was inexplicably asking if she loved him, she said, "Yes, of course, you silly bear, you stupid man, of course I love you." "It was the only dream that mattered," Joey said. "You loving me. It was a good life because of you." She tried to tell him that he was going to make it, that he would be with her for a long time, that the universe was not so cruel as to take him at 30 with all their lives ahead of them. But the truth was here to see, and she could not lie to him. With her rock of faith under her and breathing hope as much as ever, she was nevertheless unable to be as strong for him as she wanted to be. She felt her face go soft, her mouth tremble, and when she tried to repress a sob, it burst from her with wretched force. Holding his precious face between her hands, she kissed him. She met his gaze, and furiously she blinked away her tears, for she wanted to be clear-sighted, to be looking into his eyes, to see him, the truest part of him in there beyond his eyes, until that very last moment when she could not have him any more. People were at the car windows, struggling to open the buckled doors, but Agnes refused to acknowledge them. Matching her fierce attention with a sudden intensity of his own, Joey said, "Bartholomew." They knew no one named Bartholomew, and she had never heard the name from him before, but she knew what he wanted. He was speaking of the son he would never see. "If it's a boy, Bartholomew," she promised. "It's a boy," Joey assured her, as though he had been given a vision. Thick blood sluiced across his lower lip, down his chin, bright arterial blood. "Baby, no," she pleaded. She was lost in his eyes. She wanted to pass through his eyes as Alice had passed through the looking-glass, follow the beautiful radiance that was fading now, go with him through the door that had been opened for him, and accompany him out of this rain-swept day into grace. This was his door, however, not hers. She did not possess a ticket to ride the train that had come for him. He boarded, and the train was gone, and with it the light in his eyes. She lowered her mouth to his, kissing him one last time, and the taste of his blood was not bitter, but sacred. Chapter 11. While the slats of ash-gray light slowly lost their meager luster and sable shadows metastasized in sinister profusion, The sentinel silence remained unbroken between Junior Kane and the birthmarked man. What might have become a waiting game of epic duration was ended when the door to the room swung inward, and a doctor in a white lab coat entered from the corridor. He was backlighted by fluorescent glare, his face in shadow like a figure in a dream. Junior closed his eyes at once and let his jaw sag, breathing through his mouth, feigning sleep. "I'm afraid you shouldn't be here," the doctor said softly. "I haven't disturbed him," said the visitor, taking his cue from the doctor and keeping his voice low. "I'm sure you haven't, but my patient needs absolute quiet and rest." "So do I," said the visitor, and Junior almost frowned at this peculiar response, wondering what was meant in addition to what was merely said. The two men introduced themselves. The physician was Dr. Jim Parkhurst. His manner was easy and affable, and his soothing voice, either by nature or by calculation, was as healing as balm. The birthmarked man identified himself as Detective Thomas Vanadium. He did not use the familiar diminutive form of his name, as had the doctor, and his voice was as uninflected as his face was flat and homely. Junior suspected that no one other than this man's mother called him Tom. He was probably detective to some and Vanadium to most who knew him. "What's wrong with Mr. Kane here?" Vanadium asked. "He suffered an unusually strong episode of hematemesis." "Vomiting blood. One of the paramedics used the word. But what's the cause?" "Well, the blood wasn't dark and acidic, so it didn't come from his stomach. It was bright and alkaline. It could have arisen in the esophagus, but most likely it's pharyngeal in origin." "From his throat?" Junior's throat felt torn inside as though he'd been snacking on cactus. "That's correct," Parkhurst said. "Probably one or more small blood vessels ruptured from the extreme violence of the emesis." "Emesis?" "Vomiting. I'm told it was an exceptionally violent emetic episode." "He spewed like a fire hose," Vanadium said matter-of-factly. "How colorfully put." In a monotone that gave new meaning to deadpan, the detective added, "I'm the only one who was there who doesn't have a dry-cleaning bill." Their voices remained soft, and neither man approached the bed. Junior was glad for the chance to eavesdrop, not only because he hoped to learn the nature and depth of Vanadium's suspicions, but also because he was curious and concerned about the cause of the disgusting and embarrassing episode that had landed him here. "Is the bleeding serious?" Vanadium inquired. "No, it stopped. The thing now is to prevent a recurrence of the emesis, which could trigger more bleeding. He's getting anti-nausea medication and replacement electrolytes intravenously, and we've applied ice bags to his midsection to reduce the chance of further abdominal muscle spasms and to help control inflammation." "Ice bags. Not dead Naomi. Just ice." Junior almost laughed at his tendency to morbidness and self-dramatization. The living dead had not come to get him, just some rubber ice bags. "So the vomiting caused the bleeding," Vanadium said. "But what caused the vomiting?" "We'll do further testing, of course, but not until he's been stabilized at least 12 hours. Personally, I don't think we'll find any physical cause. Most likely this was psychological. Acute nervous emesis caused by severe anxiety, the shock of losing his wife, seeing her die." Exactly. The shock. The devastating loss. Junior felt it now anew, and was afraid he might betray himself with tears, although he seemed to be done with vomiting. He had learned many things about himself on this momentous day, that he was more spontaneous than he had ever before realized, that he was willing to make grievous short-term sacrifices for long-term gain, that he was bold and daring. But perhaps the most important lesson was that he was a more sensitive person than he'd previously perceived himself to be, and that this sensitivity, while admirable, was liable to undo him unexpectedly and at inconvenient times. To Dr. Parkhurst, Vanadium said, "In my work I see lots of people who've just lost loved ones. None of them has ever puked like Vesuvius." "It's an uncommon reaction," the physician acknowledged, but not so uncommon as to be rare. Could he have taken something to make himself vomit? Parkhurst sounded genuinely perplexed. Why on earth would he do that? To fake acute nervous emesis. Still pretending sleep, Junior delighted in the realization that the detective himself had dragged a red herring across the trail and was now busily following this distracting scent. Vanadium continued in his characteristic drone, a tone at odds with the colorful content of his speech. A man takes one look at his wife's body, starts to sweat harder than a copulating hog, spews like a frat boy at the end of a long beer-chugging contest, and chucks till he chucks up blood. That's not the response of your average murderer. Murder? They say the railing was rotten. It was, but maybe that's not the whole story. Anyway, we know the usual poses these guys strike, the attitudes they think are deceptive and clever. Most of them are so obvious they might as well just stick their willy in a light socket and save us a lot of trouble. This, however, is a new approach. Tends to make you want to believe in a poor guy. Hasn't the sheriff's department already reached a determination of accidental death? Parkhurst asked. They're good men, good cops, every last one of them, said Vanadium. And if they've got more pity in them than I do, that's a virtue, not a shortcoming. What could Mr. Kane have taken to make himself vomit? Listening to you long enough would do it, Junior thought. Parkhurst protested. But if the sheriff's department thinks it's an accident— You know how we operate in this state, Doctor. We don't waste our energy fighting over jurisdiction. We cooperate. The sheriff can decide not to put a lot of his limited resources into this, and no one will blame him. He can call it an accident and close the case, and he won't get his hackles up if we at the state level still want to poke around a little. Even though the detective was on the wrong track, Junior was beginning to feel aggrieved. As any good citizen, he was willing, even eager, to cooperate with responsible policemen who conducted their investigation by the book. This Thomas Vanadium, however, in spite of his monotonous voice and drab appearance, gave off the vibes of a fanatic. Any reasonable person would agree that the line between legitimate police inquiry and harassment was hair-thin. Vanadium asked Jim Parkhurst, "Isn't there something called ipecac?" "Yes, the dried root of a Brazilian plant, the ipecacuanha. It induces vomiting with great effectiveness. The active ingredient is a powdered white alkaloid called emetine." "This is an over-the-counter drug, isn't it?" "Yes, in syrup form. It's a good item for your home medicine chest in case your child ever swallows poison and you need to purge it from him quickly." "Could have used a bottle of that myself last November." "You were poisoned." In that slow, flat delivery with which Junior was becoming increasingly impatient, Detective Vanadium said, "We all were, Doctor. It was another election year, remember? More than once during that campaign I could have chugged ipecac. What else would work if I wanted to have a good vomit?" "Well, apomorphine hydrochloride." "Harder to get than ipecac." "Yes. Sodium chloride will work too, common salt. Mix enough of it with water and it's generally effective." "Harder to detect than ipecac or apomorphine hydrochloride." "Detect?" Parkhurst said. "In the spew." "In the vomitus, you mean?" "Sorry, I forgot we're in polite company. Yes, I mean the vomitus." "Well, the lab could detect abnormally high salt levels, but that wouldn't matter in court. He could say he ate a lot of salty foods." "Yeah, salt water would be too cumbersome anyway. He'd have to drink a lot of it shortly before he heaved, but he was surrounded by cops with good reason to keep an eye on him. Does ipecac come in capsule form?" "I suppose anyone could fill some empty gelatin capsules with the syrup," said Parkhurst. "But—" "Roll your own, so to speak. Then he could palm a few of them, swallow them without water, and the reaction would be delayed maybe long enough until the capsules dissolved in his stomach." The affable physician sounded as though he was at last beginning to find the detective's unlikely theory and persistent questioning to be tedious. "I seriously doubt that a dose of ipecac would produce such a violent response as in this case. Not pharyngeal hemorrhage, for God's sake. Ipecac is a safe product. If he took triple or quadruple the usual dose? Wouldn't matter, Parkhurst insisted. A lot has pretty much the same effect as a little. You can't overdose because what it does is make you throw up, and when you throw up, you purge yourself of the ipecac along with everything else. Then whether a little or a lot, it'll be in his spew. Excuse me, his vomitus. If you're expecting the hospital to provide a sample of the ejecta, I'm afraid— Ejecta. The vomitus. Vanadium said, I'm an easily confused layman, Doctor. If we can't stick to one word for it, I'm just going to go back to spew. The paramedics will have disposed of the contents of the emesis basin if they used one. And if there were soiled towels or sheeting, they might already have been laundered. That's all right, Vanadium said. I bagged some at the scene. Bagged? As evidence. Junior felt unspeakably violated. This was outrageous. The inarguably personal, very private contents of his stomach scooped into a plastic evidence bag without his permission, without even his knowledge. What next? A stool sample pried out of him while he was knocked unconscious by morphine? This barf gathering surely was in violation of the Constitution of the United States, a clear contravention of the guarantee against self-incrimination, a slap in the face of justice, a violation of the rights of man. He had not, of course, taken ipecac or any other emetic, so they would find no evidence to use against him. He was angry, nonetheless, as a matter of principle. Perhaps Dr. Parkhurst, too, was disturbed by this fascistic and fanatical spew sampling because he became brusque. I have a few appointments to keep. By the time I make evening rounds, I expect Mr. Kane to be conscious, but I'd rather you didn't disturb him until tomorrow. Instead of responding to the physician's request, Vanadium said, One more question, Doctor. If this was acute nervous emesis, as you suggest, couldn't there have been another cause besides his anguish over the traumatic loss of his wife? I can't imagine any more obvious source of extreme anxiety. Guilt, said the detective. If he killed her, wouldn't an overwhelming sense of guilt be as likely as anguish to cause acute nervous emesis? I couldn't say with any confidence. None of my degrees is in psychology. Humor me with an educated guess, Doctor. I'm a healer, not a prosecutor. I'm not in the habit of making accusations, especially not against my own patients. Wouldn't dream of asking you to make it a habit just this one time. If anguish, why not guilt? Dr. Parkhurst considered the question, which he ought to have dismissed out of hand. Well, yes, I suppose so. Spineless, unethical quack bastard, Junior thought bitterly. I believe I'll just wait here until Mr. Kane wakes, Vanadium said. I've nothing more pressing to do. An authoritative note came into Parkhurst's voice, that Emperor of the Universe tone that probably was taught in a special medical school course on intimidation, though he was striking this attitude a little too late to be entirely effective. My patient is in a fragile state. He mustn't be agitated, Detective. I really don't want you questioning him until tomorrow at the earliest. All right, of course. I won't question him. I'll just observe. Judging by the sounds Vanadium made, Junior figured that the cop had settled once more into the armchair. Junior hoped that Parkhurst was more skilled at the practice of medicine than he was at browbeating. After a long hesitation, the physician said, You could switch on that lamp. I'll be fine. It won't disturb the patient. I like the dark, Vanadium replied. This is most irregular. Isn't it, though? Vanadium agreed. Finally, wimping out completely, Parkhurst left the room. The heavy door sighed softly shut, silencing the squeak of rubber-soled shoes, the swish of starched uniforms, and other noises made by the busy nurses in the corridor. Mrs. Kane's little boy felt small, weak, sorry for himself, and terribly alone. The detective was still here, but his presence only aggravated Junior's sense of isolation. He missed Naomi. She'd always known exactly the right thing to say or do, improving his mood with a few words or with just her touch when he was feeling down. Chapter 12. Thunder rattled like hoofbeats, and dapple-gray clouds drove eastward in the slow-motion gallop of horses in a dream. Bright Beach was blurred and distorted by rain, as full of tricks as funhouse mirrors. While sliding toward twilight, the January afternoon seemed also to have slipped out of the familiar world and into a strange dimension. With Joey dead beside her, and the baby possibly dying in her womb, trapped in the Pontiac because the doors were torqued in their frames and wedged shut, racked by pain from the battering she had taken, Agnes refused to indulge in either fear or tears. She gave herself to prayer instead, asking for the wisdom to understand why this was happening to her, and for the strength to cope with her pain and with her loss. Witnesses, first to the scene, unable to open either door of the coupe, spoke encouragingly to her through the broken-out windows. She knew some of them, not others. They were all well-meaning and concerned, some without rain gear and getting soaked, but their natural curiosity lent a special shine to their eyes that made Agnes feel as though she were an animal on exhibit, without dignity, her most private agony exposed for the entertainment of strangers. When the first police arrived, followed closely by an ambulance, they discussed the possibility of taking Agnes out of the car through the missing windshield. Considering that the space was pinched by the crumpled roof, however, and in light of Agnes's pregnancy and imminent second-stage labor, the severe contortions involved in this extraction would be too dangerous. Rescuers appeared with hydraulic pry bars and metal-cutting saws. Civilians were shepherded back to the sidewalks. Thunder, less distant now. Around her the crackle of police radios, the clang of tools being readied, the skirl of a stiffening wind. Dizzying, these sounds. She couldn't shut her ears against them, and when she closed her eyes, she felt as though she were spinning. No scent of gasoline fouled the air. Apparently the tank had not burst. Sudden immolation seemed unlikely, but only an hour ago so had Joey's untimely death. Rescuers encouraged her to move safely away from the passenger's door as far as possible to avoid being inadvertently injured as they tried to break into her. She could go nowhere but to her dead husband. Huddling against Joey's body, his head lolling against her shoulder, Agnes thought crazily of their early dates and the first years of their marriage. They had occasionally gone to the drive-in, sitting close, holding hands as they watched John Wayne in The Searchers, David Niven in Around the World in 80 Days. They were so young then, sure they would live forever, and they were still young now, but for one of them forever had arrived. A rescuer instructed her to close her eyes and turn her face away from the passenger's door. He shoved a quilted mover's blanket through the window and arranged this protective padding along her right side. Clutching the blanket, she thought of the funerary lap robes that sometimes covered the legs of the deceased in their caskets, for she felt half dead, both feet in this world, yet walking beside Joey on a strange road beyond. The hum, the buzz, the rattle, the grinding of machinery, power tools, sheet steel and tougher structural steel snarling against the teeth of a metal-cutting saw. Beside her the passenger's door barked and shrieked as though alive, as though suffering, and these sounds were uncannily like the cries of torment that only Agnes could hear in the haunted chambers of her heart. The car shuddered, wrenched steel screamed, and a cry of triumph rose from the rescuers. A man with beautiful celadon eyes, his face beaded with jewels of rain, reached through the cutaway door and removed the blanket from Agnes. "You're all right. We've got you now." His soft yet reverberant voice was so unearthly that his words seemed to convey an assurance more profound and more comforting than their surface meaning. This saving spirit retreated, and in his place came a young paramedic in a black and yellow rain slicker over hospital whites. "Just want to be sure there's no spinal injury before we move you. Can you squeeze my hands?" Squeezing as instructed, she said, "My baby might be hurt." As though giving voice to her worst fear had made it come true, Agnes was seized by a contraction so painful that she cried out and clutched the paramedic's hands tightly enough to make him wince. She felt a peculiar swelling within, then an awful looseness, pressure followed at once by release. The gray pants of her jogging suit, speckled with rain that had blown in through the shattered windshield, were suddenly soaked. Her water had broken. Darker than water, another stain spread across the lap and down the legs of the pants. It was the color of port wine when filtered through the gray fabric of the jogging suit. But even in her semi-delirious state, she knew that she was not the vessel for a miracle birth, was not bringing forth a baby in a flush of wine, but in a gush of blood. From her reading, she knew that amniotic fluid should be clear. A few traces of blood in it should not necessarily be alarming, but here were more than traces. Here were thick, red-black streams. "My baby," she pleaded. Already another contraction racked her, so intense that the pain was not limited to her lower back and abdomen, but seared the length of her spine, like an electric current leaping vertebra to vertebra. Her breath pinched in her chest as though her lungs had collapsed. Second-stage labor was supposed to last about 50 minutes in a woman bearing her first child, as little as 20 if the birth was not the first. But she sensed that Bartholomew was not going to come into the world by the book. Urgency gripped the paramedics. The rescuers' equipment and the pieces of the car door were dragged out of the way to make a path for a gurney, its wheels clattering across pavement littered with debris. Agnes was not fully aware of how she was lifted from the car, but she remembered looking back and seeing Joey's body huddled in the tangled shadows of the wreckage, remembered reaching toward him, desperate for the anchorage that he had always given her, and then she was on the gurney and moving. Dusk had arrived, strangling the day, and the throttled sky hung low, as blue-black as bruises. The street lights had come on. Gouts of red light from pulsing emergency beacons alchemized the rain from teardrops into showers of blood. The rain was colder than it had been earlier, almost as icy as sleet. Or perhaps she was far hotter than before, and felt the chill more keenly on her fevered skin. Each droplet seemed to hiss against her face, to sizzle against her hands, with which she tightly gripped her swollen abdomen, as if she could deny death the baby that it had come to collect. As one of the two paramedics hurried to the ambulance van and scrambled into the driver's seat, Agnes suffered another contraction so severe that for a tremulous moment at the peak of the agony, she almost lost consciousness. The second medic wheeled the gurney to the rear of the van, calling for one of the policemen to accompany him to the hospital. Apparently he needed help if he was to deliver the baby and also stabilize Agnes while en route. She only half understood their frantic conversation, partly because the ability to concentrate was draining from her along with her lifeblood, but also because she was distracted by Joey. He was no longer in the wreck, but standing at the open rear door of the ambulance. He wasn't torn and broken any longer. His clothes weren't blood-stained. Indeed, the winter storm had dampened neither his hair nor his clothes. The rain appeared to slide away from him a millimeter before contact, as though the water and the man were composed of matter and antimatter that must neither repel each other or, on contact, trigger a cataclysmic blast that would shatter the very foundation of the universe. Joey was in his worry-bear mode, brows furrowed, eyes pinched at the corners. Agnes wanted to reach out and touch him, but she found that she didn't have the strength to raise her arm. She was no longer holding her belly either. Both hands lay at her sides, palms up, and even the simple act of curling her fingers required surprising effort and concentration. When she tried to speak to him, she could no more easily raise her voice than she could extend a hand to him. A policeman scrambled into the back of the van. As the paramedic shoved the gurney across the step-notched bumper, its collapsible legs scissored down. Agnes was rolled headfirst into the ambulance. Click-click. The wheeled stretcher locked in place. Either operating on first-aid knowledge of his own or responding to an instruction from the medic, the cop slipped a foam pillow under Agnes's head. Without the pillow, she wouldn't have been able to lift her head to look toward the back of the ambulance. Joey was standing just outside, gazing in at her. His blue eyes were seas where sorrow sailed. Or perhaps the sorrow was less sadness than yearning. He had to move on, but he was loath to begin this strange journey without her. As the storm failed to dampen Joey, so the rotating red and white beacons on the surrounding police vehicles did not touch him. The falling raindrops were diamonds, and then rubies, diamonds, and then rubies. But Joey was not illuminated by the light of this world. Agnes realized that he was translucent, his skin like fine milk glass, through which shone a light from elsewhere. The paramedic pulled shut the door, leaving Joey outside in the night, in the storm, in the wind between worlds. With a jolt, the ambulance shifted gears and they were rolling. Great hobnailed wheels of pain turned through Agnes, driving her into darkness for a moment. When pale light came to her eyes again, she heard the paramedic and the cop talking anxiously as they worked on her, but she couldn't understand their words. They seemed to be speaking not just a foreign tongue, but an ancient language unheard on earth for 1,000 years. Embarrassment flushed her when she realized that the paramedic had cut away the pants of her jogging suit. She was naked from the waist down. Into her fevered mind came an image of a milk-glass infant, as translucent as Joey at the back door of the ambulance. Fearing that this vision meant her child would be stillborn, she said, "My baby." But no sound escaped her. Pain again, but not a mere contraction. Such an excruciation, unendurable. The hobnailed wheels ground through her once more, as though she were being broken on a medieval torture device. She could see the two men talking, their rain-wet faces serious and scarred with worry, but she was no longer able to hear their voices. In fact, she could hear nothing at all. Not the shrieking siren, not the hum of the tires, not the click-tick-rattle of the equipment packed into the storage shelves and the cabinets to the right of her. She was deaf as the dead. Instead of falling down into another brief darkness as she expected, Agnes found herself drifting up. A frightening sense of weightlessness overcame her. She had never thought of herself as being tied to her body, as being knotted to bone and muscle, but now she felt tethers snapping. Suddenly she was buoyant, unrestrained, floating up from the padded stretcher until she was looking down on her body from the ceiling of the ambulance. Acute terror suffused her, a humbling perception that she was a fragile construct, something less substantial than mist, small and weak and helpless. She was filled with the panicky apprehension that she would be diffused like the molecules of a scent, dispersed into such a vast volume of air that she would cease to exist. Her fear was fed, too, by the sight of the blood that saturated the padding of the stretcher on which her body lay. So much blood. Oceans. Into the eerie hush came a voice. No other sound, no siren. No hum or swish of tires on rain-washed pavement. Only the voice of the paramedic. Her heart stopped. Far below Agnes, down there in the land of the living, light glimmered along the barrel of a hypodermic syringe in the hand of the paramedic, glinted from the tip of the needle. The cop had unzipped the top of her jogging suit and pulled up the roomy T-shirt she wore under it, exposing her breasts. The paramedic put aside the needle, having used it, and grabbed the paddles of the defibrillator. Agnes wanted to tell them that all their efforts would be to no avail, that they should cease and desist, be kind and let her go. She had no reason to stay here any more. She was moving on to be with her dead husband and her dead baby, moving on to a place where there was no pain, where no one was as poor as Maria Elena Gonzalez, where no one lived with fear like her brothers Edom and Jacob, where everyone spoke a single language and had all the blueberry pies they needed. She embraced the darkness. Chapter 13. After Dr. Parkhurst departed, a silence lay on the hospital room, heavier and colder than the ice bags that were draped across Junior's midsection. After a while he dared to crack his eyelids. Pressing against his eyes was a blackness as smooth and as unrelenting as any known by a blind man. Not even a ghost of light haunted the night beyond the window, and the slats of the Venetian blind were as hidden from view as the meatless ribs under Death's voluminous black robe. From the corner armchair, as if he could see so well in the dark that he knew Junior's eyes were open, Detective Thomas Vanadium said, "Did you hear my entire conversation with Dr. Parkhurst?" Junior's heart knocked so hard and fast that he wouldn't have been surprised if Vanadium, at the far end of the room, had begun to tap his foot in time with it. Although Junior had not answered, Vanadium said, "Yes, I thought you heard it." A trickster, this detective, full of taunts and feints and sly stratagems. Psychological warfare artist. Perhaps a lot of suspects were rattled and ultimately unnerved by this behavior. Junior wouldn't be easily trapped. He was smart. Applying his intelligence now, he employed simple meditation techniques to calm himself and to slow his heartbeat. The cop was trying to rattle him into making a mistake, but calm men did not incriminate themselves. "What was it like, Enoch? Did you look into her eyes when you pushed her?" Vanadium's uninflected monologue was like the voice of a conscience that preferred to torture by droning rather than by nagging. "Or doesn't a woman-killing coward like you have the guts for that?" Pan-faced, double-chinned, half-bald, puke-collecting asshole, Junior thought. No, wrong attitude. Be calm. Be indifferent to insult. "Did you wait until her back was turned, too gutless even to meet her eyes?" This was pathetic. Only thick-headed fools, unschooled and unworldly, would be shaken into confession by ham-handed tactics like these. Junior was educated. He wasn't merely a masseur with a fancy title. He had earned a full Bachelor of Science degree with a major in rehabilitation therapy. When he watched television, which he never did to excess, he rarely settled for frivolous game shows or sitcoms like Gomer Pyle or the Beverly Hillbillies, or even I Dream of Jeannie, but committed himself to serious dramas that required intellectual involvement. Gunsmoke, Bonanza, and The Fugitive. He preferred Scrabble to all other board games because it expanded one's vocabulary. As a member in good standing of the Book of the Month Club, he'd already acquired nearly 30 volumes of the finest in contemporary literature, and thus far he'd read or skim-read more than 6 of them. He would have read all of them if he had not been a busy man with such varied interests. His cultural aspirations were greater than the time he was able to devote to them. Vanadium said, "Do you know who I am, Enoch?" "Thomas Big Butt Vanadium." "Do you know what I am?" "Pimple on the ass of humanity." "No," said Vanadium. "You only think you know who I am and what I am, but you don't know anything. That's all right. You'll learn." This guy was spooky. Junior was beginning to think that the detective's unorthodox behavior wasn't a carefully crafted strategy, as it had first seemed, but that Vanadium was a little wacky. Whether the cop was unhinged or not, Junior had nothing to gain by talking to him, especially in this disorienting darkness. He was exhausted, achy, with a sore throat, and he couldn't trust himself to be as self-controlled as he would need to be in any interrogation conducted by this brush-cut, thick-necked toad. He stopped straining to see through the black room to the corner armchair. He closed his eyes and tried to lull himself to sleep by summoning into his mind's eye a lovely but calculatedly monotonous scene of gentle waves breaking on a moonlit shore. This was a relaxation technique that had worked often before. He had learned it from a brilliant book, How to Have a Healthier Life Through Auto-Hypnosis. Junior Kane was committed to continuous self-improvement. He believed in the need constantly to expand his knowledge and horizons in order to better understand himself and the world. The quality of one's life was solely the responsibility of oneself. The author of How to Have a Healthier Life Through Auto-Hypnosis was Dr. Caesar Zed, a renowned psychologist and best-selling author of a dozen self-help texts, all of which Junior owned in addition to the literature that he had acquired from the book club. When he had been only 14, he'd begun buying Dr. Zed's titles in paperback, and by the time he was 18, when he could afford to do so, he'd replaced the paperbacks with hardcovers, and thereafter bought all the doctor's new books in the higher-priced editions. The collected works of Zed constituted the most thoughtful, most rewarding, most reliable guide to life to be found anywhere. When Junior was confused or troubled, he turned to Caesar Zed and never failed to find enlightenment, guidance. When he was happy, he found in Zed the welcome reassurance that it was all right to be successful and to love oneself. Dr. Zed's death, just last Thanksgiving, had been a blow to Junior, a loss to the nation, to the entire world. He considered it a tragedy equal to the Kennedy assassination 1 year previous. And like John Kennedy's death, Zed's passing was cloaked in mystery, inspiring widespread suspicion of conspiracy. Only a few believed that he had committed suicide, and Junior was certainly not one of those gullible fools. Caesar Zed, author of You Have a Right to Be Happy, would never have blown his brains out with a shotgun, as the authorities preferred the public to believe. "Would you pretend to wake up if I tried to smother you?" asked Detective Vanadium. The voice had come not from the armchair in the corner, but from immediately beside the bed. If Junior had not been so deeply relaxed by the soothing waves breaking on the moonlit beach in his mind, he might have cried out in surprise, might have bolted upright in bed, betraying himself, and confirming Vanadium's suspicion that he was conscious. He hadn't heard the cop get out of the chair and cross the dark room. Difficult to believe that any man with such a hard gut slung over his belt, with a bull neck folded over his too-tight shirt collar, and with a second chin more prominent than the first, could be capable of such supernatural stealth. "I could introduce a bubble of air into your IV needle," the detective said quietly. "Kill you with an embolism, and they would never know." Lunatic. No doubt about it now. Thomas Vanadium was crazier than old Charlie Starkweather and Carol Fugate, the teenage thrill killers who had murdered 11 people in Nebraska and Wyoming a few years back. Something was going wrong in America lately. The country wasn't level and steady anymore. It was tipped. This society was slowly sliding toward an abyss. First, teenage thrill killers, now maniac cops. Worse to come, no doubt. Once a decline set in, halting or reversing the negative momentum was difficult, if not impossible. Tink. The sound was odd, but Junior was almost able to identify it. Tink. Whatever the source of the noise, he was sure Vanadium was the cause of it. Tink. Ah, yes, he knew the source. The detective was snapping one finger against the bottle of solution that was suspended from the IV rack beside the bed. Tink. Although Junior had no hope of sleep now, he concentrated on the calming mental image of gentle waves foaming on moonlit sand. It was a relaxation technique, not just a sleep aid, and he rather desperately needed to stay relaxed. Tink. A harder, sharper snap with the fingernail. Not enough people took self-improvement seriously. The human animal harbored a terrible destructive impulse that must always be resisted. Tink. When people didn't apply themselves to positive goals, to making better lives for themselves, they spent their energy in wickedness. Then you got Starkweather killing all those people with no hope of personal gain. You got maniac cops and this new war in Vietnam. Tink. Junior anticipated the sound, but it didn't come. He lay in tense expectation. The moonlight had faded, and the gentle waves had ebbed out of his mind's eye. He concentrated, trying to force the phantom sea to flow back into view. But this was one of those rare occasions when a Zed technique failed him. Instead, he imagined Vanadium's blunt fingers moving over the intravenous apparatus with surprising delicacy, reading the function of the equipment as a blind man would read Braille, with swift, sure, gliding fingertips. He imagined the detective finding the injection port in the main drip line, pinching it between thumb and forefinger. Saw him produce a hypodermic needle as a magician would pluck a silk scarf from the ether. Nothing in the syringe except deadly air. The needle sliding into the port. Junior wanted to scream for help, but he dared not. He didn't even dare to pretend to wake up now with a mutter and a yawn, because the detective would know that he was faking, that he had been awake all along. And if he'd been feigning unconsciousness, eavesdropping on the conversation between Dr. Parkhurst and Vanadium, and later failing to respond to Vanadium's pointed accusations, his deception would inevitably be read as an admission of guilt in the murder of his wife. Then this idiot gumshoe would be indefatigable, relentless. As long as Junior continued to fake sleep, the cop couldn't be absolutely sure that any deception was taking place. He might suspect, but he couldn't know. He would be left with at least a shred of doubt about Junior's guilt. After an interminable silence, the detective said, "Do you know what I believe about life, Enoch?" "One stupid damn thing or another." "I believe the universe is sort of like an unimaginably vast musical instrument with an infinite number of strings." "Right. The universe is a great big enormous ukulele." The previously flat, monotonous voice had in it now a subtle but undeniable new roundness of tone. "And every human being, every living thing, is a string on that instrument." "And God has 400 billion fingers, and he plays a really hot version of Hawaiian Holiday." "The decisions each of us makes and the acts that he commits are like vibrations passing through a guitar string." "In your case, a violin, and the tune is the theme from Psycho." The quiet passion in Vanadium's voice was genuine, expressed with reason but not fervor, not in the least sentimental or unctuous, which made it more disturbing. Vibrations in one string set up soft, sympathetic vibrations in all the other strings, through the entire body of the instrument. Boing. Sometimes these sympathetic vibrations are very apparent, but a lot of the time they're so subtle that you can hear them only if you're unusually perceptive. Good grief, shoot me now and spare me the misery of listening to this. When you cut Naomi's string, you put an end to the effects that her music would have on the lives of others and on the shape of the future. You struck a discord that can be heard, however faintly, all the way to the farthest end of the universe. If you're trying to push me into another puke-a-thon, this is likely to work. That discord sets up lots of other vibrations, some of which will return to you in ways you might expect, and some in ways you could never see coming. Of the things you couldn't have seen coming, I'm the worst." In spite of the bravado of the responses in Junior's unspoken half of the conversation, he was increasingly unnerved by Vanadium. The cop was a lunatic, all right, but he was something more than a mere nutcase. "I was once doubting Thomas," said the detective, but not from beside the bed any longer. His voice seemed to come from across the room, perhaps near the door, though he had made not a sound as he'd moved. In spite of his dumpy appearance, and especially in the dark where appearances didn't count, Vanadium had the aura of a mystic. Although Junior didn't believe in mystics or in the various unearthly powers they claimed to possess, he knew that mystics who believed in themselves were exceptionally dangerous people. The detective was driven by this string theory of his, and maybe he also saw visions or even heard voices like Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc without beauty or grace. Joan of Arc with a service revolver and the authority to use it. The cop was no threat to the English army as Joan had been, but as far as Junior was concerned, the creep most definitely deserved to be burned at the stake. "Now, I'm doubtless," Vanadium said, his voice returning to the uninflected drone that Junior had come to loathe, but that he now preferred to the unsettling voice of quiet passion. "No matter what the situation, no matter how naughty the question, I always know what to do. And I certainly know what to do about you." Weirder and weirder. "I've put my hand in the wound." What wound? Junior wanted to ask, but he recognized bait when he heard it, and he did not bite. After a silence, Vanadium opened the door to the corridor. Junior hoped that he hadn't been betrayed by eye-shine in the fraction of a second before he closed his eyes to slits. A mere silhouette against the fluorescent glare, Vanadium stepped into the hall. The bright light seemed to enfold him. The detective shimmered and vanished the way that a mirage of a man on a fiercely hot desert highway will appear to walk out of this dimension into another, slipping between the tremulous curtains of heat, as though they hang between realities. The door swung shut. Chapter 14. Severe thirst indicated to Agnes that she wasn't dead. There would be no thirst in paradise. Of course, she might be making an erroneous assumption about her sentence at judgment. Thirst would likely afflict the legions of hell, a fierce, never-ending thirst made worse by meals consisting of salt and sulphur and ashes, nary a blueberry pie. So perhaps she was indeed dead and forever cast down among murderers and thieves and cannibals, and people who drove 35 miles per hour in a 25-mile-per-hour school zone. She was suffering from chills, too, and she'd never heard that Hades had a heating problem, so perhaps she hadn't been condemned to damnation after all. That would be nice. Sometimes she saw people hovering over her, but they were just shapes, their faces without detail, as her vision was blurred. They might have been angels or demons, but she was pretty sure they were ordinary people, because one of them cursed, which an angel would never do, and they were trying to make her more comfortable, whereas any self-respecting demon would be thrusting lit matches up her nose, or jabbing needles in her tongue, or tormenting her in some hideous fashion that it had learned in whatever trade school demons attended before certification. They also used words that didn't fit the tongues of angels or demons. Hypodermoclosis, intravenous oxytocin, maintain perfect asepsis, and I mean perfect at all times. A few oral preparations of ergot as soon as it's safe to give her anything by mouth. More than not, she floated in darkness or in dreams. For a while she was in The Searchers. She and Joey were riding with a deeply troubled John Wayne, while the delightful David Niven floated along overhead in a basket suspended from a huge, colorful hot-air balloon. Waking from a starry night in the Old West into electric light, gazing up into a blur of faces, sans, cowboy hats, Agnes felt someone moving a piece of ice in slow circles over her bare abdomen. Shivering as the cold water trickled down her sides, she tried to ask them why they were applying ice when she was already chilled to the bone, but she couldn't find her voice. Suddenly she realized, good Lord, that someone else had a hand inside her, up the very center of her, massaging her uterus in much the same lazy pattern as that made by the piece of melting ice on her belly. "She'll need another transfusion." This voice she recognized. Dr. Joshua Nunn, her physician. She'd heard him earlier but hadn't identified him then. Something was very wrong with her, and she tried to speak, but again her voice failed her. Embarrassed, cold, abruptly frightened, she returned to the Old West, where night on the low desert was warm. The campfire flickered welcomingly. John Wayne put an arm around her and said, "There are no dead husbands or dead babies here." And though he intended only to reassure her, she was overcome by misery, until Shirley MacLaine took her aside for some heart-to-heart girl talk. Agnes woke again and was no longer chilled, but feverish. Her lips were cracked, her tongue rough and dry. The hospital room was softly lighted, and shadows roosted on all sides like a flock of slumbering birds. When Agnes groaned, one of the shadows spread its wings, moved closer to the right side of the bed, and resolved into a nurse. Agnes's vision had cleared. The nurse was a pretty young woman with black hair and indigo eyes. "Thirsty," Agnes rasped. Her voice was Sahara sand abrading ancient stone, the dry whisper of a pharaoh's mummy talking to itself in a vault sealed for 3,000 years. "You can't take much of anything by mouth for a few hours yet," said the nurse. "Nausea is too great a risk. Retching might start you hemorrhaging again." "Ice," said someone on the left side of the bed. The nurse raised her eyes from Agnes to this other person. "Yes, a chip of ice would be all right." When Agnes turned her head and saw Maria Elena Gonzalez, she thought she must be dreaming again. On the nightstand stood a stainless steel carafe beaded with condensation. Maria took the cap off the water carafe, and with a long-handled spoon she scooped out a chip of ice. Cupping her left hand under the spoon to catch drips, she conveyed the shimmering sliver to Agnes's mouth. The ice was not merely cold and wet, it was delicious, and it seemed strangely sweet, as though it were a morsel of dark chocolate. When Agnes crunched the ice, the nurse said, No, don't swallow it all at once, let it melt." This admonition, made in all seriousness, left Agnes shaken. If such a small quantity of crushed ice taken in a single swallow might cause nausea and renewed hemorrhaging, she must be extremely fragile. One of the roosting shadows might still be Death, holding a stubborn vigil. She was so hot that the ice melted quickly. A thin trickle slid down her throat, but not enough to take the Sahara out of her voice when she said, "More." "Just one," the nurse allowed. Maria fished another chip from the sweating carafe, rejected it, and scooped out a larger piece. She hesitated, staring at it for a moment, and then spooned it between Agnes's lips. "Water can be broken if it will be first made into ice." This seemed to be a statement of great mystery and beauty, and Agnes was still contemplating it when the last of the ice melted on her tongue. Instead of more ice, sleep was spooned into her, as dark and rich as baker's chocolate. Chapter 15. When Dr. Jim Parkhurst made his evening rounds, Junior didn't continue to feign sleep, but asked earnest questions to which he knew most of the answers, having eavesdropped on the conversation between the physician and Detective Vanadium. His throat was still so raw from the explosive vomiting seared by stomach acid that he sounded like a character from a puppet show for children on Sunday morning television, hoarse and squeaky at the same time. If not for the pain, he would have felt ridiculous, but the hot and jagged scrape of each word through his throat left him unable to feel any emotion except self-pity. Though he had now twice heard the doctor explain acute nervous emesis, Junior still didn't understand how the shock of losing his wife could have led to such a violent and disgusting seizure. "You haven't had previous episodes like this?" Parkhurst asked, standing at the bedside with a file folder in his hands, half-lens reading glasses pulled down to the tip of his nose. "No, never. Periodic violent emesis without an apparent cause can be one indication of locomotor ataxia. But you've no other symptoms of it. I wouldn't worry about that unless this happens again." Junior grimaced at the prospect of another puke storm. Parkhurst said, "We've eliminated most other possible causes. You don't have acute myelitis or meningitis, or anemia of the brain, no concussion. You don't have other symptoms of Meniere's disease. Tomorrow we'll conduct some tests for possible brain tumor or lesion, but I'm confident that's not the explanation either." "Acute nervous emesis?" Junior croaked. "I've never thought of myself as a nervous person." "Oh, it doesn't mean you're nervous in that sense. Nervous in this case means psychologically induced. Grief, Enoch. Grief and shock and horror, they can have profound physical effects." "Ah." Pity warmed the physician's ascetic face. "You loved your wife very much, didn't you?" "Cherished her," Junior tried to say. but emotion clotted like a great gob of mucus in his throat. His face contorted with a misery that he did not have to fake, and he was astonished to feel tears spring to his eyes. Alarmed, concerned that his patient's emotional reaction would lead to racking sobs, which in turn might stimulate abdominal spasms and renewed vomiting, Parkhurst called for a nurse and prescribed the immediate administration of diazepam. As the nurse gave Junior the injection, Parkhurst said, "You're an exceptionally sensitive man, Enoch. That's a quality to be much admired in an often unfeeling world. But in your current condition, your sensitivity is your worst enemy." While the doctor proceeded with his evening rounds, the nurse remained with Junior until it was clear that the tranquilizer had calmed him and that he was no longer in danger of succumbing to another bout of hemorrhagic vomiting. Her name was Victoria Bressler, and she was an attractive blonde. She would never have been serious competition for Naomi, because Naomi had been singularly stunning. But Naomi, after all, was gone. When Junior complained of severe thirst, Victoria explained that he was to have nothing by mouth until morning. He would be put on a liquid diet for breakfast and lunch. Soft foods might be allowed by dinner-time tomorrow. Meanwhile, she could offer him only a few pieces of ice, which he was forbidden to chew. "Let them melt in your mouth." Victoria scooped the small clear ovals, not cubes, but discs, one at a time from the carafe on the nightstand. She spooned the ice into Junior's mouth, not with the business-like efficiency of a nurse, but as a courtesan might perform the task, smiling enticingly, a flirtatious glimmer in her blue eyes, slowly easing the spoon between his lips with such sensuous deliberation that he was reminded of the eating scene in Tom Jones. Junior was accustomed to having women seduce him. His good looks were a blessing of nature. His commitment to improving his mind made him interesting. Most important, from the books of Caesar Zed he had learned how to be irresistibly charming. And although he was not a braggart in these matters, never one to participate in locker-room boasting, he was confident that he always gave the ladies more satisfactory service than they had ever received from other men. Perhaps word of his physical gifts and his prowess had reached Victoria. Women talked about such things among themselves, perhaps even more than men did. Considering his various pains and his exhaustion, Junior was somewhat surprised that this lovely nurse with her seductive spoon technique was able to arouse him. Though currently in no condition for romance, he was definitely interested in a future liaison. He wondered about the etiquette of just a little reciprocal flirtation when his dead wife was not yet even in the ground. He didn't wish to appear to be a lout. He wanted Victoria to think well of him. There must be a charming and civilized approach that would be proper, even elegant, but would leave no doubt in her mind that she made him hot. Careful. Vanadium would find out. Regardless of the subtlety and dignity with which Junior responded to Victoria, Thomas Vanadium would learn of his erotic interest. Somehow, some way. Victoria would not wish to testify as to the immediate and electrifying erotic attraction between her and Junior, would not want to help the authorities put him in prison, where her passion for him would go unfulfilled. But Vanadium would smell out her secret and compel her to take the witness stand. Junior must say nothing that could be quoted to a jury. He must not even allow himself as much as a lascivious wink or a quick caress of Victoria's hand. The nurse gave him another loving spoonful. Without a word, without daring to meet her eyes and exchange a meaningful look, Junior accepted the oval of ice in the same spirit with which this lovely woman offered it. He trapped the bowl of the spoon in his mouth for a long moment, so she could not easily remove it, and closing his eyes, he groaned with pleasure, as if the ice were a morsel of ambrosia, the food of the gods, as if it were a spoonful of the nurse herself that he was savoring. When at last he released the spoon, he did so with an encircling and suggestive lick, and then licked his lips, too, when the cold steel slipped free of them. Opening his eyes, still not daring to meet Victoria's gaze, Junior knew she had registered and properly interpreted his response to her seductive spooning. She had frozen, the utensil in mid-air, and her breath had caught in her throat. She was thrilled. Neither of them needed to confirm their mutual attraction with even so much as an additional nod or a smile. Victoria knew, as he did, that their time would come, when all this current unpleasantness was behind them, when vanadium had been thwarted, when all suspicion had been forever laid to rest. They could be patient. Their self-denial and sweet anticipation ensured that their love-making, when at last they were able to safely indulge, would be shattering in its intensity, like the coupling of mortals raised to the status of demigods by virtue of their passion, its power, and its purity. He had recently learned about demigods of classic mythology in one of the selections from the Book of the Month Club. When Victoria finally calmed her racing heart, she returned the spoon to the tray on the nightstand, stoppered the carafe, and said, "That's enough for now, Mr. Kane. In your condition, even too much melted ice might trigger renewed vomiting." Junior was impressed and delighted by her clever assumption of a strictly professional voice and demeanor, which convincingly masked her intense desire. Sweet Victoria was a worthy co-conspirator. "Thank you, Nurse Bressler," he said most solemnly, matching her tone, barely able to control the urge to glance at her, smile, and give her another preview of his quick pink tongue. "I'll have another nurse look in on you from time to time." Now that neither of them had a doubt that the other shared the same need and that eventually they would satisfy each other, Victoria was opting for discretion. Wise woman. "I understand," he said. "You need to rest," she advised, turning away from the bed. Yes, he suspected that he would require a great deal of rest to prepare himself for this vixen. Even in her loose white uniform and stodgy rubber-soled shoes, she was an incomparably erotic figure. She would be a lioness in bed. After Victoria had departed, Junior lay smiling at the ceiling, floating on Valium and desire and vanity. In this case he was sure that vanity was not a fault, not the result of a swollen ego, but merely healthy self-esteem. That he was irresistible to women wasn't simply his biased opinion, but an observable and undeniable fact, like gravity, or the order in which the planets revolved around the sun. He was admittedly surprised that Nurse Bressler was strongly compelled to come on to him even though she had read his patient file, and knew that he'd recently been a veritable geyser of noxious spew, that during the violent seizure in the ambulance he had also lost control of bladder and bowels, and that he might at any moment suffer an explosive relapse. This was a remarkable testament to the animal lust he inspired, even without trying, to the powerful male magnetism that was as much a part of him as his thick blonde hair. Chapter 16. Agnes, from a dream of unbearable loss, woke with warm tears on her face. The hospital was drowned in the bottomless silence that fills places of human habitation only in the few hours before dawn, when the needs and hungers and fears of one day are forgotten, and those of the next are not yet acknowledged, when our flailing species briefly floats insensate between one desperate swim and another. The upper end of the bed was elevated. Otherwise, Agnes would not have been able to see the room, for she was too weak to raise her head from the pillows. Shadows still perched throughout most of the room. They no longer reminded her of roosting birds, but of a featherless flock, leathery of wing and red of eye, with a taste for unspeakable feasts. The only light came from a reading lamp. An adjustable brass shade directed the light down onto a chair. Agnes was so weary, her eyes so sore and grainy, that even this soft radiance stung. She almost closed her eyes and gave herself to sleep again, that little brother of death, which was now her only solace. What she saw in the lamplight, however, compelled her attention. The nurse was gone, but Maria remained in attendance. She was in the vinyl and stainless steel armchair, busy at some task in the amber glow of the lamp. "You should be with your children," Agnes worried. Maria looked up. "My babies are seated with my sister. Why are you here?" "Where else I should be, and for why? I watch you over." As the tears cleared from Agnes's eyes, she saw that Maria was sewing. A shopping bag stood to one side of the chair, and to the other side, open on the floor, a case contained spools of thread, needles, a pincushion, a pair of scissors, and other supplies of a seamstress's trade. Maria was hand-repairing some of Joey's clothes, which Agnes had meticulously damaged earlier in the day. "Maria, okay? You don't need to." "To what?" "To fix those clothes anymore." "I fix," she insisted. "You know about Joey?" Agnes asked, her voice thickening so much on the name of her husband that the two syllables almost stuck unspoken in her throat. "I know. Then why?" The needle danced in her nimble fingers. "I not fix for the better English anymore. Now I fix for Mr. Lampion only." "But he's gone." Maria said nothing, working busily. But Agnes recognized that special silence in which difficult words were sought and laboriously stitched together. Finally, with emotion so intense that it nearly made speech impossible, Maria said, "It is the only thing I can do for him now, for you. I be nobody, not able to fix nothing important. But I fix this. I fix this." Agnes could not bear to watch Maria sewing. The light no longer stung, but her new future, which was beginning to come into view, was as sharp as pins and needles, sheer torture to her eyes. She slept for a while, waking to a prayer spoken softly but fervently in Spanish. Maria stood at the bedside, leaning with her forearms against the railing. A silver and onyx rosary tightly wrapped her small brown hands, although she was not counting the beads or murmuring Hail Marys. Her prayer was for Agnes's baby. Gradually, Agnes realized that this was not a prayer for the soul of a deceased infant, but for the survival of one still alive. Her strength was the strength of stones, only in the sense that she felt as immovable as a rock. Yet she found the resources to raise one arm, to place her left hand over Maria's bead-tangled fingers. "But the baby's dead." "Señora Lampion, no." Maria was surprised. "Muy enfermo, but not dead." Very ill, but not dead." Agnes remembered the blood, the awful red flood. Excruciating pain and such fearsome crimson torrents. She thought her baby had entered the world stillborn on a tide of its own blood and hers. "Is it a boy?" she asked. "Yes, señora, a fine boy." "Bartholomew," Agnes said. Maria frowned. "What is this you say?" "His name." She tightened her hand on Maria's. "I want to see him. Muy enfermo. They have kept him like the chicken egg." Like the chicken egg. As weary as she was, Agnes could not at once puzzle out the meaning of those 4 words. Then, "Oh, he's in an incubator." "Such eyes," Maria said. Agnes said, "Que? Angels must to have eyes so beautiful." Letting go of Maria, lowering her hand to her heart, Agnes said, "I want to see him." After making the sign of the cross, Maria said, "They must to have kept him in the incubator until he is not dangerous. When the nurse comes, I will make her to tell me when the baby is to be safe. But I can't leave you. I watch over." Closing her eyes, Agnes whispered, "Bartholomew," in a reverent voice full of wonder, full of awe. In spite of Agnes's qualified joy, she could not stay afloat on the river of sleep from which she had so recently risen. This time, however, she sank into its deeper currents with new hope and with this magical name, which scintillated in her mind on both sides of consciousness. Bartholomew, as the hospital room and Maria faded from her awareness, and also Bartholomew in her dreams. The name staved off nightmares. Bartholomew. The name sustained her. Chapter 17. As greasy with fear sweat as a pig on a slaughterhouse ramp, Junior woke from a nightmare that he could not remember. Something was reaching for him. That's all he could recall, hands clutching at him out of the dark. And then he was awake, wheezing. Night still pressed at the glass beyond the Venetian blind. The pharmacy lamp in the corner was aglow, but the chair that had been beside it was no longer there. It had been moved closer to Junior's bed. Vanadium sat in the chair, watching. With the perfect control of a sleight-of-hand artist, he turned a quarter end over end across the knuckles of his right hand, palmed it with his thumb, caused it to reappear at his little finger, and rolled it across his knuckles again, ceaselessly. The bedside clock read 4:37 a.m. The detective seemed never to sleep. "There's a fine George and Ira Gershwin song called Someone to Watch Over Me. You ever hear it, Enoch? I'm that someone for you, although not, of course, in a romantic sense." Who are you?" Junior rasped, still badly rattled by the nightmare and by Vanadium's presence, but quick-witted enough to stay within the clueless character that he had been playing. Instead of answering the question, meaning to imply that he believed Junior already knew the facts, Thomas Vanadium said, "I was able to get a warrant to search your house." Junior thought this must be a trick. No hard evidence existed to indicate that Naomi had died at the hands of another rather than by accident. Vanadium's hunch, more accurately his sick obsession, was not sufficient reason for any court to issue a search warrant. Unfortunately, some judges were pushovers in such matters, if not to say corrupt, and Vanadium, fancying himself an avenging angel, was surely capable of lying to the court to finesse a warrant where none was justified. "I don't understand," blinking sleepily, pretending to be still thick-headed from tranquilizers and whatever other drugs they were dripping into his veins. Junior was pleased by the note of perplexity in his hoarse voice, although he knew that even an Oscar-caliber performance would not win over this critic. Knuckle over knuckle, snared in the web of thumb and forefinger, vanishing into the purse of the palm, secretly traversing the hand, reappearing knuckle over knuckle, the coin glimmered as it turned. "Do you have insurance?" asked Vanadium. "Sure, Blue Shield," Junior answered at once. A dry laugh escaped the detective, but it had none of the warmth of most people's laughter. "You're not bad, Enoch. You're just not as good as you think you are." "Excuse me?" "I meant life insurance, as you well know." "Well, I have a small policy. It's a benefit that comes with my job at the rehab hospital. Why? What on earth is this about?" "One of the things I was searching for in your house was a life insurance policy on your wife. I didn't find one. Didn't find any canceled checks for the premium, either." Hoping to play at befuddlement a while longer, Junior wiped his face with one hand, as if pulling off cobwebs. "Did you say you were in my house?" "Did you know your wife kept a diary?" "Yeah, sure. A new one every year, since she was just 10 years old." "Did you ever read it?" "Of course not." This was absolutely true, which allowed Junior to meet Vanadium's eyes forthrightly and to swell with righteousness as he answered the question. "Why not?" "That would be wrong. A diary's private." He supposed that to a detective nothing was sacred, but he was nonetheless a little shocked that Vanadium needed to ask that question. Rising from the chair and approaching the bed, the detective kept turning the quarter without hesitation. She was a very sweet girl, very romantic. Her diary's full of rhapsodies about married life, about you. She thought you were the finest man she'd ever known, and the perfect husband. Junior Kane felt as if his heart had been lanced by a needle so thin that the muscles still contracted rhythmically but painfully around it. She did? She wrote that? Sometimes she wrote little paragraphs to God, very touching and humble notes of gratitude, thanking him for bringing you into her life. Although Junior was free of the superstitions that Naomi, in her innocence and sentimentality, had embraced, he wept without pretense. He was filled with bitter remorse for having suspected Naomi of poisoning his cheese sandwich or his apricots. She had in fact adored him, as he had always believed. She would never have lifted a hand against him, never. Dear Naomi would have died for him. In fact, she had. The coin stopped turning, pinched flat between the knuckles of the cop's middle and ring fingers. He retrieved a box of Kleenex from the nightstand and offered it to his suspect. Here. Because Junior's right arm was encumbered by the bracing board and the intravenous needle, he tugged a mass of tissues from the box with his left hand. After the detective returned the box to the nightstand, the coin began to turn again. As Junior blew his nose and blotted his eyes, Vanadium said, I believe you actually loved her in some strange way. Loved her? Of course I loved her. Naomi was beautiful and so kind and funny. She was the best thing that ever happened to me. Vanadium flipped the quarter into the air, caught it in his left hand, and proceeded to turn it across his knuckles as swiftly and smoothly as he had with his right hand. This ambidextrous display sent a chill through Junior for reasons that he could not entirely analyze. Any amateur magician, indeed anyone willing to practice enough hours, magician or not, could master this trick. It was mere skill, not sorcery. What was your motive, Enoch? My what? You appear not to have had one, but there's always a motive, some self-interest being served. If there's an insurance policy, we'll track it down, and you'll fry like bacon on a hot skillet. As usual, the cop's voice was flat, a drone. He had delivered not an emotional threat, but a quiet promise. Widening his eyes in calculated surprise, Junior said, Are you a police officer? The detective smiled. This was an anaconda smile, inspired by the contemplation of merciless strangulation. Before you woke, you were dreaming, weren't you? A nightmare, apparently. This sudden turn in the interrogation unnerved Junior. Vanadium had a talent for keeping a suspect off balance. A conversation with him was like a scene out of a movie about Robin Hood, a battle with cudgels on a slippery log bridge over a river. Yes, I'm still soaked with sweat. What were you dreaming about, Enoch? No one could put him in prison because of his dreams. I can't remember. Those are the worst, when you're not able to remember them, don't you think? They're always so silly when you can recall the details. When you draw a blank, they seem more threatening. You spoke a name in your sleep. More likely than not, this was a lie, and the detective was setting him up. Suddenly, Junior wished that he had denied dreaming. Vanadium said, Bartholomew. Junior blinked and dared not speak, because he didn't know any Bartholomew, and now he was certain the cop was weaving an elaborate web of deceit, setting a trap. Why would he have spoken a name that meant nothing to him? Who was Bartholomew? Vanadium asked. Junior shook his head. You spoke that name twice. I don't know anyone named Bartholomew. He decided that the truth in this instance could not harm him. You sounded as though you were in a lot of distress. You were frightened of this Bartholomew. The ball of sodden Kleenex was gripped so tightly in Junior's left hand that had its carbon content been higher, it would have been compacted into a diamond. He saw vanadium staring at his clenched fist and sharp white knuckles. He tried to ease up on the wad of Kleenex, but he wasn't able to relent. Inexplicably, each repetition of Bartholomew heightened Junior's anxiety. The name resonated not just in his ear, but in his blood and bones, in body and mind, as if he were a great bronze bell, and Bartholomew the clapper. Maybe he's a character I saw in a movie or read in a novel. I'm a member of the Book of the Month Club. I'm always reading one thing or another. I don't remember a character named Bartholomew, but maybe I read the book years ago. Junior realized he was on the verge of babbling, and with an effort he silenced himself. Rising slowly like the blade in the hands of an axe-murderer as deliberate as an accountant, Thomas Vanadium's gaze arced from Junior's clenched fist to his face. The port wine birthmark appeared to be darker than before and differently mottled than he remembered it. If the policeman's gray eyes had earlier been as hard as nail-heads, they were now points, and behind them was willpower strong enough to drive spikes through stone. "My God," Junior said, pretending that his befuddlement had faded and that his mind had just now clarified. "You think Naomi was murdered, don't you?" Instead of engaging in the confrontation for which he had been pressing ever since his first visit, Vanadium surprised Junior by breaking eye contact, turning from the bed and crossing the room to the door. "It's even worse," Junior rasped, convinced that he was losing some indefinable advantage if the cop left without playing out this moment as it would usually unfold in an intellectual television crime drama like Perry Mason or Peter Gunn. Stopping at the door without opening it, Vanadium turned to stare at Junior but said nothing. Leavening his tortured voice as best he could with shock and with hurt, as though deeply wounded by the need to speak these words, Junior Kane said, You think I killed her, don't you? That's crazy." The detective raised both hands, palms toward Junior, fingers spread. After a pause, he showed the backs of his hands and then the palms once more. For a moment Junior was mystified. Vanadium's movements had the quality of ritual, vaguely reminiscent of a priest raising high the Eucharist. Mystification slowly gave way to understanding. The quarter was gone. Junior hadn't noticed when the detective stopped turning the coin across his knuckles. "Perhaps you could pull it from your ear," Thomas Vanadium suggested. Junior actually raised his trembling left hand to his ear, expecting to find the quarter, tucked in the auditory canal, held between the tragus and the antitragus, waiting to be plucked with a flourish. His ear was empty. "Wrong hand," Vanadium advised. Strapped to the bracing board, semi-immobilized to prevent the accidental dislodgement of the intravenous feed, Junior's right arm felt half numb, stiff from disuse. The supplicant hand seemed not to be a part of him. As pale and exotic as a sea anemone, the long fingers curled as tentacles curl artfully around an anemone's mouth, poised to snare, lazily but relentlessly, any passing prize. Like a disc fish with silvery scales, the coin lay in the cup of Junior's palm, directly over his lifeline. Disbelieving his eyes, Junior reached across his body with his left hand and picked up the quarter. Although it had been lying in his right palm, it was cold, icy. Miracles being non-existent, the materialization of the quarter in his hand was nevertheless impossible. Vanadium had stood only at the left side of the bed. He had never leaned over Junior or reached across him. Yet the coin was as real as dead Naomi broken on the stony ridge at the foot of the fire tower. In a state of wonderment that was laced with dread rather than delight, he looked up from the quarter, seeking an explanation from Vanadium, expecting to see that anaconda smile. The door was falling shut. With no more sound than the day makes when it turns to night, the detective had gone. Chapter 18. Seraphim Ethionoma White was nothing whatsoever like her name, except that she had as kind a heart and as good a soul as any among the hosts in heaven. She did not have wings, as did the angels after which she had been named, and she couldn't sing as sweetly as the seraphim either, for she had been blessed with a throaty voice and far too much humility to be a performer. Ethionoma were delicate flowers, either pale or rose-pink, and while this girl, just 16, was beautiful by any standard, she was not a delicate soul but a strong one, not likely to be shaken apart in even the highest wind. Those who had just met her, and those who were overly charmed by eccentricity, called her Seraphim, her name complete. Her teachers, neighbors, and casual acquaintances called her Sarah. Those who knew her best and loved her the most deeply, like her sister Celestina, called her Pheme. From the moment the girl was admitted on the evening of January 5th, the nurses at St. Mary's Hospital in San Francisco called her Pheme too, not because they knew her well enough to love her, but because that was the name they heard Celestina use. Pheme shared room 724 with an 86-year-old woman, Nella Lombardi, who had been deep in a stroke-induced coma for 8 days and who had been recently moved out of the ICU when her condition stabilized. Her white hair was radiant, but the face that it framed was as gray as pumice, her skin utterly without luster. Mrs. Lombardi had no visitors. She was alone in the world, her 2 children and her husband having passed away long ago. During the following day, January 6, as Pheme was wheeled around the hospital for tests in various departments, Celestina remained in 724, working on her portfolio for a class in advanced portraiture. She was a junior at the Academy of Art College. She had put aside a half-finished pencil portrait of Pheme to develop several of Nella Lombardi. In spite of the ravages of illness and age, beauty remained in the old woman's face. Her bone structure was superb. In youth, she must have been stunning. Celestina intended to capture Nella as she was now, head at rest upon the pillow of, perhaps, her deathbed, eyes closed and mouth slack, face ashen but serene. Then she would draw 4 more portraits, using bone structure and other physiological evidence to imagine how the woman had looked at 60, 40, 20, and 10. Ordinarily, when Celestina was troubled, her art was a perfect sanctuary from all woes. When she was planning, composing, and rendering, time had no meaning for her, and life had no sting. On this momentous day, however, drawing provided no solace. Frequently her hands shook, and she could not control the pencil. During those spells when she was too shaky to draw, she stood at the window, gazing at the storied city. The singular beauty of San Francisco and the exquisite patina of its colorful history spoke to her heart and kindled in her such an unreasonable passion that she sometimes wondered, at least half-seriously, if she had spent other lives here. Often streets were wondrously familiar to her the first time that she set foot on them. Certain great houses, dating from the late 1800s and early 1900s, inspired her to imagine elegant parties thrown there in more genteel and gilded ages, and her flights of imagination sometimes acquired such vivid detail that they were eerily like memories. This time, even San Francisco, under a Chinese blue sky stippled with a cloisonne of silver and gold clouds, couldn't provide solace or calm Celestina's nerves. Her sister's dilemma wasn't as easily put out of mind as any problem of her own might have been, and she herself had never been in such an awful situation as Pheme was now. 9 months ago, Pheme had been raped. Ashamed and scared, she told no one. Although a victim, she blamed herself, and the prospect of being exposed to ridicule so horrified her that despair got the better of good judgment. When she discovered she was pregnant, Pheme dealt with this new trauma as other naive 15-year-olds had done before her. She sought to avoid the scorn and the reproach that she imagined would be heaped upon her for having failed to reveal the rape at the time it occurred. With no serious thought to long-term consequences, focused solely on the looming moment in a state of denial, she made plans to conceal her condition as long as possible. In her campaign to keep her weight gain to a minimum, anorexia was her ally. She learned to find pleasure in hunger pangs. When she did eat, she touched only nutritious food, a more well-balanced diet than at any time in her life. Even as she desperately avoided contemplation of the childbirth that inevitably approached, she was trying her best to ensure the health of the baby, while still remaining slim enough to avoid suspicion. Through 9 months of quiet panic, however, Feemy grew less rational week by week, resorting to reckless measures that endangered her own health and the baby's, even as she avoided junk food and took a daily multivitamin. To conceal the changes in her physique, she wore loose clothes and wrapped her abdomen with ace bandages. Later she used girdles to achieve more dramatic compression. Because she had suffered a leg injury 6 weeks before being raped and had undergone subsequent tendon surgery, Feemy was able to claim lingering symptoms, avoiding gym class and the discovery of her condition since the start of school in September. By the last week of pregnancy, the average woman has gained 28 pounds. Typically, 7 to 8 pounds of this is the fetus. The placenta and the amniotic fluid weigh 3 pounds. The remaining 18 are due to water retention and fat stores. Feemy gained less than 12 pounds. Her pregnancy might have gone undetected even without the girdle. The day previous to her admission to St. Mary's, she awakened with an unremitting headache, nausea, and dizziness. Fierce abdominal pain afflicted her too, like nothing she had known before, though not the telltale contractions of labor. Worse, she was plagued with frightening eye problems, at first mere blurring, followed by phantom fireflies flickering at the periphery of her vision, then a sudden half-minute blindness that left her in a state of terror even though it passed quickly. In spite of this crisis, and though she was aware that she was within a week or 10 days of delivery, Feemy still could not find the courage to tell her father and mother. Reverend Harrison White, their dad, was a good Baptist and a good man, neither judgmental nor hard of heart. Their mother Grace was in every way suited to her name. Feemy was loath to reveal her pregnancy, not because she feared her parents' wrath, but because she dreaded seeing disappointment in their eyes, and because she would rather have died than bring shame upon them. When a second, longer spell of blindness struck her that same day, she was home alone. She crawled from her bedroom along the hall and felt her way to the phone in her parents' bedroom. Celestina was in her tiny studio apartment, working happily on a cubistic self-portrait when her sister called. Judging by Feemy's hysteria and initial incoherence, Celestina thought that Mom or Dad, or both, had died. Her heart was broken almost as completely by the actual facts as it would have been if she had indeed lost a parent. The thought of her precious sister being violated made her half sick with sorrow and rage. Horrified by the girl's 9 months of self-imposed emotional isolation and by her physical suffering, Celestina was eager to reach her mother and father. When the Whites stood together as a family, their shine could hold back the darkest night. Although Feemy regained her sight while talking to her big sister, she didn't recover her reason. She begged Celestina not to track down Mom or Dad long distance, not to call the doctor, but to come home and be with her when she divulged the terrible secret. Against her better judgment, Celestina made the promise Feemy wanted. She trusted the instincts of the heart as much as logic, and the tearful entreaty of a beloved sister was a powerful restraint on common sense. She didn't take time to pack. Miraculously, an hour later she was on a plane to Spruce Hills, Oregon, by way of Eugene. 3 hours after receiving the call, she was at her sister's side. In the living room of the parsonage, under the gaze of Jesus and John F. Kennedy, whose portraits hung side by side, the girl revealed to their Mom and Dad what had been done to her, and also what, in her despair and confusion, she had done to herself. Feemy received the all-enfolding, unconditional love that she had needed for 9 months, that pure love of which she had foolishly believed herself undeserving. Although the embrace of family and the relief of revelation had a bracing effect, bringing her more to her proper senses than she'd been in a long time, Feemy refused to reveal the identity of the man who raped her. He'd threatened to kill her and her folks if she bore witness against him, and she believed his threat was sincere. "Child," the Reverend said, "he will never touch you again. Both the Lord and I will make sure of that, and though neither the Lord nor I will resort to a gun, we have the police for guns." The rapist had so terrorized the girl, so indelibly imprinted his threat in her mind, that she would not be reasoned into making this one last disclosure. With gentle persistence, her mother appealed to her sense of moral responsibility. If this man was not arrested, tried, and convicted, he would, sooner or later, assault another innocent girl. Feemy wouldn't budge. "He's crazy, sick, he's evil," she shuddered. "He'll do it, he'll kill us all, and he won't care if he dies in a shootout with the police or if he gets sent to the electric chair. None of you will be safe if I tell." The consensus among Celestina and her parents was that Feemy would be convinced in this matter after the child had been born. She was too fragile and too ridden by anxiety to do the right thing just yet, and there was no point in pressing her at this time. Abortion was illegal, and their folks would have been reluctant, as a matter of faith, to consider it even under worse circumstances. Besides, with Feemy so close to term, and considering the injury she might have sustained from prolonged hunger and from diligent application of the girdle, abortion might be a dangerous option. She would have to get medical attention immediately. The child would be put up for adoption with people who would be able to love it and who would not forever see in it the image of its hateful father. "I won't have the baby here," Feemy insisted. "If he realizes he made a baby with me, it'll make him crazier. I know it will." She wanted to go to San Francisco with Celestina to have the baby in the city, where the father, and not incidentally her friends and Reverend White's parishioners, would never know she'd given birth. The more her parents and sister argued against this plan, the more agitated Feemy became, until they worried that they would jeopardize her health and mental stability if they didn't do as she wished. The symptoms that terrified Feemy, the headache, crippling abdominal pain, dizziness, vision problems, had entirely relented. Possibly they had been more psychological than physical in nature. A delay of a few hours before getting her under a physician's care might still be risky, but so was forcing her into a local hospital to endure the mortification she desperately wanted to avoid. By invoking the word emergency, Celestina was able quickly to reach her own physician in San Francisco. He agreed to treat Feemy and to have her admitted to St. Mary's upon her arrival from Oregon. The Reverend couldn't easily escape church obligations on short notice, but Grace wanted to be with her daughters. Feemy, however, pleaded that only Celestina accompany her. Although the girl was unable to articulate why she preferred not to have her mother at her side, they all understood the tumult in her heart. She couldn't bear to subject her gentle and proper mother to the shame and embarrassment that she herself felt so keenly, and that she imagined would grow intolerably worse in the hours or days ahead, until, and even after the birth. Grace, of course, was a strong woman for whom faith was an armor against far worse than embarrassment. Celestina knew that Mom would suffer immeasurably more heartache by remaining in Oregon than what pain she might experience at her daughter's side. But Feemy was too young, too naive, and too frightened to grasp that in this matter, as in all others, her mother was a pillar, not a reed. The tenderness with which Grace acceded to Feemy's desire, at the expense of her own peace of mind, filled Celestina with emotion. She'd always admired and loved her mother to an extent that no words or work of art could adequately describe, but never more than now. With the same surprising ease that she had gotten a plane out of San Francisco on a 1-hour notice, Celestina booked 2 return seats on an early evening flight from Oregon, as though she had a supernatural travel agent. Airborne, Feemy complained of ringing in her ears, which might have been related to the flight. She also suffered an episode of double vision and, in the airport after landing, a nosebleed, which appeared to be related to her previous symptoms. The sight of her sister's blood and the persistence of the flow made Celestina weak with apprehension. She was afraid she had done the wrong thing by delaying hospitalization. Then, from San Francisco International, through the fog-shrouded streets of the night city, to St. Mary's, to room 724, and to the discovery that Feemy's blood pressure was so high, 210/126, that she was in a hypertensive crisis, at risk of a stroke, renal failure, and other life-threatening complications. Antihypertensive drugs were administered intravenously, and Feemy was confined to bed, attached to a heart monitor. Dr. Leland Danes, Celestina's internist, arrived directly from dinner at the Ritz-Carlton. Although Danes had receding white hair and a seamed face, time had been kind enough to make him look not so much old as dignified. Long in practice, he was nevertheless free of arrogance, soft-spoken, and with a bottomless supply of patience. After examining Feemy, who was nauseous, Danes prescribed an anticonvulsant, an antiemetic, and a sedative, all intravenously. The sedative was mild, but Feemy was asleep in mere minutes. She was exhausted by her long ordeal, and by her recent lack of sleep. Dr. Danes spoke with Celestina in the corridor outside the door to 724. Some of the passing nurses were nuns in wimples and full-length habits, drifting like spirits along the hallway. "She's got pre-eclampsia. It's a condition that occurs in about 25% of pregnancies, virtually always after the 24th week, and usually it can be treated successfully. But I'm not going to sugarcoat this, Celestina. In her case, it's more serious. She hasn't been seeing a doctor, no prenatal care, and here she is in the middle of her 38th week, about 10 days from delivery." Because they knew the date of the rape, and because that attack had been Feemy's sole sexual experience, the day of impregnation could be fixed, delivery calculated with more precision than usual. "As she comes closer to full term," said Danes, "she's at great risk of preeclampsia developing into full eclampsia." "What could happen then?" Celestina asked, dreading the answer. "Possible complications include cerebral hemorrhage, pulmonary edema, kidney failure, necrosis of the liver, coma, to name a few." "I should have gotten her into the hospital back home." He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Don't beat up on yourself. She's come this far. And though I don't know the hospital in Oregon, I doubt the level of care would equal what she'll receive here." Now that efforts were being made to control the preeclampsia, Dr. Danes had scheduled a series of tests for the following day. He expected to recommend a cesarean section as soon as Feemy's blood pressure was reduced and stabilized, but he didn't want to risk this surgery before determining what complications might have resulted from her restricted diet and the compression of her abdomen. Although she already knew that the answer could not be cheerily optimistic, Celestina wondered, "Is the baby likely to be normal?" "I hope it will," the physician said, but his emphasis was too solidly on the word hope. In room 724, standing alone at her sister's bedside, watching the girl sleep, Celestina told herself that she was coping well. She could handle this unnerving development without calling in either of her parents. Then her breath caught repeatedly in her breast as her throat tightened against the influx of air. One particularly difficult inhalation dissolved into a sob, and she wept. She was 4 years older than Feemy. They hadn't seen a great deal of each other during the past 3 years since Celestina had come to San Francisco. Although distance and time, the press of her studies, and the busyness of daily life had not made her forget that she loved Feemy, she had forgotten the purity and the power of that love. Rediscovering it now, she was shaken so badly that she had to pull a chair to the side of the bed and sit down. She hung her head, covered her face with her chilled hands, and wondered how her mother could sustain faith in God when such terrible things could happen to someone as innocent as Feemy. Near midnight she returned to her apartment. Lights out, in bed, staring at the ceiling, she was unable to sleep. The blinds were raised, the windows bare. Usually she liked the smoky, reddish-gold glow of the city at night, but this once it made her uneasy. She was overcome by the odd notion that if she rose from the bed and went to the nearest window, she would discover the buildings of the metropolis dark, every street lamp extinguished. This eerie light would be rising instead from drainage grates in the street and out of open manholes, not from the city, but from another world below. The inner eye of the artist, which she could never close even when she slept, ceaselessly sought form and design and meaning, as it did in the ceiling above the bed. In the play of light and shadow across the hand-troweled plaster, she saw the solemn faces of babies, deformed, peering beseechingly, and images of death. 19 hours following Feemy's admission to St. Mary's, while the girl was undergoing the final tests ordered by Dr. Danes, the beetled sky grew sullen in the early twilight, and the city once more arrayed itself in the red gesso and gold leaf that had indirectly illuminated Celestina's apartment ceiling the previous night. After a day of work, the pencil portrait of Nella Lombardi was finished. The second piece in the series, an extrapolation of her appearance at age 60, was begun. Although Celestina had not slept in almost 36 hours, she was clear-headed with anxiety. At the moment her hands weren't shaking. Lines and shading flowed smoothly from her pencil, as words might stream from the pen of a medium in a trance. As she sat in a chair by the window near Nella's bed, drawing on an angled lapboard, she conducted a quiet, one-sided conversation with the comatose woman. She recounted stories about growing up with Feemy, and was amazed by what a trove she had. Sometimes Nella seemed to be listening, although her eyes never opened and though she never moved. The silently bouncing green light of the electrocardiograph maintained a steady pattern. Shortly before dinner, an orderly and a nurse wheeled Feemy into the room. They carefully transferred her into bed. The girl looked better than Celestina expected. Though tired, she was quick to smile, and her huge brown eyes were clear. Feemy wanted to see the finished portrait of Nella and the one of herself that was half complete. "You'll be famous one day, Celly." "No one is famous in the next world, nor glamorous, nor titled, nor proud," she said, smiling as she quoted one of their father's most familiar sermons. "Nor powerful, nor cruel, nor hateful, nor envious, nor mean," Feemy recited. "For all these are sicknesses of this fallen world. And now when the offering plate passes among you, give as if you were already an enlightened citizen of the next life, and not a hypocritical, pitiful, penny-pinching, possessive pecksniff of this sorry world." They laughed and held hands. For the first time since Feemy's panicked phone call from Oregon, Celestina felt that everything would eventually be all right. Minutes later, once more in a corridor conference with Dr. Danes, she was forced to temper her new optimism. Feemy's stubbornly high blood pressure, the presence of protein in her urine, and other symptoms indicated her preeclampsia wasn't a recent development. She was at increased risk of eclampsia. Her hypertension was gradually coming under control, but only by resorting to more aggressive drug therapy than the physician preferred to use. "In addition," Danes said, "her pelvis is small, which would present problems of delivery even in an ordinary pregnancy, and the muscle fibers in the central canal of her cervix, which ought to be softening in anticipation of labor, are still tough. I don't believe the cervix will dilate well enough to facilitate birth." "The baby?" "There's no clear evidence of birth defects, but a couple tests reveal some worrisome anomalies. We'll know when we see the child." A stab of horror punctured Celestina as she failed to repress a mental image of a carnival sideshow monster, half dragon and half insect, coiled in her sister's womb. She hated the rapist's child, but was appalled by her hatred, for the baby was blameless. "If her blood pressure stabilizes through the night," Dr. Danes continued, "I want her to undergo a cesarean at 7 in the morning. The danger of eclampsia passes entirely after birth. I'd like to refer Feemy to Dr. Aaron Kaltenbach. He's a superb obstetrician. Of course. In this case, I'll also be present during the procedure." "I'm grateful for that, Dr. Danes, for all you've done." Celestina was hardly more than a child herself, pretending to have the strong shoulders and the breadth of experience to bear this burden. She felt half-crushed. "Go home, sleep," he said. "You'll be no help to your sister if you wind up a patient here yourself." She remained with Phemy through dinner. The girl's appetite was sharp, even though the food was soft and bland. Soon she slept. At home, after phoning her folks, Celestina made a ham sandwich. She ate a quarter of it, then 2 bites of a chocolate croissant, 1 spoonful of butter pecan ice cream. Everything was without taste, more bland than Phemy's hospital food, and it cloyed in her throat. Fully clothed, she lay atop the bedspread. She intended to listen to a little classical music before brushing her teeth. She realized she hadn't turned on the radio. Before she could reach for the switch, she was asleep. 4:15 in the morning, January 7. In Southern California, Agnes Lampion dreams of her newborn son. In Oregon, Junior Kane fearfully speaks a name in his sleep, and Detective Vanadium, waiting to tell the suspect about his dead wife's diary, leans forward in his chair to listen, while ceaselessly turning a quarter across the thick knuckles of his right hand. In San Francisco, a telephone rang. Rolling onto her side, fumbling in the dark, Celestina White stared the phone on the 3rd ring. Her hello was also a yawn. "Come now," said a woman with a frail voice. Still half asleep, Celestina asked, "What?" "Come now. Come quickly." "Who's this?" "Nella Lombardi. Come now. Your sister will soon be dying." Abruptly alert, sitting up on the edge of the bed, Celestina knew the caller could not be the comatose old woman, so she said angrily, "Who the hell is this?" The silence on the line was not merely that of a caller holding her tongue. It was abyssal and perfect, as no silence on a telephone ever can be, without the faintest hiss or crackle of static, no hint of breathing or of breath held. The depth of this soundless void chilled Celestina. She dared not speak again, because suddenly and superstitiously she feared this silence as though it were a living thing capable of coming at her through the line. She hung up, shot out of bed, snatched her leather jacket off one of the 2 chairs at the small kitchen table, grabbed her keys and purse, and ran. Outside, the sounds of the night town, the growl of a few car engines in the nearly deserted streets, the hard clank of a loose manhole cover shifting under tires, a distant siren, the laughter of drunken revelers wending their way home from an all-night party, were muffled by a shroud of silver fog. These were familiar noises, and yet to Celestina the city was an alien place, as it had never seemed before, full of menace, the buildings looming like great crypts or temples to unknown and fierce gods. The drunken laughter of the unseen partiers slithered eerily through the mist, not the sound of mirth, but of madness and torment. She didn't own a car, and the hospital was a 25-minute walk from her apartment. Praying that a taxi would cruise past, she ran. And although no cab appeared in answer to her prayer, Celestina reached St. Mary's breathless in little more than 15 minutes. The elevator creaked upward, infuriatingly slower than she remembered. Her hard-drawn breath was loud in this claustrophobic space. On the dark side of dawn, the 7th-floor corridors were quiet, deserted. The air was redolent of pine-scented disinfectant. The door to room 724 stood open. Lights blazed. Both Phemy and Nella were gone. A nurse's aide was almost finished changing the linens on the old woman's bed. Phemy's bedclothes were in disarray. "Where's my sister?" Celestina gasped. The aide looked up from her work, startled. When a hand touched her shoulder, Celestina swiveled to face a nun with ruddy cheeks and twilight-blue eyes that would now and forever be the color of bad news. "I didn't know they'd been able to reach you. They only started trying 10 minutes ago." At least 20 minutes had passed since the call from Nella Lombardi. "Where's Phemy?" "Quickly," the nun said, shepherding her along the hall to the elevators. "What's happened?" As they dropped toward the surgical floor, the solemn sister said, "Another hypertensive crisis. The poor girl's blood pressure soared in spite of the medication. She suffered a violent seizure, eclamptic convulsions. Oh, God! She's in surgery now, cesarean section." Celestina expected to be taken to a waiting room, but instead the nun escorted her to surgical prep. I'm Sister Josephina. She slipped Celestina's purse off her shoulder. You can trust this with me, and helped her out of her jacket. A nurse in surgical greens appeared. Pull up the sleeves of your sweater, scrub nearly to your elbows, scrub hard. I'll tell you when to stop. As the nurse slapped a bar of lye soap in Celestina's right hand, Sister Josephina turned on the water in the sink. As luck would have it, the nun said, Dr. Lipscomb was in the hospital when it happened. He'd just delivered another baby under emergency conditions. He's excellent. How's Feemy? Celestina asked, scrubbing fiercely at her hands and forearms. Dr. Lipscomb delivered the baby like 2 minutes ago. The afterbirth hasn't even been removed yet, the nurse informed her. The baby's small but healthy, no deformity, Sister Josephina promised. Celestina's question had been about Feemy, but they had told her about the baby, and she was alarmed by their evasion. Enough, said the nurse, and the nun reached through the clouds of steam to crank off the water. Celestina turned away from the deep sink, raising her dripping hands as she had seen surgeons do in movies, and she could almost believe that she was still at home, in bed, in the fevered throes of a terrible dream. As the nurse slipped Celestina into a surgical gown and tied it behind her back, Sister Josephina knelt before her and tugged a pair of elastic-trimmed cloth booties over her street shoes. This extraordinary and urgent invitation into the sanctum of surgery said more and worse about Feemy's condition than all the words that these two women could have spoken. The nurse tied a surgical mask over Celestina's nose and mouth, fitted a cap over her hair. This way. From prep along a short hallway, bright fluorescent panels overhead, booties squeaking on the vinyl tile floor. The nurse pushed open a swinging door, held it for Celestina, and did not follow her into surgery. Celestina's heart was knocking so hard that the reverberations of it in her bones, traveling down into her legs, seemed as though they would buckle her knees under her. Here now the surgical team, heads bent as if in prayer rather than in the practice of medicine, and dear Feemy upon the operating table, in linens spattered with blood. Celestina told herself not to be alarmed by the blood. Birth was a bloody business. This was probably an ordinary scene in that regard. The baby was not in sight. In one corner, a heavy-set nurse was attending something at another table, her body blocking whatever occupied her attention, a bundle of white cloth, perhaps the infant. Celestina hated the baby with such ferocity that a bitter taste rose into the back of her mouth. Though not deformed, the child was a monster nonetheless, the rapist's curse. Healthy, but healthy at the expense of Feemy. In spite of the intensity and urgency with which the surgical team was working on the girl, a tall nurse stepped aside and motioned Celestina to the head of the operating table. And finally, now to Feemy. Feemy alive, but, changed in a way that made Celestina feel as though her rib-cage were closing like a clamp around her thudding heart. The right side of the girl's face appeared to be more strongly affected by gravity than the left, slack yet with a pulled look. The left eyelid drooped. That side of her mouth was turned down in half a frown. From the corner of her lips oozed a stream of drool. Her eyes rolled, wild with fear, and seemed not to be focused on anything in this room. Cerebral hemorrhage, explained a doctor who might have been Lipscomb. To remain standing, Celestina had to brace herself with one hand against the operating table. The lights had grown painfully bright, and the air had thickened with the odors of antiseptics and blood, until breathing required an effort. Feemy turned her head, and her eyes stopped rolling wildly. She locked gazes with her sister, and for the first time she seemed to know where she was. She tried to raise her right hand, but it flopped uselessly and would not respond, so she reached across her body with her left hand, which Celestina gripped tightly. The girl spoke, but her words were badly slurred, her speech incoherent. She twisted her sweat-drenched face in what might have been frustration, closed her eyes, and tried again, getting out a single but intelligible word. Baby. She's suffering only expressive aphasia, the doctor said. She can't get much out, but she understands you perfectly. With the infant in her arms, the heavy-set nurse pressed in beside Celestina, who almost recoiled in disgust. She held the newborn so that its mother could look into its face. Pheme gazed upon the child briefly, then sought her sister's eyes again. Another word, slurred but made intelligible with much effort. Angel. This was no angel, unless it was the angel of death. All right, yes, it had tiny hands and tiny feet, rather than hooked talons and cloven hooves. This was no demon child. Its father's evil was not visibly reflected in its small face. Nevertheless, Celestina wanted nothing to do with it, was offended by the very sight of it, and she couldn't understand why Pheme would so insistently call it an angel. Angel, Pheme said thickly, searching her sister's eyes for a sign of understanding. Don't strain yourself, honey. Angel, Pheme said urgently, and then with an effort that made a blood vessel swell in her left temple. Name. You want to name the baby Angel? The girl tried to say yes, but all that issued from her was, So she nodded as vigorously as she was able to do, and tightened her grip on Celestina's hand. Perhaps she was afflicted with only expressive aphasia, but she must be confused to some degree. The baby, which would be placed for adoption, was not hers to name. Angel, she repeated, close to desperation. Angel, a less exotic synonym for her own name. Seraphim's angel. The angel of an angel. All right, Celestina said. Yes, of course. She could see no harm in humoring Pheme. Angel, Angel White. Now, you calm down, you relax, don't stress yourself. Angel. Yes. As the heavy-set nurse retreated with the baby, Pheme's grip on her sister's hand relaxed, but then grew firm once more as her gaze also became more intense. Love you. I love you too, honey, Celestina said shakily. So much. Pheme's eyes widened. Her hand tightened painfully on her sister's hand. Her entire body convulsed, thrashed, and she cried, When her hand went limp in Celestina's, her body sagged too, and her eyes were no longer either focused or rolling wildly. They shimmered into stillness, darkled with death, as the cardiac monitor sang the one long note that signified flatline. Celestina was maneuvered aside as the surgical team began resuscitation procedures. Stunned, she backed away from the table until she encountered a wall. In Southern California, as dawn of this new momentous day looms nearer, Agnes Lampion still dreams of her newborn, Bartholomew, in an incubator, watched over by a host of little angels hovering on white wings, seraphim and cherubim. In Oregon, standing at Junior Kane's bedside, turning a quarter across the knuckles of his left hand, Thomas Vanadium asks about the name that his suspect had spoken in the grip of a nightmare. In San Francisco, Seraphim Ethionoma White lies beyond all hope of resuscitation, so beautiful and only 16. With a tenderness that surprises and moves Celestina, the tall nurse closes the dead girl's eyes. She opens a fresh, clean sheet and places it over the body from the feet up, covering the precious face last of all. And now the stilled world starts turning again. Lowering his surgical mask, Dr. Lipscomb approached Celestina, where she stood with her back pressed to the wall. His homely face was long and narrow, as though pulled into that shape by the weight of his responsibilities. In other circumstances, however, his generous mouth might have shaped an appealing smile, and his green eyes had in them the compassion of someone who himself had known great loss. "I'm so sorry, Miss White." She blinked, nodded, but could not speak. "You'll need time to adjust to this," he said. "Perhaps you've got to call family." Her mother and father still resided in a world where Pheme was alive. Bringing them from that old reality to this new one would be the second hardest thing Celestina had ever done. The hardest was being in this room at the very moment when Feemy had moved on. Celestina knew beyond doubt that this was the worst thing she would have to endure in all her life, worse than her own death when it came. "And of course you'll need to make arrangements for the body," said Dr. Lipscomb. "Sister Josephina will provide you with a room, a phone, privacy, whatever you need, and for however long you need." She wasn't listening closely to him, numb. She felt as though she were half anesthetized. She was looking past him at nothing, and his voice seemed to be coming to her through several layers of surgical masks, though he now wore none at all. "But before you leave St. Mary's," the physician said, "I'd like a few minutes of your time. It's very important to me, personally." Gradually she perceived that Lipscomb was more troubled than he should have been, considering that his patient had died through no fault of his own. When she met his eyes again, he said, "I'll wait for you when you're ready to hear me, however long you need. But something extraordinary happened here before you arrived." Celestina almost begged off, almost told him that she had no interest in whatever curiosity of medicine or physiology he might have witnessed. The only miracle that would have mattered, Feemy's survival, had not been granted. In the face of his kindness, however, she couldn't refuse his request. She nodded. The newborn was no longer in the operating room. Celestina hadn't noticed the infant being taken away. She had wanted to see it once more, even though she was sickened by the sight of it. Evidently her face was knotted with the effort to remember what the child had looked like, for the physician said, "Yes, what's wrong?" "The baby. She's been taken to the neonatal unit." She. Heretofore, Celestina hadn't given a thought to the gender of the baby, because to her it had been less a person than a thing. Lipscomb said, "Miss White, do you want me to show you the way?" She shook her head. "No, thank you, no. Neonatal unit. I'll find it later." This consequence of rape, the baby, was less baby to Celestina than cancer, a malignancy excised rather than a life delivered. She had been no more impelled to study the child than she would have been charmed to examine the glistening gnarls and oozing convolutions of a freshly plucked tumor. Consequently, she could remember nothing of its squinched face. One detail, and one only, haunted her. As shaken as she had been at Feemy's side, she couldn't trust her memory. Perhaps she hadn't seen what she thought she'd seen. One detail, one only. It was a crucial detail, however, one that she absolutely must confirm before she left St. Mary's, even if she would be required to look at the child once more, this spawn of violence, this killer of her sister. Chapter 19. In hospitals, as in farmhouses, breakfast comes soon after dawn, because both healing and growing are hard work, and long days of labor are required to save the human species, which spends as much time earning its pain and hunger as it does trying to escape them. 2 soft-boiled eggs, 1 slice of bread neither toasted nor buttered, a glass of apple juice, and a dish of orange jello were served to Agnes Lampion, as, on farms farther inland from the coast, roosters still crowed and plump hens clucked contentedly atop their early layings. Although she had slept well, and though her hemorrhaging had been successfully arrested, Agnes was too weak to manage breakfast alone. A simple spoon was as heavy and as unwieldy as a shovel. She didn't have any appetite anyway. Joey was too much on her mind. The safe birth of a healthy child was a blessing, but it wasn't compensation for her loss. Although by nature resistant to depression, she now had a darkness in her heart that would not relent before 1,000 dawns, or 10,000. If a mere nurse had insisted that she eat, Agnes would not have been persuaded. But she couldn't hold out against the insistent importuning of one special seamstress. Maria Elena Gonzalez, such an imposing figure in spite of her diminutive stature that even 3 names seemed insufficient to identify her, was still present. Although the crisis had passed, she wasn't ready to trust that nurses and doctors by themselves could provide Agnes with adequate care. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Maria lightly salted the runny eggs and spooned them into Agnes's mouth. "Eggs is as chicken does." "Eggs are as chickens do," Agnes corrected. "'Kay?" Frowning, Agnes said, "No, that doesn't make any sense either, does it? What were you trying to say, dear?" "This woman be to ask me about chickens." "What woman?" "Doesn't matter. Silly woman making fun at my English, try and confuse me. She be to ask me whether chicken come around first, or first be an egg." "Which came first, the chicken or the egg?" "See, like that she say." "She wasn't making fun of your English, dear. It's just an old riddle." When Maria didn't understand that word, Agnes spelled it and defined it. "No one can answer it, good English or not. That's the point." "Point be to ask question without can have no answer? What sense that make?" She frowned with concern. "You not to be well yet, Mrs. Lampion. Your head not clean." "Clear." "I answered to riddle." "And what was your answer?" "First chicken to become with first egg inside already." Agnes swallowed a spoonful of jello and smiled. "Well, that is pretty simple after all." "Everything be." "Be what?" Agnes asked, as she sucked up the last of the apple juice through a straw. "Simple. People make things to be complicated when not. All world simple like sewing." "Sewing?" Agnes wondered if, indeed, her head was not yet clean. "Thread, needle, stitch, stitch, stitch," Maria said earnestly as she removed Agnes's bed tray. "Tie off last stitch. Simple. Only to decide is color of thread and what is type stitch. Then stitch, stitch, stitch." Into all this talk of stitchery came a nurse with the news that baby Lampion was out of danger and free of the incubator, and with the simplicity of a ring following the swing of a bell, a second nurse appeared, pushing a wheeled bassinet. The first nurse beamed smiles into the bassinet and swept from it a pink treasure swaddled in a simple white receiving blanket. Previously too weak to lift a spoon, Agnes now had the strength of Hercules, and could have held back 2 teams of horses pulling in opposite directions, let alone support one small baby. "His eyes are so beautiful," said the nurse, who passed him into his mother's arms. The boy was beautiful in every regard, his face smoother than that of most newborns, as if he had come into the world with a sense of peace about the life ahead of him in this turbulent place. And perhaps he had arrived with unusual wisdom, too, because his features were better defined than those of other babies, as though already shaped by knowledge and experience. He had a full head of hair as thick and sable-brown as Joey's. His eyes, as Maria told Agnes in the middle of the night, and as the nurse just confirmed, were exceptionally beautiful. Unlike most human eyes, which are of a single color with striations in a darker shade, each of Bartholomew's contained 2 distinct colors, green like his mother's, blue like his father's, and the pattern of striations was formed by the alternation of these 2 dazzling pigments within each orb. Jewels they were, magnificent and clear and radiant. Bartholomew's gaze was mesmerizing, and as Agnes met his warm and constant stare, she was filled with wonder and with a sense of mystery. "My little Barty," she said softly, the affectionate form of his name springing to her lips without contemplation. "You're going to have an exceptional life, I think. Yes, you will, Smarty Barty. Mothers can tell. So many things happened to stop you from getting here, but you made it anyway. You are here for some fine purpose." The rain that contributed to the death of the boy's father had stopped falling during the night. The morning sky remained iron dark, plated with knurled clouds, like one giant thumbscrew turned down tight upon the world. But until Agnes spoke, the heavens had been for some time as silent as iron unstruck. As though the word purpose were a hammer, a hard peal of thunder crashed through the sky, preceded by a fierce flash of lightning. The baby's gaze shifted from his mother in the direction of the window, but his brow didn't furrow with fear. "Don't worry about the big bad crash bang, Barty," Agnes told him. "In my arms you'll always be safe." Safe, like purpose before it, set fire to the sky and rang from that vault a catastrophic crack that not only rattled the windows but also shook the building. Thunder in Southern California is rare, lightning yet more rare. Storms are semi-tropical here, downpours without pyrotechnics. The power of the second blast had elicited a cry of surprise and alarm from the two nurses and from Maria. A quiver of superstitious dread twanged through Agnes, and she held her son closer against her breast as she repeated, "Safe." On the downbeat of the word, as an orchestra to the baton of a conductor, the storm flared and boomed, brighter and far louder than before. The window-pane reverberated like a drumskin, while the dishes on the bed-tray clinked xylophonically against one another. As the window became totally opaque with the reflections of the lightning, blank as a cataract-filmed eye, Maria made the sign of the cross. Gripped by the crazy notion that this weather phenomenon was a threat aimed specifically at her baby, Agnes stubbornly responded to the challenge. Safe. The most cataclysmic blast was also the final one, of nuclear brightness, that seemed to turn the window-pane into a molten sheet, and of apocalyptic sound that vibrated through the fillings in Agnes's teeth and would have played her bones like flutes if they had been hollowed out of marrow. The hospital lights flickered, and the air was so crisp with ozone that it seemed to crackle against the rims of her nostrils when Agnes inhaled. Then the fireworks ended, and the lights were not extinguished. No harm had come to anyone. Strangest of all was the absence of rain. Such tumult never failed to wring torrents from thunderheads, yet not a single drop spattered against the window. Instead, a remarkable stillness settled over the morning, so deep a hush that everyone exchanged glances, and with hairs raised on the backs of their necks looked up at the ceiling in expectation of some event that they couldn't define. Never did lightning vanquish a storm rather than serve as its advance artillery. But in the wake of this furious display, the iron-dark clouds slowly began to crack, like cannon-shattered battlements, revealing a blue peace beyond. Barty had not cried or exhibited the slightest sign of distress during the tempest, and now, gazing up at his mother once more, he favored her with his first smile. Chapter 20. When a glass of chilled apple juice at dawn stayed on his stomach, Junior Kane was allowed a second glass, though he was admonished to sip it slowly. He was also given 3 saltines. He could have eaten an entire cow on a bun, hooves and tail attached. Although weak, he was no longer in danger of spewing bile and blood like a harpooned whale. The siege had passed. The immediate consequence of killing his wife had been violent nervous emesis, but the longer-term reaction was a ravenous appetite and a joie de vivre so exhilarating that he had to guard against the urge to break into song. Junior was in a mood to celebrate. Celebration, of course, would lead to incarceration and perhaps to electrocution, with Vanadium, the maniac cop, likely to be found lurking under the bed or masquerading as a nurse to catch him in an unguarded moment. Junior had to recover at a pace that his physician would not find miraculous. Dr. Parkhurst expected to discharge him no sooner than the following morning. No longer pinned to the bed by an intravenous feed of fluids and medications, provided with pajamas and a thin cotton robe to replace his backless gown, Junior was encouraged to test his legs and get some exercise. Although they expected him to be dizzy, he had no difficulty whatsoever with his balance, and in spite of feeling a little drained, he wasn't as weak as they thought he was. He could have toured the hospital unassisted, but he played to their expectations and used the wheeled walker. From time to time he halted, leaning against the walker as if in need of rest. He took care occasionally to grimace, convincingly, not too theatrically, and to breathe harder than necessary. More than once a passing nurse stopped to check on him and to advise him not to exhaust himself. Thus far, none of these women of mercy was as lovely as Victoria Bressler, the ice-serving nurse who was hot for him. Nevertheless, he kept looking and remained hopeful. Although Junior felt honor-bound to give Victoria first shot at him, he certainly didn't owe her monogamy. Eventually, when he had shaken off suspicion as finally as he had shaken off Naomi, he would be in the mood for a dessert buffet, romantically speaking, and one eclair would not satisfy. Not limited to a survey of the nursing staff on a single floor of the hospital, Junior used the elevators to roam higher and lower, checking out the skirts. Eventually, he found himself alone at the large viewing window of the neonatal care unit. 7 newborns were in residence. Fixed to the foot of each of the 7 bassinets was a placard on which was printed the name of the baby. Junior stood at the window for a long time, not because he was pretending to rest, and not because any of the attending nurses was a looker. He was transfixed, and for a while he didn't know why. He wasn't afflicted with parenthood envy. A baby was the last thing he would ever want, aside from cancer. Children were nasty little beasts. A child would be an encumbrance, a burden, not a blessing. Yet his curious attraction to these newborns kept him at the window, and he began to believe that unconsciously he had intended to come here from the moment he guided his walker out of his room. He'd been compelled to come, drawn by some mysterious magnetism. Upon arriving at the creche window, he had been in a buoyant mood. As he studied the quiet scene, however, he grew uneasy. Babies, just harmless babies. Harmless though they were, the sight of them, swaddled and for the most part concealed, first troubled him and then quickly brought him, inexplicably, irrationally, undeniably, to the edge of outright fear. He had noted all 7 names on the bassinets, but he read them again. He sensed in their names, or in one of their names, the explanation for his seemingly mad perception of a looming threat. Name by name, as his gaze traveled across the 7 placards, such a vast hollowness opened within Junior that he needed the walker for support as he had only pretended to need it previously. He felt as if he had become the mere shell of a man, and that the right note would shatter him as a properly piercing tone can shatter crystal. This wasn't a new sensation. He had experienced it before. In the night just past, when he had awakened from an unremembered dream and saw the bright quarter dancing across Vanadium's knuckles. No, not exactly then. Not at the sight of the coin or the detective. He had felt this way at Vanadium's mention of the name that he, Junior, had supposedly spoken in his nightmare. Bartholomew. Junior shuddered. Vanadium hadn't invented the name. It had genuine, if inexplicable, resonance with Junior that had nothing to do with the detective. Bartholomew. As before, the name tolled through him like the ominous note of the deepest bass bell in a cathedral carillon, struck on a cold midnight. Bartholomew. None of the babies in this creche was named Bartholomew, and Junior struggled to understand what connection this place had to his unrecollected dream. The full nature of the nightmare continued to elude him, but he became convinced that good reason for his fear existed, that the dream had been more than a dream. He had a nemesis named Bartholomew, not merely in dreams, but in the real world, and this Bartholomew had something to do with babies. Drawing from a well of inspiration deeper than instinct, Junior knew that if ever he crossed paths with a man named Bartholomew, he must be prepared to deal with him as aggressively as he had dealt with Naomi, and without delay. Trembling and sweating, he turned his back to the view window. As he retreated from the creche, he expected the oppressive pall of fear to lift, but it grew heavier. He found himself looking over his shoulder more than once. By the time he returned to his room, he felt half crushed by anxiety. A nurse fussed over him as she helped him into bed, concerned about his paleness and his tremors. She was attentive, efficient, compassionate, but she wasn't in the least attractive, and he wished she would leave him alone. As soon as he was alone, however, Junior yearned for the nurse to return. Alone, he felt vulnerable, threatened. Somewhere in the world he had a deadly enemy, Bartholomew, who had something to do with babies, a total stranger yet an implacable foe. If he hadn't been such a rational, stable, no-nonsense person all of his life, Junior might have thought he was losing his mind. Chapter 21. The sun rose above clouds, above fog, and with the gray day came a silver drizzle. The city was lanced by needles of rain, and filth drained from it, swelling the gutters with a poisonous flood. St. Mary's social workers did not arrive with dawn, so Celestina was given the privacy of one of their offices, where the wet face of the morning pressed blurrily at the windows, and where she phoned her parents with the terrible news. From here, too, she arranged with a mortician to collect Feemy's body from the cold storage locker in the hospital morgue, embalm it, and have it flown home to Oregon. Her mother and father wept bitterly, but Celestina remained composed. She had much to do, many decisions to make before she accompanied her sister's body on the flight out of San Francisco. When finally her obligations were met, she would allow herself to feel the loss, the misery, against which she was now armored. Feemy deserved dignity in this final journey to her northern grave. When Celestina had no further calls to make, Dr. Lipscomb came to her. He was no longer in his scrubs, but wore gray wool slacks and a blue cashmere sweater over a white shirt. Face somber, he looked less like an obstetrician engaged in the business of life than like a professor of philosophy forever pondering the inevitability of death. She started to get up from the chair behind the desk, but he encouraged her to stay seated. He stood at a window, staring down into the street, his profile to her, and in his silence he searched for the words to describe the something extraordinary that he had mentioned earlier. Droplets of rain shimmered on the glass and tracked downward. Reflections of those tracks appeared as stigmatic tears on the long face of the physician. When at last he spoke, real grief, quiet but profound, softened his voice. March 1st, 3 years ago, my wife and 2 sons, Danny and Harry, both 7, twins, were coming home from visiting her parents in New York. Shortly after takeoff, their plane went down. Having been so wounded by one death, Celestina could not imagine how Lipscomb could have survived the loss of his entire family. Pity knotted her heart and cinched her throat so that she spoke in little more than a whisper. "Was that the American Airlines?" He nodded. Mysteriously, on the first day of sunny weather in weeks, the 707 had crashed into Jamaica Bay, Queens, killing everyone aboard. Now, in 1965, it remained the worst commercial aviation disaster in the nation's history, and because of the unprecedented dramatic television coverage, the story was a permanent scar in Celestina's memory, although she had been living a continent away at the time. "Miss White," he continued, still facing the window, "not long before you arrived in surgery this morning, your sister died on the table. We hadn't delivered the baby yet, and perhaps couldn't have done so by cesarean in time to prevent brain damage. So, for both the sake of the mother and child, heroic efforts were made to bring Feemy back and ensure continued circulation to the fetus until we could extract it." The sudden change of subject from the airline crash to Feemy confused Celestina. Lipscomb shifted his gaze from the street below to the source of the rain. Feemy was not gone long, perhaps a minute and 10 seconds at most, and when she was with us again, It was clear from her condition that the cardiac arrest was more likely secondary to a massive cerebral incident. She was disoriented, paralysis on the right side, with the distortion of the facial muscles that you saw. Her speech was slurred at first, but then something strange happened. Feemy's speech had been slurred later as well, immediately following the birth of the baby, when she had struggled to convey her desire to name her daughter Angel. An affecting but difficult-to-define note in Dr. Lipscomb's voice brought Celestina slowly out of the office chair to her feet. Perhaps it was wonder, or fear, or reverence, perhaps all three. For a moment, Lipscomb continued. Her voice became clear, no longer slurred. She raised her head from the pillow, and her eyes fixed on me, all the confusion gone. She was so intense. She said, Rowena loves you. A shiver of awe traveled Celestina's spine, because she knew what the physician's next words would surely be. Rowena, he said, confirming her intuition, was my wife. As if a door had briefly opened between this windless day and another world, a single gust rattled rain against the windows. Lipscomb turned to Celestina. Before lapsing into semi-coherence again, your sister said, Beazle and Feazle are safe with her. Which may sound less than coherent to you, but not to me. She waited expectantly. Those were Rowena's affectionate names for the boys when they were babies. Her private nonsense names for them, because she said they were like two beautiful little elves and ought to have elfin names. Feemy couldn't have known. No. Rowena dropped those names after the twins' first year. She and I were the only ones who ever used them, our private little joke. Even the boys wouldn't have remembered. In the physician's eyes, a yearning to believe. In his face, a squint of skepticism. He was a man of medicine and science who had been served well by hard logic and by an unwavering commitment to reason. He wasn't prepared easily to accept the notion that logic and reason, while essential tools to anyone hoping to lead a full and happy life, were nevertheless insufficient to describe either the physical world or the human experience. Celestina was better equipped to embrace this transcendental experience for what it appeared to be. She was not one of those artists who celebrated chaos and disorder, or who found inspiration in pessimism and despair. Wherever her eyes came to rest, she saw order, purpose, exquisite design, and either the pale flicker or the fierce blaze of a humbling beauty. She perceived the uncanny, not merely in old houses where ghosts were said to roam or in eerie experiences like the one Lipscomb had described, but every day in the pattern of a tree's branches, in the rapturous play of a dog with a tennis ball, in the white whirling currents of a snowstorm, in every aspect of the natural world in which insoluble mystery was as fundamental a component as light and darkness, as matter and energy, as time and space. "Did your sister have other curious experiences?" Lipscomb asked. "Nothing like this." "Was she lucky at cards?" "No luckier than me." "Premonitions?" "No." "Psychic ability? She didn't have any. It might one day be scientifically verifiable." "Unlike life after death?" she asked. Hope on many wings hovered all around the physician, but he was afraid to let it roost. Celestina said, "Feemy wasn't a mind reader. That's science fiction, Dr. Lipscomb." He met her stare. He had no response. "She didn't reach into your thoughts and pluck out the name Rowena, or Beazle, or Feazle." As though frightened of the gentle certainty in Celestina's eyes, the doctor turned away from her and toward the window once more. She moved beside him. "For 1 minute after her heart stopped the first time, she wasn't here in St. Mary's, was she?" Her body, yes, that was still here, but not Feemy. Dr. Lipscomb brought his hands to his face, covering his nose and mouth, as earlier they had been covered with a surgical mask, as though he were in danger of drawing in with his breath an idea that would forever change him. "If Feemy wasn't here," Celestina said, "and then she came back, she was somewhere during that minute, wasn't she?" Beyond the window, behind veils of rain and fog, the metropolis appeared to be more enigmatic than Stonehenge, as unknowable as any city in our dreams. Behind his masking hands, the physician let out a thin sound, as though he were trying to pull from his heart an anguish that was embedded like a burr with countless sharp-hooked thorns. Celestina hesitated, feeling awkward, unsure. As always in uncertainty, she asked herself what her mother would do in this situation. Grace, of infinite grace, unfailingly did precisely the needed thing, knew exactly the right words to console, to enlighten, to charm a smile out of even the miserable. Often, however, the needed thing involved no words, because in our journey we so often feel abandoned, and we need only to be reassured that we are not alone. She placed her right hand on his shoulder. At her touch, she felt a tension go out of the doctor. His hands slipped from his face, and he turned to her, shuddering not with fear, but with what might have been relief. He tried to speak, and when he could not, Celestina put her arms around him. She was not yet 21, and he was at least twice her age, but he leaned like a small child against her, and like a mother, she comforted him. Chapter 22. In good dark suits, clean-shaven, as polished as their shoes, carrying valises, the three arrived in Junior's hospital room even before the usual start of the working day, wise men without camels, not bearing gifts, but willing to pay a price for grief and loss. 2 lawyers and a high-level political appointee, they represented the state, the county, and the insurance company in the matter of the improperly maintained railing on the observation platform at the fire tower. They could not have been more solemn or more respectful if Naomi's corpse, stitched back together, pumped full of embalming fluid, painted with pancake makeup, dressed in white with her cold hands clasping a Bible to her breast, had been reposing in a casket in this very room, surrounded by flowers, and awaiting the arrival of mourners. They were all polite, soft-spoken, sad-eyed, oozing unctuous concern, and so full of feverish calculation that Junior wouldn't have been surprised if they had set off the ceiling-mounted fire sprinklers. They introduced themselves as Knacker, Hiskis, and Nork, but Junior didn't bother to associate names with faces, partly because the men were so alike in appearance and manner that their own mothers might have had difficulty figuring out which of them to blame for never calling. Besides, he was still tired from his recent ramble through the hospital, and unnerved by the thought of some baleful-eyed Bartholomew prowling the world in search of him. After much oily commiseration, sanctimonious babble about Naomi having gone to a better place, and insincere talk of the government's desire always to ensure the public safety and to treat every citizen with compassion, Knacker, or Hiskis, or Nork, finally got around to the issue of compensation. No word as crass as compensation was used, of course. Redress, requital, restitutional apology, which must have been learned in a law school where English was the second language, even atonement. Junior drove them a little crazy by pretending not to understand their intent as they circled the issue like novice snake handlers, warily looking for a safe grip on a coiled cobra. He was surprised they had come so soon, less than 24 hours after the tragedy. This was especially unusual, considering that a homicide detective was obsessed with the idea that rotting wood alone was not responsible for Naomi's death. Indeed, Junior suspected that they might be here at Vanadium's urging. The cop would be interested in determining how avaricious the mourning husband would prove to be when presented with the opportunity to turn his wife's cold flesh into cash. Knacker, or Hiskis, or Nork was talking about an offering, as though Naomi were a goddess to whom they wished to present a penance of gold and jewels. Sick of them, Junior pretended that he was just now getting their drift. He didn't fake outrage or even distaste, because he knew he might unwittingly oversell any strong reaction, striking a false note and raising suspicions. Instead, with grave courtesy, he quietly told them that he wanted no settlement for his wife's death or for his own suffering. Money can't replace her. I'd never be able to spend a penny of it, not a penny. I'd have to give it away. What would be the point? After a silent moment of surprise, Nork or Knacker or Hiskis said, "Your sentiment is understandable, Mr. Kane, but it's customary in these matters." Junior's throat wasn't half as sore as it had been the previous afternoon, and to these men his soft, coarse voice must have sounded not abraded but raw with emotion. "I don't care what's customary. I don't want anything. I don't blame anyone. These things happen. If you have a liability release with you, I'll sign it right now." Hiskis, Nork, and Knacker exchanged sharp glances, nonplussed. Finally, one of them said, "We couldn't do that, Mr. Kane, not until you've consulted an attorney." "I don't want an attorney." He closed his eyes, lowered his head to the pillow, and sighed. "I just want peace." Knacker, Hiskis, and Nork, all talking at once, then falling silent as if they were a single organism, then talking in rotation but interrupting one another, tried to advance their agenda. Although he made no effort to summon them, tears spilled from Junior's closed eyes. They weren't drawn from him by thoughts of poor Naomi. These next few days, perhaps weeks, were going to be tedious until he could have Nurse Victoria Bressler. Under the circumstances, he had good reason to feel sorry for himself. His silent tears accomplished what his words could not. Nork, Knacker, and Hiskis retreated, urging him to speak to his attorney, promising to return, once more expressing their deepest condolences, perhaps as abashed as attorneys and political appointees could get, but certainly confused and unsure how to proceed when dealing with a man so untouched by greed, so free of anger, so forgiving as the widower Kane. Everything was proceeding precisely as Junior had envisioned in the instant when Naomi had first discovered the rotten section of railing and had nearly fallen without assistance. The entire plan had come to him, wholly formed in a blink, and during the following 2 circuits of the observation deck he had mulled it over, seeking flaws, but finding none. Thus far there were only 2 unexpected developments, the first being his explosive vomiting. He hoped he would never have to endure another such episode. That Olympian purge had, however, made him appear to be both emotionally and physically devastated by the loss of his wife. He couldn't have calculated any stratagem more likely to convince most people that he was innocent, and, in fact, constitutionally incapable of premeditated murder. He had experienced considerable self-revelation during the past 18 hours, but of all the new qualities he had discovered in himself, Junior was most proud of the realization that he was such a profoundly sensitive person. This was an admirable character trait, but it would also be a useful screen behind which to commit whatever ruthless acts were required in this dangerous new life he'd chosen. The other of the 2 unexpected developments was Vanadium, the lunatic lawman. Tenacity personified, tenacity with a bad haircut. As his drying tears became stiff on his cheeks, Junior decided that he would most likely have to kill Vanadium to be rid of him and fully safe. No problem. and in spite of his exquisite sensitivity, he was convinced that wasting the detective would not trigger in him another bout of vomiting. If anything, he might pee his pants in sheer delight. Chapter 23. Celestina returned to room 724 to collect Feemy's belongings from the tiny closet and from the nightstand. Her hands trembled as she attempted to fold her sister's clothes into the small suitcase. What should have been a simple task became a daunting challenge. The fabric seemed to come alive in her hands and slip through her fingers, resisting every attempt to organize it. When eventually she realized there was no reason to be neat, she tossed the garments into the bag without concern for wrinkling them. Just as Celestina snapped shut the latches on the suitcase and turned to the door, a nurse's aide entered, pushing a cart loaded with towels and bed linens. This was the same woman who had been stripping the second bed when Celestina arrived earlier. Now she was here to remake the first. "I'm so sorry about your sister," the aide said. "Thank you. She was so sweet." Celestina nodded, unable to respond to the aide's kindness. Sometimes kindness can shatter as easily as soothe. "What room has Mrs. Lombardi been moved to?" she asked. "I'd like to see her before I go." "Oh, didn't you know? I'm sorry, but she's gone, too." "Gone?" Celestina said, but understood. Indeed, subconsciously, she had known that Nella was gone since receiving the call at 4:15 this morning. When the old woman had finished what she needed to say, the silence on the line had been eerily perfect, without one crackle of static or electronic murmur, unlike anything Celestina had ever heard on a telephone before. "She died last night," said the aide. "Do you know when? The time of death?" "A few minutes after midnight." "You're sure? Of the time, I mean." "I'd just come on duty. I'm working a shift and a half today. She passed away in the coma without waking." In Celestina's mind, as clear as it had been on the phone at 4:15 a.m., the frail voice of an old woman warned of Feemy's crisis. "Come now." "What?" "Come now. Come quickly." "Who's this?" "Nella Lombardi. Come now. Your sister will soon be dying." If the call had really come from Mrs. Lombardi, she had placed it more than 4 hours after she died. And if it hadn't come from the old woman who had impersonated her, why? When Celestina had arrived at the hospital 20 minutes later, Sister Josephina had expressed surprise. "I didn't know they'd been able to reach you. They only started trying 10 minutes ago." The call from Nella Lombardi had come before Feemy was stricken with eclamptic seizures and rushed to surgery. "Your sister will soon be dying." "Are you all right, dear?" the nurse's aide asked. Celestina nodded, swallowed hard. Bitterness had flooded her heart when Feemy died, and hatred for the child that had lived at the mother's expense, feelings she knew were not worthy of her, but which she could not cast out. These two amazements, Dr. Lipscomb's story and Nella's telephone call, were an antidote to hatred, a balm for anger. But they also left her half-dazed. "Yes, thank you," she told the aide. "I'll be okay." Carrying the suitcase, she left room 724. In the corridor she halted, looked left, looked right, and didn't know where to go. Had Nella Lombardi, no longer of this beautiful world, reached back across the void to bring two sisters together in time for them to say goodbye to each other? And had Feemy, retrieved from death by the resuscitation procedures of the surgical team, repaid Nella's kindness with her own stunning message to Lipscomb? From childhood, Celestina was encouraged to be confident that life had meaning, and when she needed to share that belief with Dr. Lipscomb as he struggled to come to terms with his experience in the operating room, She'd done so without hesitation. Strangely, however, she herself was having difficulty absorbing these two small miracles. Although she was aware that these extraordinary events would shape the rest of her life, beginning with her actions in the hours immediately ahead of her, she could not clearly see what she ought to do next. At the core of her confusion was a conflict of mind and heart, reason and faith, but also a battle between desire and duty. Until she was able to reconcile these opposed forces, she was all but paralyzed by indecision. She walked the corridor until she came to a room with empty beds. Without turning on the lights, she entered, put down the suitcase, and sat in a chair by the window. Even as the morning matured, the fog and the rain conspired to bar all but a faint gray daylight from St. Mary's. Shadows flourished. Celestina sat studying her hands, so dark in the darkness. Eventually, she discovered within herself all the light that she needed to find her way through the crucial hours immediately ahead. At last, she knew what she must do, but she was not certain that she possessed the fortitude to do it. Her hands were slender, long-fingered, graceful, the hands of an artist. They were not powerful hands. She thought of herself as a creative person, a capable and efficient and committed person, but she did not think of herself as a strong person. Yet she would need great strength for what lay ahead. Time to go. Time to do what must be done. She could not get up from the chair. Do what must be done. She was too scared to move. Chapter 24. Edom and the pies, into the blue morning following the storm, had a schedule to keep and the hungry to satisfy. He drove his yellow and white 1955 Ford Country Squire station wagon. He'd bought the car with some of the last money he'd earned in the years when he had been able to hold a job before his problem. Once he had been a superb driver. For the past decade, his performance behind the wheel depended on his mood. Sometimes just the thought of getting in the car and venturing into the dangerous world was intolerable. Then he settled into his lazy boy and waited for the natural disaster that would soon scrub him off the earth as though he had never existed. This morning, only his love for his sister Agnes gave him the courage to drive and to become the pie man. Agnes's big brother by 6 years, Edom had lived in one of the 2 apartments above the large detached garage behind the main house since he was 25, when he'd left the working world. He was now 36. Edom's twin, Jacob, who had never held a job, lived in the second apartment. He'd been there since graduating from high school. Agnes, who inherited the property, would have welcomed her brothers in the main house. Although both were willing to visit her for an occasional dinner or sit in rocking chairs on the porch on a summer night, neither could abide living in that ominous place. Too much had happened in those rooms. They were stained dark with family history, and in the night when either Edom or Jacob slept under that gabled roof, the past came alive again in dreams. Edom marveled at Agnes's ability to rise above the past and to transcend so many years of torment. She was able to see the house as simple shelter, whereas to her brothers it was, and always would be, the place in which their spirits had been shattered. Even living within sight of it would have been out of the question if they had been employed with options. This was one of many things about Agnes that amazed Edom. If he had dared to make a list of all the qualities that he admired in her, he would have sunk into despair at the consideration of how much better she had coped with adversity than either he or Jacob. When Agnes had asked him to deliver the pies, before she had set out with Joey for the hospital the previous day, Edom had wanted to beg off, but he had agreed without hesitation. He was prepared to suffer every viciousness that nature could throw at him in this life, but he could not endure seeing disappointment in his sister's eyes. Not that she ever gave any indication that her brothers were other than a source of pride for her. She treated them always with respect tenderness, and love, as if unaware of their shortcomings. She dealt with them equally, too, favoring neither, except in the matter of pie delivery. On those rare occasions when she could not make these rounds herself, and when she had no one to turn to but a brother, Agnes always asked for Edam's help. Jacob scared people. He was Edam's identical twin, with Edam's boyish and pleasant face, as soft-spoken as Edam, well-barbered and neatly groomed. Nevertheless, on the same mission of mercy as Edam, Jacob would leave the pie recipients in a state of deep uneasiness, if not outright terror. In his wake they would bar the doors, load guns if they owned any, and lay sleepless for a night or two. Consequently, Edam was abroad in the land with pies and parcels, following a list of names and addresses provided by his sister, even though he believed an unprecedentedly violent earthquake, the fabled Big One, was likely to strike before noon, certainly before dinner. This was the last day of the rest of his life. The strange barrage of lightning, putting an end to the rain rather than initiating it, had been a clue. The rapid clearing of the sky, indicating a stiff wind at high altitudes while stillness prevailed at ground level, a sudden plunge in the humidity, and an unseasonable warmth confirmed the coming catastrophe. Earthquake weather. Southern Californians had many definitions of that term, but Edam knew his was right this time. Thunder would roll again soon, but it would arise from underfoot. Driving defensively, keenly alert for toppling telephone poles, collapsing bridges, and, not least of all, the abrupt appearance of car-swallowing fissures in the pavement, Edam arrived at the first address on Agnes's list. The modest, clapboard house had received no maintenance in a long time. Silvered by years of insistent sun, bare wood showed through peeling paint like dark bones. At the end of a gravel driveway, a battered Chevy pickup stood on bald tires under a sagging carport. Here on the eastern outskirts of Bright Beach, on the side of the hills that offered no view of the sea, the tireless desert encroached when residents were not diligent. Sage and wild sorrel and all manner of scrub bristled where backyards ended. The recent storm had blown tumbleweeds out of the barrens. They were snared in domestic shrubs piled against one wall of the house. Green during this rainy season, the lawn, lacking a sprinkler system, would be crisp and brown April through November. Even in this lush phase it was as much weeds and creeping sandburr as grass. Carrying one of the 6 blueberry pies, Edam walked through the unmown lawn and up the sway-backed steps onto the front porch. This was not a house he would choose to occupy when the quake of the century rocked the coast and leveled mighty cities. Agnes's instructions, unfortunately, were that Edam must not merely drop the gifts and run, but must visit for a short while, and be as neighborly as it was within his nature to be. Jolene Clefton answered his knock, dowdy in her early 50s, wearing a shapeless house dress, fly-away brown hair as lusterless as Mojave dust. Her face was enlivened by a wealth of freckles, however, and her voice was both musical and warm. "Edam, you look as handsome as that singer on the Lawrence Welk show. You really do. Come in, come in." As Jolene stepped aside to let him enter, Edam said, "Agnes was in a baking frenzy again. We'll be eating blueberry pie till we're blue. She said maybe you'd relieve us of one." "Thank you, Edam. Where is herself this morning?" Though she tried to hide it, Jolene was disappointed, anybody would have been, that Edam rather than Agnes was at her door. He took no offense. "She had the baby last night," he announced. With a girlish cry of delight, Jolene shouted to her husband, Bill, who wasn't here in the living room, "Agnes had her baby." "A boy," Edam said. "She named him Bartholomew." "It's a boy named Bartholomew," Jolene shouted to Bill, and then she urged Edam to follow her into the kitchen. Outside in the station wagon were boxes of groceries, a smoked ham, fancy canned goods for the Cleftons. Edam would carry those in later, making it seem as if the groceries were an afterthought. According to Agnes, bringing the homemade pie first and sitting for a spell made the entire delivery seem not like an act of charity, but like simple sharing by a friend. The kitchen was small, with ancient appliances, but it was bright and clean, and the air smelled of cinnamon and vanilla. Bill was not here either. Jolene pulled out a chair from the breakfast table. "Sit, sit." She put the pie on a counter and brought 3 coffee mugs to the table. "I'll bet he's a special boy, a fine boy, isn't he?" "Haven't seen him. Talked to Agnes on the phone this morning, and she said he's wonderful. A great thatch of hair." "Born with a full head of hair," Jolene shouted to her husband as she filled the mugs with hot coffee. From the far end of the house came a slow, rhythmic thumping, Bill making his way toward the kitchen. "She says his eyes are especially beautiful. Emeralds and sapphires, she says, calls them Tiffany eyes." "The boy has such eyes," Jolene shouted to Bill. As Jolene brought plates and a coffee cake to the table, Bill arrived, hauling himself along on a pair of sturdy canes. He was in his 50s too, but looked 10 years older than his wife. Blame time for his thinning white hair, but his ruddy, bloated face was a consequence of illness and medication. Rheumatoid arthritis had twisted his hips. He should have graduated to crutches or a walker, but pride kept him on the canes. Pride, too, had kept him on the job long after pain should have prevented him from working. Unemployed now for 5 years, he was trying, with diminishing success, to live on disability payments. Bill swung into a chair and hooked the canes on the back of it. He held out his right hand to eat 'em. His hand was gnarled, the knuckles swollen and misshapen. Edom pressed it lightly, afraid of causing pain even with a gentle touch. "Tell us all about the baby," Bill encouraged. "Where did they get the name Bartholomew?" "I'm not really sure." Edom accepted a plate with a slice of cake from Jolene. "Far as I know, it wasn't on their list of favorites." He didn't have much to say about the baby, only what Agnes had told him. He'd already related most of those details to Jolene. Nevertheless, he went through it all again. He embellished a little, in fact, stalling for time, dreading a question that would force him to share with them the bad news. And here it came, from Bill. "Is Joey just bursting with pride?" Edom's mouth was full, so he was spared the expectation of an immediate answer. He chewed until it seemed that his slice of cake must be as tough as gristle, and when he realized Jolene was staring curiously, he nodded as though answering Bill's question. He paid for this deception, the nod, when he tried to swallow the cake and couldn't get it down. Afraid of choking, he grabbed his coffee and dislodged the stubborn wad with hot black brew. He couldn't talk about Joey. Breaking the news would be like murder. Until Edom actually told someone about the accident, Joey wasn't really dead. Words made it real. Until Edom spoke the words, Joey was still alive somehow, at least for Jolene and Bill. This was a crazy thought, irrational. Nevertheless, the news about Joey stuck in his throat more stubbornly than the wad of cake. He spoke instead about a subject with which he was comfortable, doomsday. "Does this seem like earthquake weather to you?" Surprised, Bill said, "It's a fine day for January." "The 1,000-year earthquake is overdue," Edom warned. "1,000-year?" Jolene said, frowning. "The San Andreas should have a magnitude 8.5 or greater quake once every 1,000 years to relieve stress on the fault. It's hundreds of years overdue." "Well, it won't happen on the day Agnes's baby is born, I'll guarantee you that," said Jolene. "He was born yesterday, not today," Edom said glumly. "When the 1,000-year quake hits, skyscrapers will pancake, bridges crumble, dams break. In 3 minutes, 1 million people will die between San Diego and Santa Barbara." "Then I better have more cake," Bill said, pushing his plate toward Jolene. Oil and natural gas pipelines will fracture, explode. A sea of fire will wash cities, killing hundreds of thousands more. You figure all this, Jolene asked, because Mother Nature gives us a nice warm day in January? Nature has no maternal instincts, Edom said quietly, but with conviction. To think otherwise is sheer sentimentality at its worst. Nature is our enemy. She's a vicious killer. Jolene started to refill his coffee mug, then thought better of it. Maybe you don't need more caffeine, Edom. Do you know about the earthquake that destroyed 70% of Tokyo and all of Yokohama on September 1st, 1923? He asked. They still had enough gumption left to fight World War II, Bill noted. After the quake, Edom said, 40,000 people took refuge in a 200-acre open area, a military depot. A quake-related fire swept through so fast they were killed standing up, so tightly packed together they died as a solid mass of bodies. Well, we have earthquakes here, Jolene said, but back east they have all those hurricanes. Our new roof, Bill said, pointing overhead, will hold through any hurricane. Fine work. You tell Agnes what fine work it is. Having gotten the new roof for them at cost, Agnes subsequently put together donations from a dozen individuals and one church group to cover all but $2,000 of the outlay. The hurricane that hit Galveston, Texas back in 1900 killed 6,000 people, Edom said. Virtually obliterated the place. That was all of 65 years ago, Jolene said. Less than a year and a half ago, Hurricane Flora, she killed over 6,000 in the Caribbean. Wouldn't live in the Caribbean if you paid me, Bill said. All that humidity, all those bugs. But nothing equals a quake for killing. Big one in Shanxi, China, killed 830,000. Bill wasn't impressed. They build houses out of mud in China. No wonder everything falls down. This was back on January 24th, 1556, said Edom with unhesitating authority, for he had memorized tens of thousands of facts about the worst natural disasters in history. 1556? Bill frowned. Hell, the Chinese probably didn't even have mud back then. Fortifying herself with more coffee, Jolene said, Edom, you were going to tell us how Joey's coping with fatherhood. Glancing at his wristwatch with alarm, Edom bolted up from his chair. Look at the time. Agnes gave me a lot to do, and here I am rattling on about earthquakes and cyclones. Hurricanes, Bill corrected. They're different from cyclones, aren't they? Don't get me started on cyclones. Edom hurried through the house and out to the station wagon to fetch the boxes of groceries. The blue vault above, cloudless now, was the most threatening sky that Edom had ever seen. The air was astonishingly dry so soon after a storm, and still, hushed. Earthquake weather. Before this momentous day was done, great temblors and 500-foot tidal waves would rock and swamp the coast. Chapter 25. Of the 7 newborns, none was fussing, too fresh to the world to realize how much was here to fear. One nurse and one nun brought Celestina into the creche behind the viewing window. She strove to appear calm, and she must have succeeded because neither woman seemed to realize that she was scared almost to the point of paralysis. She moved woodenly, joints stiff, muscles tense. The nurse lifted the infant from its bassinet. She gave it to the nun. Cradling the baby, the nun turned with it to Celestina, folding back a thin blanket to present her with a good look at the tiny girl. Breath held. Celestina confirmed what she had suspected about the child since the quick glimpse she'd had in the surgery. Its skin was café au lait with a warming touch of caramel. Over many proud generations, and at least to the extent of second cousins, no one on either side of Celestina's family had skin of this light color. They were, without exception, medium to dark mahogany, many shades darker than this infant. Feemy's rapist must have been a white man, someone she had known, someone Celestina, too, might know. He lived in or around Spruce Hills because Feemy had considered him still to be a threat. Celestina had no illusions about playing detective. She would never be able to track down the bastard, and she had no stomach for confronting him. Anyway, the thing that scared her was not the monstrous father of this child. The fearsome thing was the decision that she had made a few minutes ago in the unused hospital room on the 7th floor. Her entire future was at stake if she acted as she had decided to act. Here, in the presence of the baby, within the next minute or two, she must either change her mind or commit herself to a more difficult and challenging life than any she had envisioned only this morning. "May I?" she asked, holding out her arms. Without hesitation, the nun transferred the infant to Celestina. The baby felt too light to be real. She weighed 5 pounds 14 ounces, but she seemed lighter than air, as though she might float up and out of her aunt's arms. Celestina stared at the small brown face, opening herself to the anger and hatred with which she had regarded this child in the operating room. If the nun and the nurse could know the loathing that Celestina had felt earlier, they would never allow her here in the crèche, never trust her with this newborn, this spawn of violence, this killer of her sister. She searched the child's unfocused eyes for some sign of the hateful father's wickedness. The little hands, so weak now, but someday strong, would they eventually be capable of savagery, as were the father's hands? This misbegotten offspring, this seed of a demonic man whom Pheme herself had called sick and evil. However innocent-looking now, what pain might she eventually inflict on others? What outrages might she commit in years to come? Although Celestina searched intently, she could not glimpse the father's evil in the child. Instead, she saw Pheme reborn. She saw as well a child endangered. Somewhere out there was a rapist capable of extreme cruelty and violence, a man who would, if Pheme was correct, react unpredictably if he ever learned of his daughter's existence. Angel, if that's what she were eventually to be named, lived under a threat as surely as had all the children of Bethlehem, who'd been slain according to the decree of King Herod. The baby curled one small hand around her aunt's index finger. So tiny, fragile, she nonetheless gripped with surprising tenacity. Do what must be done. Returning the newborn to the nun, Celestina asked for the use of a telephone and for privacy. The social worker's office once more, rain tapping lightly at the window where Dr. Lipscomb had stared intently into the fog as he tried to avoid confronting the life-changing revelation that Pheme, speaking with the special knowledge of the once dead, had shown him. Sitting at the desk, Celestina phoned her parents again. She shook uncontrollably, but her voice was steady. Her mother and father used different extensions, both on the line with her. "I want you to adopt the baby." Before they could react, she hurried on. "I won't be 21 for 4 months yet, and even then they might give me trouble about adopting, even though I'm her aunt, because I'm single. But if you adopt her, I'll raise her. I promise I will. I'll take full responsibility. You don't have to worry that I'll regret it or that I'll ever want to drop her in your laps and escape the responsibility. She'll have to be the center of my life from here on. I understand that. I accept it. I embrace it." She worried that they would argue with her, and though she knew that she was committed to her decision, she was afraid to have that commitment tested just yet. Instead, her father asked, "Is this emotion talking, Celly? Or is this brain as much as heart?" "Both, brain and heart. But I've thought it through, Daddy. More than anything in my life, I've thought this through." "What aren't you telling us?" her mother pressed, intuiting the existence of a larger story, if not the amazing nature of it. Celestina told them about Nella Lombardi and about the message Pheme delivered to Dr. Lipscomb after being resuscitated. "Pheme was so special. There's something special about her baby, too. Remember the father, Grace cautioned. And the Reverend added, Yes, remember, if blood tells— We don't believe it does, do we, Daddy? We don't believe blood tells. We believe we're born to hope under a mantle of mercy, don't we? Yes, he said softly. We do. A siren in the city wailed toward St. Mary's, an ambulance. Through streets bustling with hope, always this lament for the dying. Celestina looked up from the scarred top of the desk toward the fog-white sky beyond the window, from reality to the promise. She told them of Feemy's request that the baby be named Angel. At the time, I assumed she wasn't able to think clearly because of the stroke. If the baby was going to be adopted out, the adoptive parents would name it, but I think she understood, or somehow knew that I would want to do this, that I would have to do this. Sally, her mother said, I'm so proud of you. I love you so much for wanting this. But how is it possible to carry on with your studies, your work, and take care of a baby? Celestina's parents weren't well off. Her father's church was small and humble. They managed to worry up tuition for art school, but Celestina worked as a waitress to pay for her studio apartment and other needs. I don't have to graduate in the spring of next year. I could take fewer classes, graduate the spring after. That's no big deal. Oh, Sally, she rushed on. I'm one of the best waitresses they have, so if I ask for dinner shifts only, I'll get them. Tips are better at dinner. And working the one shift, 4.5 to 5 hours, I'll have a regular schedule. Then who'll be with the baby? Sitters? Friends? Relatives of friends? People I can trust? I can afford sitters if I'm getting only dinner tips. Well, better we should raise her, your father and me. No, Mom, that won't work. You know it won't. The Reverend said, I'm sure you underestimate my parishioners, Celestina. They won't be scandalized. They'll open their hearts. It isn't that, Daddy. You remember when we were all together the day before yesterday, how afraid Feemy was of this man? Not just for herself, for the baby. I won't have the baby here. If he realizes he made a baby with me, it'll make him crazier. I know it will. He won't harm a little child, her mother said. He wouldn't have any reason. If he's crazy and evil, then he doesn't need a reason. I think Feemy was convinced he'd killed the baby. And since we don't know who this man is, we have to trust her instincts. If he's such a monster, then if he ever learns about the baby, her mother worried, maybe you won't be safe even in San Francisco. He'll never know. We have to make sure he never knows. Her parents were silent, contemplating. From the corner of the desk, Celestina picked up a framed photo of the social worker and her family, husband, wife, daughter, son. The little girl smiled shyly through braces. The boy was impish. In this portrait, she saw a bravery beyond words. Creating a family in this turbulent world is an act of faith, a wager that against all odds there will be a future, that love can last, that the heart can triumph against all adversities and even against the grinding wheel of time. Grace, the Reverend said, what do you want to do? This is a hard thing you're putting on yourself, Sally, her mother warned. I know. Honey, it's one thing to be a loving sister, but there's a world of difference between that and being a martyr. I held Feemy's baby, Mom. I held her in my arms. What I felt wasn't just sentimental gush. You sound so sure. When hasn't she since the age of 3? Her father said with great affection. I'm meant to be this baby's guardian, Celestina said, to keep her safe. She's special. But I'm no selfless martyr. There's joy in this for me. Already, at just the thought of it. I'm scared, sure. Oh, Lord, am I scared, but there's joy, too. Brain and heart? Her father asked again. All of both, she confirmed. What I insist upon, said her mother, is coming down there for a few months at the beginning to help out until you get organized, until you figure out the rhythm of it. And thus it was agreed. Although sitting in a chair, Celestina felt herself crossing a deep divide between her old life and her new, between the future that might have been and the future that would be. She was not prepared to raise a baby, but she would learn what she needed to know. Her ancestors had endured slavery, and on their shoulders, on the shoulders of generations, she now stood free. What sacrifices she made for this child could not rightly be called sacrifices at all, not in the harsh light of history. Compared to what others had undergone, this was easy duty. Generations had not struggled so that she could shirk it. This was honor and family. This was life, and everyone lived his life in the shadow of one solemn obligation or another. Likewise, she wasn't prepared to deal with a monster like the father if one day he came for Angel. And he would come, she knew. In these events, as in all things, Celestina White glimpsed a pattern, complex and mysterious, and to the eye of an artist, the symmetry of the design required that one day the father would come. She wasn't prepared to deal with the creep now, but by the time that he arrived, she would be ready for him. Chapter 26. After undergoing tests for brain tumors or lesions to ascertain whether his seizure of violent emesis might in fact have a physical cause, Junior was returned to his hospital room shortly before noon. No sooner was he abed once more than he cringed at the sight of Thomas Vanadium in the doorway. The detective entered carrying a lunch tray. He put it on the adjustable bedstand, which he swung over Junior's lap. "Apple juice, lime jello, and 4 soda crackers," said the detective. "If you don't have enough of a conscience to make you confess, then this diet ought to break your will. I assure you, Enoch, the fare is far better in any Oregon prison." "What's wrong with you?" Junior demanded. As though he'd not understood that the question required a reply and had not heard the implied rebuke, Vanadium went to the window and raised the Venetian blind, admitting such powerful sunlight that the glare seemed to crash into the room. "It's a sunshine cake sort of day," Vanadium announced. "You know that old song, Sunshine Cake, Enoch? By James Van Heusen, a great songwriter. Not his most famous tune. He also wrote All the Way and Call Me Irresponsible. Come Fly With Me, that was one of his too. Sunshine Cake is a minor tune, but a nice one." This patter poured out in the detective's patented drone. His flat face was as expressionless as his voice was uninflected. "Please close that," Junior said. "It's too bright." Turning from the window, approaching the bed, Vanadium said, "I'm sure you'd prefer darkness, but I need to get some light under that rock of yours to see your expression when I give you the news." Although he knew it was dangerous to play along with Vanadium, Junior couldn't stop himself from asking, "What news?" "Aren't you going to drink your apple juice?" "What news?" "The lab didn't find any ipecac in your spew." "Any what?" Junior asked, because he had pretended to be asleep when Vanadium and Dr. Parkhurst had discussed ipecac the previous night. "No ipecac, no other emetic, and no poison of any kind." Naomi had been cleared of suspicion. Junior was pleased that their brief and beautiful time together would not forever be clouded by the possibility that she was a treacherous bitch who had tainted his food. "I know you induced vomiting somehow," the detective said, "but it looks like I'm not going to be able to prove it." "Listen here, detective, these sick insinuations that somehow I had something to do with my wife's—" Vanadium held up a hand as though to halt him and spoke over his complaint. "Spare me the outrage. Besides, I'm not insinuating anything. I'm flat out accusing you of murder. Were you humping another woman, Enoch? Is that where your motivation lies?" "This is disgusting." "To be honest, and I'm always honest with you, I can't find any hint of another woman. I've talked to a lot of people already, and everyone thinks you and Naomi were faithful to each other." "I loved her." "Yeah, you said. I already conceded that might even be true. Your apple juice is getting warm." According to Caesar Z, one cannot be strong until one first learns how always to be calm. Strength and power come from perfect self-control, and perfect self-control arises only from inner peace. Inner peace, Zed teaches, is largely a matter of deep, slow, and rhythmic breathing combined with a determined focus not on the past or even the present, but on the future. In his bed, Junior closed his eyes and breathed slowly, deeply. He focused on thoughts of Victoria Bressler, the nurse who waited anxiously to please him in the days ahead. "Actually," Vanadium said, "mainly I came to get my quarter." Junior opened his eyes, but continued to breathe properly to ensure calm. He tried to imagine what Victoria's breasts would look like, freed from all restraint. Standing near the foot of the bed in a shapeless blue suit, Vanadium might have been the work of an eccentric artist who had carved a man out of Spam and dressed the meaty sculpture in thrift shop threads. With the stocky detective looming, Junior wasn't able to stroke his imagination into an erotic mood. In his mind's eye, Victoria's ample bosom remained concealed behind a starched white uniform. "Cops' pay being what it is," Vanadium said, "every quarter counts." Magically, a quarter appeared in his right hand between thumb and forefinger. This could not be the quarter that he had left with Junior in the night. Impossible. All day, for reasons he couldn't quite put into words, Junior had carried that quarter in a pocket of his bathrobe. From time to time he had taken it out to examine it. Returning from his tests, he'd gotten into bed without stripping off the thin hospital-issue robe. He was still wearing it over his pajamas. Vanadium couldn't know the whereabouts of the quarter. Besides, even when he'd swung the lunch tray over Junior's lap, the detective hadn't been close enough to pick the pocket of the robe. This was a test of Junior's gullibility, and he would not give Vanadium the satisfaction of searching his robe for the coin. "I'm going to file a complaint against you," Junior promised. "I'll bring you the proper form next time I visit." Vanadium flipped the quarter straight into the air and at once spread his arms, palms turned up to show that his hands were empty. Junior had seen the silvery coin snapping off the cop's thumb and spinning upward. Now it was gone, as though it had vanished in mid-air. For an instant his attention had been distracted by Vanadium's presentation of his empty hands. Nevertheless, there was no way the cop could have snatched the coin out of the air. Yet, uncaught, the quarter would have dropped to the floor. Junior would have heard it ring off the tiles, which he hadn't. As quick as a snake strikes, Vanadium was much closer to the bed than he had been when he tossed the coin, at Junior's side now, leaning over the railing. "Naomi was 6 weeks pregnant." "What?" "That's the news I mentioned. Most interesting thing in the autopsy report." Junior had thought the news was the lab report, which had found no ipecac in his spew. All that had been distraction. Those spike-sharp eyes, tenpenny gray, nailed Junior to the bed, pinning him for scrutiny. Here now came the anaconda smile. "Did you argue about the baby, Enoch? Maybe she wanted it and you didn't. Guy like you, a baby would cramp your style. Too much responsibility." I didn't know." "Blood tests should reveal whether the child's yours or not. That also might explain all this." "I was going to be a father," Junior said with genuine awe. "Have I found the motive, Enoch?" Astonished and appalled by the cop's insensitivity, Junior said, "You just dropped this on me? I lost my wife and my baby. My wife and my baby." "You're as good with the illusion of torment as I am with the quarter." Tears burst from Junior, stinging torrents, a salt sea of grief that blurred his vision and bathed his face in brine. "Get out of here, you disgusting, sick son of a bitch," he demanded, his voice simultaneously shaking with sorrow and twisted by righteous anger. "Get out of here now! Get out!" As he headed toward the door, the detective said, "Don't forget your apple juice. Gotta build some strength for the trial." Junior discovered more tears than could have been found in 10,000 onions. His wife and his unborn baby. He had been willing to sacrifice his beloved Naomi, but maybe he would have found the cost too high if he had known that he was also sacrificing his first conceived child. This was too much. He was bereft. No more than a minute after Vanadium departed, a nurse arrived in a rush, no doubt sent by the hateful cop. Hard to tell through all the tears if she was a looker. A nice face, perhaps, but such a stick-thin body. Concerned that Junior's crying jag would trigger spasms of the abdominal muscles and ultimately another attack of hemorrhagic vomiting, the nurse had with her a tranquilizer. She wanted him to use the apple juice to wash down the pill. Junior would rather have chugged a beaker of carbolic acid than touch the juice, because the lunch tray had been brought to him by Thomas Vanadium. The maniac cop, determined to get his man one way or another, was capable of resorting to poison if he felt that the usual instruments of the law were unequal to the task. At Junior's insistence, the nurse poured a glass of water from the bedside carafe. Vanadium had been nowhere near the carafe. After a while, the tranquilizer and the relaxation techniques taught by Caesar Zed restored Junior's self-control. The nurse stayed with him until his storm of tears passed. Clearly, he wasn't going to succumb to violent nervous emesis. She promised to bring fresh apple juice after he complained that the serving before him had an odd taste. Alone, calm again, Junior was able to apply what was arguably the central tenet of the philosophy of Zed. Always look for the bright side. Regardless of the severity of a setback, no matter how dreadful a blow you sustained, you could always discover a bright side if you searched hard enough. The key to happiness, success, and mental health was utterly to ignore the negative, deny its power over you, and find reason to celebrate every development in life, including the cruelest catastrophe, by discovering the bright side to even the darkest hour. In this case, the bright side was blindingly bright. Having lost both a singularly beautiful wife and an unborn child, Junior would earn the sympathy, the pity, the love of any jury in front of whom the state might hope to defend against a wrongful death suit. Earlier, he'd been surprised by the visit from Knacker, Hiscus, and Nork. He hadn't thought he'd see their kind for days. And then he would have expected no more than a single attorney taking a low-key approach and making a modest proposal. Now he understood why they had descended in strength, eager to discuss redress, requital, restitutional apology. The coroner had informed them, before the police, that Naomi had been pregnant, and they had recognized the state's extreme vulnerability. The nurse returned with fresh apple juice, chilled and sweet. Junior sipped the beverage slowly. By the time he reached the bottom of the glass, he had come to the inescapable conclusion that Naomi had been hiding her pregnancy from him. In the 6 weeks since conception, she must have missed at least one menstrual period. She hadn't complained of morning sickness, but surely she'd experienced it. It was highly unlikely that she'd been unaware of her condition. He had never expressed opposition to starting a family. She'd had no reason to fear telling him that she was carrying their child. Regrettably, he had no choice but to conclude that she hadn't made up her mind whether to keep the baby or to seek out an illegal abortion without Junior's approval. She had been thinking about scraping his child out of her womb without even telling him. This insult, this outrage, this treachery stunned Junior. Inevitably, he had to wonder if Naomi had kept her pregnancy secret because, indeed, she suspected that the child wasn't her husband's. If blood tests revealed that Junior wasn't the father, Vanadium would have a motive. It wouldn't be the right motive, because Junior truly hadn't known either that his wife was pregnant or that she was possibly screwing around with another man. But the detective would be able to sell it to a prosecutor, and the prosecutor would convince at least a few jurors. Naomi, you dumb, unfaithful bitch. He ardently wished that he hadn't killed her with such merciful swiftness. If he'd tortured her first, he would now have the memory of her suffering from which to take consolation. For a while he looked for the bright side. It eluded him. He ate the lime jello, the soda crackers. Eventually Junior remembered the quarter. He reached into the right pocket of the thin cotton bathrobe, but the coin wasn't there, as it should have been. The left pocket was also empty. Chapter 27. Walter Panglow, the only mortician in Bright Beach, was a sweet-tempered wisp of a man who enjoyed puttering in his garden when he wasn't planting dead people. He grew prize roses and gave them away in great bouquets to the sick, to the young people in love, to the school librarian on her birthday, to clerks who had been polite to him. His wife Dorothea adored him, not least of all because he had taken in her 80-year-old mother and treated that elderly lady as though she were both a duchess and a saint. He was equally generous to the poor, burying their dead at cost, but with utmost dignity. Jacob Isaacson, twin brother of Edom, knew nothing negative about Panglow, but he didn't trust him. If the mortician had been caught prying gold teeth from the dead and carving satanic symbols in their buttocks, Jacob would have said, "It figures." If Panglow had saved bottles of infected blood from diseased cadavers, and if one day he ran through town splashing it in the faces of unsuspecting citizens, Jacob would not have raised one eyebrow in surprise. Jacob trusted no one but Agnes and Edom. He'd trusted Joey Lampion, too, after years of wary observance. Now Joey was dead, and his corpse was in the embalming chamber of the Panglow funeral home. Currently, Jacob was far removed from the embalming chamber, and intended never to set foot there, alive. With Walter Panglow as his guide, he toured the casket selection in the funeral planning room. He wanted the most expensive box for Joey, but Joey, a modest and prudent man, would have disapproved. Instead, he selected a handsome but not ornate casket just above the median price. Deeply distressed that he was planning the funeral of a man as young as Joe Lampion, whom he had liked and admired, Panglow paused to express his disbelief and to murmur comforting words, more to himself than to Jacob, as each decision was made. With one hand on the chosen casket, he said, "Unbelievable, a traffic accident, on the very day his son is born. So sad, so terribly sad." "And not so unbelievable," said Jacob. 45,000 people die every year in automobiles. Cars aren't transportation, they're death machines. Tens of thousands are disfigured, maimed for life." Whereas Edom feared the wrath of nature, Jacob knew that the true hand of doom was the hand of humankind. "Not that trains are any better. Look at the Bakersfield crash back in '60. Santa Fe chief out of San Francisco smashed into an oil tank truck. 17 people crushed, burned in a river of fire." Jacob feared what men could do with clubs, knives, guns, bombs, with their bare hands. But he was most preoccupied by the unintended death that humanity brought upon itself with its devices, machines, and structures meant to improve the quality of life. 50 died in London in '57 when 2 trains crashed, and 112 were crushed, torn, mangled, in '52 also, England. Frowning, Panglow said, Terrible, you're right, so many terrible things happen, but I don't see why trains—" "It's all the same, cars, trains, ships, all the same," Jacob insisted. "You remember the Toyamaru, Japanese ferry, capsized back in September '54? 1,168 people dead. Or worse, in '48 off Manchuria, God almighty. The boiler exploded on a Chinese merchant ship, 6,000 died. 6,000 on a single ship." Over the following hour, as Walter Panglow guided Jacob through the planning of the funeral, Jacob recounted the gruesome details of numerous airliner crashes, shipwrecks, train collisions, coal mine disasters, dam collapses, hotel fires, nightclub fires, pipeline and oil well explosions, munitions plant explosions. By the time all the details of mortuary and cemetery services were settled, Walter Panglow had a nervous tic in his left cheek. His eyes were open wide, as if he'd been so startled that his lids froze in a position of ascension, locked by a spasm of surprise. His hands must have grown clammy. He blotted them repeatedly on his suit. Aware of the mortician's new edginess, Jacob was convinced that his initial distrust of Panglow was justified. This twitchy little guy seemed to have something to hide. Jacob didn't have to be a cop to recognize nervousness born of guilt. At the front door of the funeral home, as Panglow was showing him out, Jacob leaned close. Joe Lampion didn't have any gold teeth. Panglow seemed baffled. He was probably faking it. The diminutive mortician spoke a few comforting words instead of commenting on the dental history of the deceased, and when he put a consoling hand on Jacob's shoulder, Jacob cringed from his touch. Confused, Panglow held out his right hand, but Jacob said, "Sorry, no offense, but I don't shake with anyone." "Well, certainly, I understand," said Panglow, slowly lowering the offered hand, although he clearly didn't understand at all. "It's just that you never know what anyone's hand has been up to recently," Jacob explained. "That respectable banker down the street might have 30 dismembered women buried in his backyard. The nice church-going lady next door might be sleeping in the same bed with the rotting corpse of a lover who tried to jilt her. And for a hobby, she makes jewelry from the finger bones of preschool children she's tortured and murdered." Panglow safely tucked both hands in his pants pockets. "Yeah, I've got hundreds of files on cases like that," said Jacob. "And much worse. If you're interested, I'll get you copies of some." "That's kind of you," Panglow stammered. "But I have little time for reading, very little time." Reluctant to leave Joey's body with the oddly jumpy mortician, Jacob nevertheless crossed the porch of the Victorian-style funeral home and left without glancing back. He walked 1 mile home, alert to passing traffic, especially cautious at intersections. His apartment over the large garage was reached by a set of exterior stairs. The space was divided into 2 rooms. The first was a combination living room and kitchenette, with a corner dining table seating 2. Beyond was a small bedroom with adjoining bath. More walls than not in both rooms were lined with bookshelves and file cabinets. Here he kept numerous case studies of accidents, man-made disasters, serial killers, spree killers, proof undeniable that humanity was a fallen species, engaged in both the unintentional and calculated destruction of itself. In the neatly ordered bedroom he removed his shoes. Stretching out on the bed, he stared at the ceiling, feeling useless. Agnes, widowed. Bartholomew, born fatherless. Too much, too much. Jacob didn't know how he could ever bear to look at Agnes when she came home from the hospital. The sorrow in her eyes would kill him as surely as a knife to the heart. Her lifelong optimism, her buoyancy, which she had miraculously sustained through so many difficult years, would never survive this. She would no longer be a rock of hope for him and Edom. Their future was despair, undiluted and unrelenting. Maybe he would get lucky, and an airliner would fall out of the sky right now, right here, obliterating him in an instant. They lived too far from the nearest railroad tracks. He could not rationally expect a derailed train to crash through the garage. On a positive note, the apartment was heated by a gas furnace. A leak, a spark, an explosion, and he would never have to see poor Agnes in her misery. After a while, when no plane crashed on top of him, Jacob got up, went into the kitchen, and mixed a batch of dough for Agnes's favorite treats, chocolate chip cookies with coconut and pecans. He considered himself to be a thoroughly useless man, taking up space in a world to which he contributed nothing, but he did have a talent for baking. He could take any recipe, even one from a world-class pastry chef, and improve upon it. When he was baking, the world seemed to be a less dangerous place. Sometimes, making a cake, he forgot to be afraid. The gas oven might blow up in his face, at least bringing him peace. But if it didn't, he would at least have cookies for Agnes. Chapter 28. Shortly before 1 o'clock, the Hackachacks descended in a fury, eyes full of bloody intent, teeth bared, voices shrill. Junior had expected these singular creatures, and he needed them to be as monstrous as they had always been in the past. None the less, he shrank back against his pillows in dismay when they exploded into the hospital room. Their faces were as fierce as those of painted cannibals coming off a fast. They gestured emphatically, spitting expletives along with tiny bits of lunch dislodged from their teeth by the force of their condemnations. Rudy Hackachack, Big Rude to his friends, was 6'4", as rough-hewn as a log sculpture carved with a woodsman's axe. In a green polyester suit with sleeves an inch too short, an unfortunate urine-yellow shirt, and a tie that might have been the national flag of a third-world country famous for nothing but a lack of design sense, he looked like Dr. Frankenstein's beast, gussied up for an evening of bar-hopping in Transylvania. "You better wise up, you tree-humping nitwit," Rudy advised Junior, grabbing the bed railing as if he might tear it off and use it to club his son-in-law senseless. If Big Rude was Naomi's father, he must not have contributed a single gene to her, must have somehow shock-fertilized his wife's egg with just his booming voice, with an orgasmic bellow, because nothing about Naomi, neither in appearance nor personality, had resembled him in the least. Sheena Hackachack, at 44, was more beautiful than any current movie star. She looked 20 years younger than her true age, and she so resembled her late daughter that Junior felt a rush of erotic nostalgia at the sight of her. Similarities between Naomi and her mom ended with appearances. Sheena was loud, crass, self-absorbed, and had the vocabulary of a brothel owner specializing in service to sailors with Tourette's syndrome. She stepped to the bed, bracketing Junior between her and Big Rude. The stream of obscene invective issuing from Sheena made Junior feel as if he had gotten in the way of a septic tank clean-out hose. To the foot of the bed slouched the third and final Hackachack, 24-year-old Caitlin, Naomi's big sister. Caitlin was the unfortunate sister, having inherited her looks from her father and her personality equally from both parents. A peculiar coppery cast enlivened her brown eyes, and in a certain slant of light her angry glare could flash as red as blood. Caitlin had the piercing voice and talent for vituperation that marked her as a member of the Hackachack tribe, but for now she was content to leave the vocal assault to her parents. The stare with which she drilled Junior, however, if brought to bear on a promising geological formation, would core the earth and strike oil in minutes. They had not come to Junior yesterday in their grief, if in fact they had thought to grieve. They hadn't been close to Naomi, who'd once said she felt like Romulus and Remus, raised by wolves, or like Tarzan if he'd fallen into the hands of nasty gorillas. To Junior, Naomi was Cinderella, sweet and good, and he was the love-struck prince who rescued her. The Hackachacks had arrived post-grief, brought to the hospital by the news that Junior had expressed distaste at the prospect of profiting from his wife's tragic fall. They knew he had turned away Knacker, Hiskus, and Nork. His in-laws' chances of receiving compensation for their pain and suffering over Naomi's death were seriously compromised if her husband did not hold the state or county responsible. In this, as in nothing previously, they felt the need to stand united as a family. In the instant that Junior had shoved Naomi into the rotted railing, he had foreseen this visit from Rudy, Sheena, and Caitlin. He'd known he could pretend to be offended at the state's offer to put a price on his loss, could feign revulsion, could resist convincingly, until gradually, after grueling days or weeks, he reluctantly allowed the indefatigable Hackachacks to browbeat him into a despairing, exhausted, disgusted compliance with their greed. By the time his ferocious in-laws had finished with him, Junior would have won the sympathy of Knacker, Hiskus, and Nork, and everyone else who might have harbored doubts about his role in Naomi's demise. Perhaps even Thomas Vanadium would find his suspicion worn away. Shrieking like carrion-eating birds waiting for their wounded dinner to die, the Hackachacks twice drew stern warnings from nurses, They were told to quiet down and respect the patients in neighboring rooms. More than twice, worried nurses and even a resident internist braved the tumult to check on Junior's condition. They asked if he really felt up to entertaining visitors. These visitors. "They're all the family I have," Junior said, with what he hoped sounded like sorrow and long-suffering love. This claim wasn't true. His father, an unsuccessful artist and highly successful alcoholic, lived in Santa Monica, California. His mother, divorced when Junior was 4, had been committed to an insane asylum 12 years ago. He rarely saw them. He hadn't told Naomi about them. Neither of his parents was a resume enhancer. After the latest concerned nurse departed, Sheena leaned close. She cruelly pinched Junior's cheek between thumb and forefinger, as if she might tear off a gobbet of flesh and pop it into her mouth. "Get this through your head, you shit-for-brains. I lost a daughter, a precious daughter, my Naomi, the light of my life." Caitlin glared at her mother as though betrayed. "Naomi, she popped out of my oven 20 years ago, not out of yours," Sheena continued in a fierce whisper. "If anyone's suffering here, it's me, not you. Who are you anyway? Some guy who's been boinking her for a couple years. That's all you are. I'm her mother. You can never know my pain. And if you don't stand with this family to make these wankers pay up big time, I'll personally cut your balls off while you're sleeping and feed them to my cat." "You don't have a cat." "I'll buy one," Sheena promised. Junior knew she'd fulfill her threat. Even if he hadn't wanted money himself, and he wanted it, he would never dare thwart Sheena. Even Rudy, as huge as Bigfoot and as amoral as a skink, was afraid of this woman. All 3 of these sorry excuses for human beings were money-mad. Rudy owned 6 successful used-car dealerships, and his pride, a Ford franchise selling new and used vehicles in 5 Oregon communities. But he liked to live large. He also visited Vegas 4 times a year, pouring money away as casually as he might empty his bladder. Sheena enjoyed Vegas, too, and was a fiend for shopping. Caitlin liked men, pretty ones, but since she might be mistaken for her father in a dimly lighted room, her hunks came at a price. At one point late in the afternoon, as all 3 hackachacks were hurling scorn and invective at Junior, he noticed Vanadium standing in the doorway, observing. Perfect. He pretended not to see the cop, and when next he sneaked a look, he discovered that Vanadium had vanished like a wraith, a thick slab of a wraith. During the day, and then following a dinner break, the hackachacks persisted. The hospital had never witnessed such a spectacle. Shifts changed, and new nurses came to attend to Junior in greater numbers than necessary, using any excuse to get a glimpse of the freak show. By the time the family was ushered out, protesting, at the end of evening visiting hours, Junior hadn't succumbed to their pressure. If his conversion was to appear convincingly reluctant, he would have to resist them for at least another few days. Alone at last, he was exhausted, physically, emotionally, and intellectually. Murder itself was easy, but the aftermath was more draining than he had anticipated. Although the ultimate liability settlement with the state was certain to leave him financially secure for life, the stress was so great that he wondered, in his darker moments, if the reward would prove to be worth the risk. He decided that he must never again kill so impetuously. Never. In fact, he vowed never again to kill at all, except in self-defense. Soon he would be rich, with much to lose if he was caught. Homicide was a marvelous adventure. Sadly, however, it was an entertainment that he could no longer afford. If he had known that he would break his solemn vow twice before the month was ended, and that neither victim, unfortunately, would be a hackachack, he might not have fallen asleep so easily, and he might not have dreamed of cleverly stealing hundreds of quarters out of Thomas Vanadium's pockets while the baffled detective searched for them in vain. Chapter 29. Monday morning, far above Joe Lampion's grave, the translucent blue California sky shed a rain of light so pure and clear that the world seemed to have been washed clean of all its stains. An overflow crowd of mourners had attended the services at St. Thomas's Church, standing shoulder to shoulder at the back of the nave, through the narthex, and across the sidewalk outside, and now everyone appeared to have come to the cemetery as well. Assisted by Edom and Jacob, Agnes, in a wheelchair, was rolled across the grass between the headstones to her husband's final resting place. Although no longer in danger of renewed hemorrhaging, she was under doctor's orders to avoid strain. In her arms she held Bartholomew. The infant was not heavily bundled, for the weather was unseasonably mild. Agnes wouldn't have been able to bear her ordeal without the baby. This small weight in her arms was an anchor dropped in the sea of the future, preventing her from drifting back into memories of days gone by, so many good days with Joey, memories which at this critical moment would strike like hammer blows upon her heart. Later they would comfort her. Not yet. The mound of earth beside the grave had been disguised by piles of flowers and cut ferns. The suspended casket was skirted with black material to conceal the yawning grave beneath it. Although a believer, Agnes was not, at the moment, able to spread the flowers and ferns of faith over the hard, ugly reality of death. Cowled and skeletal, death was here all right, scattering his seeds among all her gathered friends, one day to reap them. Flanking the wheelchair, Edom and Jacob spent less time watching the graveside service than studying the sky. Both brothers frowned at that cloudless blue, as though seeing thunderheads. Agnes supposed Jacob trembled in anticipation of the crash of an airliner, or at least a light aircraft. Edom might be calculating the odds that this serene place, at this specific hour, would be the impact point for one of those planet-killing asteroids that reputedly wipe most life off the earth every few 100,000 years or so. A spirit-shredding bleakness clawed at her, but she couldn't permit it to leave her in tatters. If she traded hope for despair, as her brothers had done, Bartholomew would be finished before he'd begun. She owed him optimism, lessons in the joy of life. After the service, among those who came to Agnes at graveside, trying to express the inexpressible, was Paul Damascus, the owner of Damascus Pharmacy on Ocean Avenue. Of Mideastern extraction, he had dark olive skin and incredibly rust-red hair. With his rust-red eyebrows, lashes, and mustache, his handsome face looked like that of a bronze statue with a curious patina. Paul knelt on one knee beside her wheelchair. "This momentous day, Agnes, this momentous day, with all of its beginnings, huh?" He said this as though confident Agnes would understand what he meant, with a smile and with a glint in his eyes that almost became a wink, as if they were members of a secret society in which these 3 repeated words were code, embodying a complex meaning other than what was apparent to the uninitiated. Before Agnes was able to respond, Paul sprang up and moved away. Other friends knelt and crouched and bent to her, and she lost sight of the pharmacist as he moved off through the dispersing crowd. This momentous day, Agnes, this momentous day with all of its beginnings. What an odd thing to say. A sense of mystery overcame Agnes, unnerving but not entirely or even primarily unpleasant. She shivered, and Edom, thinking that she had caught a chill, slipped off his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. This Monday morning in Oregon was bleak, with the swollen, dark bellies of rain clouds swaggering low over the cemetery, a dreary send-off for Naomi, even though rain was not yet falling. Standing at graveside, Junior was in a foul mood. He was weary of pretending to be deep in grief. 3.5 days had passed since he'd pushed his wife off the tower, and in that time he'd had no real fun. He was gregarious by nature, never one to turn down a party invitation. He liked to laugh, to love, to live, but he couldn't enjoy life when he must remember at all times to appear bereft and to keep sorrow in his voice. Worse, to make credible his anguish and to avoid suspicion, he would have to play the devastated widower for at least another couple of weeks, perhaps for as long as a month. As a dedicated follower of the self-improvement advice of Dr. Caesar's Ed, Junior was impatient with those who were ruled by sentimentality and by the expectations of society, and now he was required to pretend to be one of them, and for an interminable period of time. Being uniquely sensitive, he had mourned Naomi with his entire body, with violent emesis and pharyngeal bleeding and incontinence. His grief had been so racking that it might have killed him. Enough was enough. Only a small group of mourners gathered for this service. Junior and Naomi had been so intensely involved with each other that, unlike many young married couples, they had made few friends. The Hackachacks were present, of course. Junior had not yet agreed to join them in their pursuit of blood money. They would give him little privacy or rest until they had what they wanted. Rudy's blue suit, as usual, pinched and shorted his shambling frame. Here, in a boneyard, he appeared to be not just a man with a bad tailor, but a grave robber who looted the dead for his wardrobe. Against the backdrop of granite monuments, Caitlin hulked like a moldering presence from beyond, risen out of a rotting box to take vengeance on the living. Rudy and Caitlin frequently glared at Junior, and Sheena most likely gouged him with her gaze too, but he couldn't quite see her eyes through her black veil. A stunning figure in her tight black dress, the bereaved mother was likewise hampered by this accessory of grief, because she had to hold her wristwatch close to her face to see the time, when more than once the service seemed interminable. Junior intended to capitulate later today at a gathering of family and friends. Rudy had organized a buffet in the showroom at his new Ford dealership, which he'd closed for business until 3 o'clock. Lamentations, lunch, and moving reminiscences of the deceased shared among the shiny new Thunderbirds, Galaxies, and Mustangs. That venue would provide Junior with the witnesses he required for his reluctant, tearful, and perhaps even angry concession to the Hackachacks' insistent materialism. Elsewhere in the cemetery, about 150 yards away, another interment service, with a much larger group of mourners, had begun prior to this one for Naomi. Now it was over, and the people were dispersing to their cars. From a distance, and through a scattering of trees, Junior wasn't able to discern much about the other funeral, but he was pretty sure many, if not most of that crowd were Negroes. He surmised, therefore, that the person being buried was a Negro, too. This surprised him. Of course, Oregon was not the Deep South. It was a progressive state. Nevertheless, he was surprised. Oregon wasn't home to many Negroes either, a handful compared to those in other states, and yet until now Junior supposed that they had their own cemeteries. He had nothing against Negroes. He didn't wish them ill. He wasn't prejudiced. Live and let live. He believed that as long as they stayed with their own kind and abided by the rules of a polite society, like everyone else, they had a right to live in peace. This colored person's grave, however, was uphill of Naomi's. Over time, as the body decomposed up there, its juices would mix with the soil. When rain saturated the ground, subsurface drainage would carry those juices steadily downslope until they seeped into Naomi's grave and mingled with her remains. This seemed highly inappropriate to Junior. Nothing he could do about it now. Having Naomi's body moved to another grave in a cemetery without Negroes would cause a lot of talk. He didn't want to draw more attention to himself. He decided, however, to see an attorney about a will, and soon. He wanted to specify that he was to be cremated, and that his ashes were to be entombed in one of those memorial walls, well above ground level, where nothing was likely to seep into them. Only one member of the distant funeral party did not disperse toward the line of cars on the service road. A man in a dark suit headed downhill between the headstones and the monuments directly toward Naomi's grave. Junior couldn't imagine why some Negro stranger would want to intrude. He hoped there wouldn't be trouble. The minister had finished. The service was over. No one came to Junior with condolences because they would see him again shortly at the Ford dealership buffet. By now, he recognized that the man approaching from the other graveside service was neither a Negro nor a stranger. Detective Thomas Vanadium was annoying enough to be an honorary hackachak. Junior considered leaving before Vanadium, still 75 yards away, arrived. He was afraid he would appear to be fleeing. The funeral director and his assistant were the only people, other than Junior, remaining at the grave. They asked if they might lower the casket, or if he would rather that they wait until he was gone. Junior gave them permission to proceed. The two men detached and rolled up the pleated green skirt that hung from the rectangular frame of the graveyard winch on which the casket was suspended. Green rather than black, because Naomi loved nature. Junior had been thoughtful about the details of the service. Now the whole was revealed. Damp earthen walls. In the shadow of the casket, the bottom of the grave was dark and hidden from view. Vanadium arrived and stood beside Junior. His black suit was cheap, but it fit better than Rudy's. The detective carried a single long-stemmed white rose. 2 cranks operated the winch. The mortician and his assistant turned the handles in unison, and as the mechanism creaked softly, the casket slowly descended into the hole. Finally, Vanadium said, "According to the lab report, the baby she was carrying was almost certainly yours." Junior said nothing. He was still upset with Naomi for hiding the pregnancy from him, but he was delighted that the baby would have been his. Now Vanadium couldn't claim that Naomi's infidelity and the resultant bastard had been the motive for murder. Even as this news pleased Junior, it also saddened him. He was not merely interring a lovely wife, but also his first child. He was burying his family. Refusing to give the cop the satisfaction of a reply to the news of the unborn baby's paternity, Junior stared unwaveringly into the grave and said, "Whose funeral were you attending?" "A friend's daughter. They say she died in a traffic accident down in San Francisco. She was even younger than Naomi." "Tragic. Her string's been cut too soon. Her music's ended prematurely," Junior said, feeling confident enough to dish a serving of the maniac cop's half-baked theory of life back to him. "There's a discord in the universe now, Detective. No one can know how the vibrations of that discord will come to affect you, me, all of us." Repressing a smirk, feigning a respectful solemnity, he dared to glance at Vanadium, but the detective stared into Naomi's grave as though he hadn't heard the mockery, or, having heard it, didn't recognize it for what it was. Then Junior saw the blood on the right cuff of Vanadium's shirt, blood dripping from his hand, too. The thorns had not been stripped from the long stem of the white rose. Vanadium clutched it so tightly that the sharp points punctured his meaty palm. He seemed to be unaware of his wounds. Suddenly, and seriously creeped out, Junior wanted to get away from this nutcase, yet he was frozen by morbid fascination. "This momentous day," Thomas Vanadium said quietly, still gazing into the grave, "seems full of terrible endings. But like every day, it's actually full of nothing but beginnings." With a solid thump, Naomi's fine casket reached the bottom of the hole. This sure looked like an ending to Junior. "This momentous day," the detective murmured. Deciding that he didn't need an exit line, Junior headed toward the service road and his Suburban. The pendulous bellies of the rain-swollen clouds were no darker than when he had first come to the cemetery, yet they appeared more ominous now than earlier. When he reached the Suburban, he looked back toward the grave. The mortician and his assistant had nearly finished dismantling the frame of the winch. Soon a worker would close the hole. While Junior watched, Vanadium extended his right arm over the open grave. In his hand, the white rose, its thorns slick with his blood. He dropped the bloom, and it fell out of sight into the gaping earth atop Naomi's casket. On this Monday evening, with both Pheme and the sun having traveled into darkness, Celestina sat down to dinner with her mother and her father in the dining-room of the parsonage. Other members of the family, friends, and parishioners were all gone. Uncanny quiet filled the house. Always before, this home had been full of love and warmth, and still it was, although from time to time Celestina felt a fleeting chill that couldn't be attributed to a draught. Never previously had this house seemed in the least empty, but an emptiness invaded it now, the void left by her lost sister. In the morning she would return to San Francisco with her mom. She was reluctant to leave Daddy to adapt to this emptiness alone. Nevertheless, they must leave without delay. The baby would be released from the hospital as soon as a minor infection cleared up. Now that Grace and the Reverend had been granted temporary custody pending adoption, preparations had been made for Celestina to be able to fulfill her commitment to raise the child. As usual, dinner was by candlelight. Celestina's parents were romantics. Also, they believed that gracious dining has a civilizing effect on children, even if the fare is frequently simple meatloaf. They were not among those Baptists who forsook drink, but they served wine only on special occasions. At the first dinner following a funeral, after the prayers and the tears, family tradition required a toast to the dearly departed. A single glass, Merlot. On this occasion the flickering candlelight contributed not to a romantic mood, not to merely a civilizing ambiance, but to a reverential hush. With slow, ceremonial grace, her father opened the bottle and served 3 portions. His hands trembled. Reflections of lambent candle flames gilded the curved bowls of the long-stemmed glasses. They gathered at one end of the dining table. The dark purple wine shimmered with ruby highlights when Celestina raised her glass. The Reverend made the first toast, speaking so softly that his tremulous words seemed to bloom in Celestina's mind and heart rather than to fall upon her ears. "To gentle Pheme, who is with God." Grace said, "To my sweet Pheme, who will never die." The toast now came to Celestina. "To Pheme, who will be with me in memory every hour of every day for the rest of my life, until she is with me again for real. And to this most momentous day." "To this momentous day," her father and mother repeated. The wine tasted bitter, but Celestina knew that it was sweet. The bitterness was in her, not in the legacy of the grape. She felt that she had failed her sister. She didn't know what more she could have done, but if she'd been wiser and more insightful and more attentive, surely this terrible loss would not have come to pass. What good was she to anybody? What good could she ever hope to be if she couldn't even save her little sister? Candle flames blurred into bright smears, and the faces of her good parents shimmered like the half-seen countenances of angels in dreams. "I know what you're thinking," her mother said, reaching across the table and placing one hand over Celestina's. "I know how useless you feel, how helpless, how small. But you must remember this." Her father gently closed one of his big hands over theirs. Grace, proving again the aptness of her name, said the one thing most likely in time to bring true peace to Celestina. "Remember Bartholomew." Chapter 30. The rain that had threatened to wash out the morning funeral finally rinsed the afternoon, but by nightfall the Oregon sky was clean and dry. From horizon to horizon spread an infinity of icy stars, and at the center of them hung a bright sickle moon as silver as steel. Shortly before 10 o'clock, Junior returned to the cemetery and left his Suburban where the Negro mourners had parked earlier in the day. His was the only vehicle on the service road. Curiosity brought him here. curiosity, and a talent for self-preservation. Earlier, Vanadium had not come to Naomi's graveside as a mourner. He had been there as a cop on business. Perhaps he had been at the other funeral on business, too. After following the blacktop 50 feet, Junior headed downhill through the close-cropped grass between the tombstones. He switched on his flashlight and trod cautiously, for the ground sloped unevenly and in places remained soggy and slippery from the rain. The silence in this city of the dead was complete. The night lay breathless, stirring not one whisper from the stationed evergreens that stood sentinel over generations of bones. When he located the new grave, approximately where he'd guessed that it would be, he was surprised to find a black granite headstone already set in place, instead of a temporary marker painted with the name of the deceased. This memorial was modest, neither large nor complicated in design. Nevertheless, often the carvers in this line of business followed days after the morticians, because the stones to which they applied their craft demanded more labor and less urgency than the cold bodies that rested under them. Junior assumed the dead girl had come from a family of stature in the Negro community, which would explain the stone carver's accelerated service. Vanadium, according to his own words, was a friend of the family. Consequently, the father was most likely a police officer. Junior approached the headstone from behind, circled it, and shone the flashlight on the chiseled facts. Beloved daughter and sister, Seraphim Ethionoma White. Stunned, he switched off the flashlight. He felt naked, exposed, caught. In the chilly darkness, his breath plumed visibly, frosted by moonlight. The rapidity and raggedness of his radiant exhalations would have marked him as a guilty man if witnesses had been present. He hadn't killed this one, of course. A traffic accident. Wasn't that what Vanadium had said? 10 months ago, following tendon surgery for a leg injury, Seraphim had been an outpatient at the rehab hospital where Junior worked. She was scheduled for therapy 3 days a week. Initially, when told that his patient was a Negro, Junior had been reluctant to serve as her physical therapist. Her program of rehab required mostly structured exercise to restore flexibility and to gain strength in the affected limb, but some massage would be involved as well, which made him uncomfortable. He had nothing against men or women of color. Live and let live. One earth, one people, all of that. On the other hand, one needed to believe in something. Junior didn't clutter his mind with superstitious nonsense, or allow himself to be constrained by the views of bourgeois society, or by its smug concepts of right and wrong, good and evil. From Zed, he'd learned that he was the sole master of his universe. Self-realization through self-esteem was his doctrine. Total freedom and guiltless pleasure were the rewards of faithful adherence to his principles. What he believed in, the only thing he believed in, was Junior Kane, and in this he was a fiercely passionate believer, devout unto himself. Consequently, as Caesar Zed explained, when any man was clear-headed enough to cast off all the false faiths and inhibiting rules that confused humanity, when he was sufficiently enlightened to believe only in himself, he would be able to trust his instincts, for they would be free of society's toxic views, and he would be assured of success and happiness if always he followed these gut feelings. Instinctively he knew he should not give massages to Negroes. He sensed that somehow he would be physically or morally polluted by this contact. He couldn't easily refuse the assignment. Later that year, President Lyndon Johnson, with strong backing from both the Democratic and the Republican parties, was expected to sign the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and currently it was dangerous for clear-headed believers in the primacy of self to express their healthy instincts, which might be mistakenly perceived as racial prejudice. He could be fired. Fortunately, just as he was about to declare his gut feelings to his superior and risk dismissal, he saw his potential patient. At 15, Seraphim was breathtakingly beautiful, in her own way as striking as Naomi, and instinct told Junior that the chance of being physically or morally polluted by her was negligible. Like all women past puberty and this side of the grave, she was attracted to him. She never told him as much, not in words, but he detected this attraction in the way she looked at him, in the tone that she used when she spoke his name. Throughout 3 weeks of therapy, Seraphim revealed countless small but significant proofs of her desire. During the girl's final appointment, Junior discovered she would be home alone that same night, her parents at a function she wasn't required to attend. She appeared to reveal this inadvertently, quite innocently. However, Junior was a bloodhound when it came to smelling seduction, regardless of how subtle the scent. Later, when he showed up at her door, she pretended surprise and uneasiness. He realized that, like so many women, Seraphim wanted it, asked for it, yet had no place in her self-image to accommodate the truth that she was sexually aggressive. She wanted to think of herself as shy, demure, virginal, as innocent as a minister's daughter ought to be, which meant that to get what she wanted, she required Junior to be a brute. He was happy to oblige. As it turned out, Seraphim was a virgin. This thrilled Junior. He was inflamed also by the thought of ravishing her in her parents' house, and by the kinky fact that their house was a parsonage. Better still, he was able to have the girl to the accompaniment of her father's voice, which was even kinkier than doing her in the parsonage. When Junior rang the bell, Seraphim had been in her room, listening to a tape of a sermon her father was composing. The good Reverend usually dictated a first draft, which his daughter then transcribed. For 3 hours, Junior went at her mercilessly to the rhythms of her father's voice. The Reverend's presence was deliciously perverse and stimulating to his sense of erotic invention. When Junior was finished, there was nothing sexual that Seraphim could ever do with a man that she had not learned from him. She struggled, wept, pretended disgust, faked shame, swore to bring the police down on him. Another man, not as highly skilled at reading women as Junior, might have thought the girl's resistance was genuine, that her charges of rape were sincere. Any other man might have backed off, but Junior was neither fooled nor confused. Once satiated, what she desired was a reason to deceive herself into believing that she was not a slut, that she was a victim. She didn't really want to tell anyone what he had done to her. Instead, she was asking him, indirectly but indisputably, to provide her with an excuse to keep their passionate encounter secret, an excuse that would also allow her to continue to pretend that she had not begged for everything he'd done to her. Because he genuinely liked women and hoped always to please them, always to be discreet and chivalrous and giving, Junior did as she wished, spinning a vivid account of the grisly vengeance he would take if ever Seraphim told anyone what he'd done to her. Vlad the Impaler, the historical inspiration for Bram Stoker's Dracula, thank you Book of the Month Club, could not have imagined bloodier or more horrific tortures and mutilations than those that Junior promised to visit upon the Reverend, his wife, and Seraphim herself. Pretending to terrorize the girl excited him, and he was perceptive enough to see that she was equally excited by pretending to be terrorized. He added verisimilitude to his threats by concluding with a few hard punches where they wouldn't show, in her breasts and belly. And then he went home to Naomi, to whom he'd been married at that time less than 5 months. To his surprise, when Naomi expressed an interest in romance, Junior was a bull again. He would have thought he had left his best stuff at Reverend Harrison White's parsonage. He loved Naomi, of course, and never could deny her. Although he had been especially sweet to her that night, if he had known that they would have less than a year together before fate tore her from him, he might have been even sweeter. As Junior stood at Seraphim's grave, his breath smoked from him in the still night air as though he were a dragon. He wondered if the girl had talked. Perhaps, reluctant to admit to herself that she had yearned for him to do everything that he'd done, she had slowly been inflamed by guilt until she convinced herself that she had indeed been raped. Psychotic little bitch. Did this explain why Thomas Vanadium suspected Junior when no one else did? If the detective believed that Seraphim had been raped, his natural desire to exact vengeance for his friend's daughter might motivate him to commit the relentless harassment that Junior had endured now for 4 days. On second thought, no. If Seraphim had told anyone she'd been raped, the police would have been at Junior's doorstep in minutes with a warrant for his arrest. No matter that they would have no proof. In this age of high sympathy for the previously oppressed, the word of a teenage Negro girl would have greater weight than Junior's clean record, fine reputation, and heartfelt denials. Vanadium was surely unaware of any connection between Junior and Seraphim White. And now the girl could never talk. Junior remembered the very words the detective had used. They say she died in a traffic accident. They say. As usual, Vanadium had spoken in a monotone, putting no special emphasis on those 2 words. Yet Junior sensed that the detective harbored doubts about the explanation of the girl's death. Maybe every accidental death was suspicious to Vanadium. His obsessive hounding of Junior might be his standard operating procedure. After too many years investigating homicides, after too much experience of human evil, perhaps he had grown both misanthropic and paranoid. Junior could almost feel sorry for this sad, stocky, haunted detective, deranged by years of difficult public service. The bright side was easy to see. If Vanadium's reputation among other cops and among prosecutors was that of a paranoid, a pathetic chaser after phantom perpetrators, his unsupported belief that Naomi was murdered would be discounted. And if every death was suspicious to him, then he would quickly lose interest in Junior and move on to a new enthusiasm, harassing some other poor devil. Supposing that this new enthusiasm was an attempt to uncover skullduggery in Seraphim's accident, then the girl would be doing Junior a service even after her demise. Whether or not the traffic accident was an accident, Junior hadn't had anything to do with it. Gradually he grew calm. His great frosty exhalations diminished to a diaphanous dribble that evaporated 2 inches from his lips. Reading the dates on the headstone, he saw that the minister's daughter had died on the 7th of January, the day after Naomi had fallen from the fire tower. If ever asked, Junior would have no trouble accounting for his whereabouts on that day. He switched off the flashlight and stood solemnly for a moment, paying his respects to Seraphim. She had been so sweet, so innocent, so supple, so exquisitely proportioned. Ropes of sadness bound his heart, but he didn't cry. If their relationship had not been limited to a single evening of passion, if they had not been of 2 worlds, if she had not been under age and therefore jailbait, they might have had an open romance, and then her death would have touched him more deeply. A ghostly crescent of pale light shimmered on the black granite. Junior looked up from the tombstone to the moon. It seemed like a wickedly sharp silver scimitar suspended by a filament more fragile than a human hair. Although it was just the moon, it unnerved him. Suddenly the night seemed watchful. Without using his flashlight, depending only on the moon, he ascended through the cemetery to the service road. When he reached the Suburban and closed his right hand around the handle of the driver's door, he felt something peculiar against his palm. A small, cold object balanced there. Startled, he snatched his hand back. The object fell, ringing faintly against the pavement. He switched on his flashlight. In the beam, on the blacktop, a silver disk, like a full moon in a night sky. A quarter. The quarter, surely. The one that had not been in his robe pocket where it should have been the previous Friday. He swept the immediate area with the flashlight, and shadows spun with shadows, waltzing spirits in the ballroom of the night. No sign of vanadium. Some of the taller monuments offered hiding places on both sides of the cemetery road, as did the thicker trunks of the larger trees. The detective could be anywhere out there, or already gone. After a brief hesitation, Junior picked up the coin. He wanted to fling it into the graveyard, send it spinning far into the darkness. If vanadium was watching, however, he would interpret the pitch of the coin to mean that his unconventional strategy was working, that Junior's nerves were frayed to the breaking point. With an adversary as indefatigable as this cuckoo cop, you dared never show weakness. Junior dropped the coin into a pants pocket, switched off the light, listened. He half expected to hear Thomas Vanadium in the distance, softly singing, "Someone to watch over me." After a minute he slipped his hand into his pocket. The quarter was still there. He got in the Suburban, pulled the door shut, but didn't at once start the engine. In retrospect, coming here wasn't a wise move. Evidently the detective had been following him. Now Vanadium would puzzle out a motive for this late-night graveyard tour. Junior, putting himself in the detective's place, could think of a few reasons for this visit to Seraphim's grave. Unfortunately, not one of them supported his contention that he was an innocent man. At worst, Vanadium might begin to wonder if Junior had a link to Seraphim, might uncover the physical therapy connection, and in his paranoia might erroneously conclude that Junior had something to do with her traffic accident. That was nuts, of course, but the detective was evidently not a rational man. At best, Vanadium might decide Junior had come here to learn what other funeral his nemesis had attended, which was, in fact, the true motivation. But this made it clear that Junior feared him and was striving to stay one step ahead of him. Innocent men didn't go to such lengths. As far as the fruitcake cop was concerned, Junior might as well have painted "I killed Naomi" on his forehead. He nervously fingered the fabric of his slacks, outlining the quarter in his pocket. Still there. Calcimine moonlight cast an arctic illusion over the boneyard. The grass was as eerily silver as snow at night, and gravestones tilted like pressure ridges of ice in a fractured wasteland. The black surface road seemed to come out of nowhere, then to vanish into a void, and Junior suddenly felt dangerously isolated, alone as he had never been, and vulnerable. Vanadium was no ordinary cop, as he himself had said. In his obsession, convinced that Junior had murdered Naomi and impatient with the need to find evidence to prove it, what was to stop the detective if he decided to deal out justice himself? What was to prevent him from walking up to the Suburban right now and shooting his suspect point blank? Junior locked the door. He started the engine and drove out of the cemetery faster than was prudent on the winding service road. On the way home, he repeatedly checked the rearview mirror. No vehicle followed him. He lived in a rental house, a 2-bedroom bungalow. Enormous deodar cedars with layers of drooping branches surrounded the place, and usually they seemed sheltering, but now they loomed ominous. Entering the kitchen from the garage, snapping on the overhead light, he was prepared to find Vanadium sitting at the pine table enjoying a cup of coffee. The kitchen was deserted. Room by room, closet by closet, Junior conducted a search for the detective. The cop was not here. Relieved but still wary, he toured the small house again to be sure that all the doors and windows were locked. After undressing for the night, he sat on the edge of the bed for a while, rubbing the coin between the thumb and forefinger of his right hand, brooding about Thomas Vanadium. He tried rolling it across his knuckles. He dropped it repeatedly. Eventually he put the quarter on the nightstand, switched off the lamp, and slipped into bed. He could not sleep. This morning he had changed the sheets. Naomi's scent was no longer with him in the bedclothes. He had not yet disposed of her personal effects. In the dark he went to the dresser, opened a drawer, and found a cotton sweater that she had worn recently. At the bed he spread the garment across his pillow. Lying down, he pressed his face into the sweater. The sweet, subtle scent of Naomi was as effective as a lullaby, and soon he dozed off. When he woke in the morning, he raised his head from the pillow to look at the alarm clock, and saw the 25 cents on his nightstand. 2 dimes and a nickel. Junior flung back the covers and came to his feet, but his knees proved weak, and he sat at once on the edge of the bed. The room was bright enough for him to confirm that he was alone. The interior of the box in which Naomi now resided could be no more silent than this house. The coins were arranged atop a playing card, which lay face down. He slipped the card out from under the change, turned it over. A joker. Printed in red block letters across the card was a name. Bartholomew. Chapter 31. For the better part of a week, on doctor's orders, Agnes avoided stairs. She took sponge baths in the ground-floor powder room and slept in the parlor on a sofa bed, with Barty nearby in a bassinet. Maria Gonzalez brought rice casseroles, homemade tamales, and chili rellenos. Daily, Jacob made cookies and brownies, always a new variety, and in such volume that Maria's plates were heaped with baked goods each time they were returned to her. Edom and Jacob came to dinner with Agnes every evening, and though the past weighed heavily on them when they were under this roof, without fail they stayed long enough to wash the dishes before fleeing back to their apartments over the garage. On Joey's side there was no family to provide help. His mother had died of leukemia when he was 4. His dad, fond of beer and brawling, like father, not like son, was killed in a bar fight 5 years later. Without close relatives willing to take him in, Joey went to an orphanage. At 9, he wasn't prime adoption material. Babies were what was wanted, and he'd been raised in the institution. Although relatives were in short supply, friends and neighbors apparently stopped by to help Agnes, and some offered to stay with her at night. She gratefully accepted assistance with the house cleaning, laundry, and shopping, but she declined the all-night company because of her dreams. Routinely she dreamed of Joey. Not nightmares, no blood, no reliving the horror. In her dreams she was on a picnic with Joey, or at a carnival with him, walking a beach, watching a movie. A warmth pervaded these scenes, an aura of companionship, love. Except eventually she always glanced away from Joey, and when she looked again, he was gone, and she knew that he was gone forever. She woke weeping from the dreams, and she wanted no witnesses. She wasn't embarrassed by her tears. She just didn't want to share them with anyone but Barty. In a rocking chair, holding her tiny son in her arms, Agnes cried quietly. Often Barty slept through her weeping. Awakened, he smiled or squinched his face into a puzzled frown. The infant's smile was so captivating and his puzzlement so comically earnest that both expressions worked on Agnes's misery as surely as yeast leavens dough. Her bitter tears turned sweet. Barty never cried. In the hospital neonatal unit he'd been a marvel to the nurses, because when the other newborns were squalling in chorus, Barty had been unfailingly serene. Friday, January 14, 8 days after Joey's death, Agnes closed the sofa bed, intending to sleep upstairs from now on. And for the first time since coming home, she cooked dinner without resorting to friends' casseroles or to the treasures in her freezer. Maria's mother, visiting from Mexico, was babysitting, so Maria came without her children as a guest, joining Agnes and the Laugh-A-Minute Isaacson twins, chroniclers of destruction. They ate in the dining room rather than at the kitchen dinette, with a lace-trimmed tablecloth, the good china, crystal wine glasses, and fresh flowers. Serving a formal dinner was Agnes's way of declaring, to herself more than to anyone else in attendance, that the time had come for her to get on with her life, for Bartholomew's sake, but also for her own. Maria arrived early, expecting to assist with final details in the kitchen. Though honored to be a guest, She wasn't able to stand by with a glass of wine while preparations remained to be made. Agnes at last relented. "Some day you're going to have to learn to relax, Maria. I am always enjoyed to be useful, like a hammer. Hammer, hammer, saw, screwdriver. I am always to be happy when useful in such way like tool is useful." "Well, please don't use a hammer to finish setting the table." "Is joke." Maria was proud of correctly interpreting Agnes. "No, I'm serious. No hammer." "Is good your joke." "It's good I can joke," Agnes corrected. "Is what I say." The dining table could accommodate 6, and Agnes instructed Maria to set 2 plates on each side of the long sides, leaving the ends unused. "It'll be cozier if we all sit across from one another." Maria arranged 5 place settings instead of 4. The 5th, complete with silverware, water glass, and wine glass, was at the head of the table in memoriam of Joey. As she struggled to cope with her loss, the last thing Agnes needed was the reminder posed by that empty chair. Maria's intentions were good, however, and Agnes didn't want to hurt her feelings. Over potato soup and an asparagus salad, the dinner conversation got off to a promising start. A discussion of favorite potato dishes, observations on the weather, talk of Mexico at Christmas. Eventually, of course, dear Edom held forth about tornadoes, in particular the infamous tri-state tornado of 1925, which ravaged portions of Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana. "Most tornadoes stay on the ground 20 miles or less," Edom explained. "But this one kept its funnel to the earth for 219 miles, and it was 1 mile wide. Everything in its path, torn, smashed to bits. Houses, factories, churches, schools, all pulverized. Murfreesboro, Illinois, was wiped off the map, erased. Hundreds killed in that one town." Maria, wide-eyed, put down her silverware and crossed herself. "It totally destroyed 4 towns, as if they were hit by atom bombs. Tore up parts of 6 more towns, destroyed 15,000 homes. That's just the homes. This thing was black, huge and black and hideous, with continuous lightning snapping through it, and a roar, they said, like 100 thunderstorms booming all at once." Again Maria crossed herself. 695 people were killed in 3 states. Winds so powerful that some of the bodies were thrown 1.5 miles from where they were snatched off the ground. Apparently Maria wished that she'd brought a rosary to dinner. With the fingers of her right hand, she pinched the knuckles of her left, one after the other, as if they were beads. "Well," Agnes said, "thank the Lord we don't have tornadoes here in California." "We have dams, though," said Jacob, gesturing with his fork. "The Johnstown flood, 1889. Pennsylvania, sure, but it could happen here. And that was a one, let me tell you. The South Fork Dam broke, wall of water 70 feet high, totally destroyed the city. Your tornado killed almost 700, but my dam killed 2,209. 99 entire families were swept from the earth. 98 children lost both parents." Maria stopped praying with her knuckle rosary and resorted to a long swallow of wine. 396 of the dead were children under the age of 10, Jacob continued. A passenger train was tumbled off the tracks, killing 20. Another train with tank cars got smashed around and oil spilled across the floodwaters, ignited, and all these people clinging to floating debris were surrounded by flames, no way to escape. Their choice was being burned alive or drowning. "Dessert?" Agnes asked. Over generous slices of Black Forest cake and coffee, Jacob at first held forth on the explosion of a French freighter carrying a cargo of ammonium nitrate at a pier in Texas City, Texas, back in 1947. 576 had perished. Mustering all her hostess skills, Agnes gradually turned the conversation from disastrous explosions to 4th of July fireworks, and then to reminiscences of summer evenings when she, Joey, Edom, and Jacob had played cards, pinochle, canasta, bridge, at a table in the backyard. Jacob and Edom, paired, were formidable competitors in any card game, because their memory for numbers had been sharpened by years of data gathering as the statisticians of catastrophe. When the subject shifted to card tricks and fortune-telling, Maria admitted to practicing divination with standard playing cards. Edom, eager to learn precisely when a tidal wave or falling asteroid would bring his doom, fetched a pack of cards from a cabinet in the parlor. When Maria explained that only every third card was read and that a full look at the future required 4 decks, Edom returned to the parlor to scare up 3 more. "Bring 4, Jacob called after him. "All new decks." They wore out a lot of cards and kept a generous supply of all types of decks on hand. To Agnes, Jacob said, "Likely to be a sunnier fortune if the cards are bright and fresh, don't you think?" Perhaps hoping to discover which runaway freight train or exploding factory would smear him across the landscape, Jacob pushed aside his dessert plate and shuffled each deck separately, then shuffled them together until they were well mixed. He stacked them in front of Maria. No one seemed to realize that predicting the future might not be a suitable entertainment in this house at this time, considering that Agnes had so recently and horribly been blindsided by fate. Hope was the handmaid to Agnes's faith. She always held fast to the belief that the future would be bright, but right now she was hesitant to test that optimism even with a harmless card reading. Yet, as with the 5th place setting, she was reluctant to object. While Jacob had shuffled, Agnes had taken little Barty from his bassinet into her arms. She was surprised and discomfited to discover that the baby was to have his fortune told first. Maria turned sideways in her chair and dealt from the top of the 4-deck stack onto the table in front of Barty. The first was an ace of hearts. This, Maria said, was a very good card indeed. It meant that Barty would be lucky in love. Maria set aside 2 cards before turning another face up. This was also an ace of hearts. "Hey, he's going to be a regular Romeo," said Edom. Barty cooed and blew a spit bubble. "This card to mean also is family love, and is love from many friends, not just to be kissy-kissy love," Maria elucidated. The 3rd card that she placed in front of Barty was also an ace of hearts. What are the odds of that? Jacob wondered. Although the ace of hearts had only positive meanings, and although, according to Maria, multiple appearances, especially in sequence, meant increasingly positive things, a series of chills nevertheless riffled through Agnes's spine, as if her vertebrae were fingers shuffling. The next draw produced 4 of a kind. Whereas the lone heart at the center of the rectangular white field inspired amazement and delight in her brothers and in Maria, Agnes reacted to it with dread. She strove to mask her true feelings with a smile as thin as the edge of a playing card. In her fractured English, Maria explained that this miraculous 4th ace of hearts meant that Barty would not only meet the right woman and have a lifelong romance worthy of epic poetry, would not only be showered all his life by the love of family, would not only be cherished by a large number of friends, but would also be loved by uncountable people who would never meet him. "How could he be loved by people who never meet him?" asked Jacob, scowling. Beaming, Maria said, "This is to mean Barty will to be someday muy famous." Agnes wanted her boy to be happy. She didn't care about fame. Instinct told her the two, fame and happiness, seldom coexisted. She had been gently dandling Barty. Now she held him still and kept him close to her breast. The 5th card was another ace, and Agnes gasped, because for an instant she thought it was also another heart, an impossible 5th in a stack of 4 decks. Instead, an ace of diamonds. Maria explained that this, too, was a most desirable card, that it meant Barty would never be poor. To have it follow 4 aces of hearts was especially significant. The 6th card was another ace of diamonds. They all stared at it in silence. 6 aces in a row, thus far consecutive as to suit. Agnes had no way of calculating the odds against this draw, but she knew that they were spectacularly high. "Is to mean he is to be better than not poor, but even rich." The 7th card was a 3rd ace of diamonds. Without comment, Maria set aside 2 cards and dealt the 8th. This, too, was an ace of diamonds. Maria crossed herself again, but in a different spirit from when she'd crossed herself during Edam's rant about the tri-state tornado of 1925. Then she'd been warding off bad fortune. Now, with a smile and a look of wonder, she was acknowledging the grace of God, which, according to the cards, had been settled generously on Bartholomew. Barty, she explained, would be rich in many ways. Financially rich, but also rich in talent, in spirit, intellect, rich in courage, honor, with a wealth of common sense, good judgment, and luck. Any mother ought to have been pleased to hear such a glowing future foretold for her child. Yet each glorious prediction dropped the temperature in Agnes's heart by another few degrees. The 9th card was a jack of spades. Maria called it a knave of spades, and at the sight of it, her bright smile dimmed. Knaves symbolized enemies, she explained, both those who were merely duplicitous and those who were downright evil. The knave of hearts represented either a rival in love or a lover who would betray you, an enemy who would deeply wound the heart. The knave of diamonds was someone who would cause financial grief. The knave of clubs was someone who would wound with words, one who libeled or slandered, or who assaulted you with mean-spirited and unjust criticism. The knave of spades, now revealed, was the most sinister jack in the deck. This was an enemy who would resort to violence. With his ringleted yellow hair, coiled mustache, and haughty right profile, this was a jack that looked as if he might be a knave in the worst sense of the word. And now to the 10th card, already in Maria's small brown hand. Never had the familiar red bicycle design of the U.S. Playing Card Company looked ominous before, but it was fearsome now, as strange as any voodoo veve or satanic conjuration pattern. Maria's hand turned, the card turned, and another knave of spades revolved into view, snapped against the table. Drawn one after the other, 2 knaves of spades didn't signify 2 deadly enemies, but meant that the enemy already predicted by the first draw would be unusually powerful, exceptionally dangerous. Agnes knew now why this prognostication had dismayed rather than charmed her. If you dared to believe in the good fortune predicted by the cards, then you were obliged to believe in the bad as well. In her arms, little Barty burbled contentedly, unaware that his destiny supposedly included epic love, fabulous riches, and violence. He was so innocent. This sweet boy, this pure and stainless infant, couldn't possibly have an enemy in the world, and she could not imagine any son of hers earning enemies, not if she raised him well. This was nonsense, just a silly card reading. Agnes meant to stop Maria from turning the 11th card, but her curiosity was equal to her apprehension. When the 3rd knave of spades appeared, Edam said to Maria, "What kind of enemy does 3 in a row describe?" She remained fixated on the card that she had just dealt, and for a while she didn't speak, as though the eyes of the paper knave held her in thrall. Finally she said, "Monster. Human monster." Jacob nervously cleared his throat. "And what if it's 4 jacks in a row?" Her brother's solemnity irritated Agnes. They appeared to be taking this reading seriously, as though it were far more than just a little after-dinner entertainment. Admittedly, she had allowed herself to be disturbed by the fall of the cards, too. According them any credibility at all opened the door to full belief. The odds against this phenomenal 11-card draw must be many millions to 1, which seemed to give the prediction validity. Not every coincidence, however, has meaning. Toss a quarter 1,000,000 times, roughly 500,000 heads will turn up, roughly the same number of tails. In the process, there will be instances when heads turn up 30, 40, 100 times in a row. This does not mean that destiny is at work, or that God, choosing to be not merely his usual mysterious self, but utterly inscrutable, is warning of Armageddon through the medium of the quarter. It means the laws of probability hold true only in the long run, and that short-run anomalies are meaningful solely to the gullible. And what if it's 4 jacks in a row? At last Maria answered Jacob's question in a murmur, making the sign of the cross once more as she spoke. Never saw 4. Never even just I see 3. But 4 is to be the devil himself. This declaration was received seriously by Edom and Jacob, as if the devil often strolled the streets of Bright Beach and from time to time had been known to snatch little babies from their mother's arms and eat them with mustard. Even Agnes was briefly unnerved to the extent that she said, "Enough of this, it's not fun anymore." In agreement, Maria pushed the stack of unused cards aside, and she peered at her hands as if she wanted to scrub them for a long time under hot water. "No," Agnes said, shaking loose the grip of irrational fear. "Wait, this is absurd. It's just a card, and we're all curious." "No," Maria warned. "I don't need to see it," Edom agreed. "Or me," said Jacob. Agnes pulled the stack of cards in front of her. She discarded the first 2, as Maria would have done, and turned over the third. Here was the final knave of spades. Although a cold current crackled along the cable of her spine, Agnes smiled at the card. She was determined to change the dark mood that had descended over them. "Doesn't look so spooky to me." She turned the knave of spades so the baby could see it. "Does he scare you, Barty?" Bartholomew had been able to focus his eyes much sooner than the average baby was supposed to be able to focus. To a surprising extent, he was already engaged in the world around him. Now Barty peered at the card, smacked his lips, smiled, and said, "Gah!" With a flatulent squawk of the butt trumpet, he soiled his diaper. Everyone, except Maria, laughed. Tossing the knave onto the table, Agnes said, "Barty doesn't seem too impressed with this devil." Maria gathered up the 4 jacks and tore them in thirds. She put the 12 pieces in the breast pocket of her blouse. "I buy to you new cards, but no more ever get you be to having these." Chapter 32. Money for the dead. The decomposing flesh of a beloved wife and an unborn baby transmuted into a fortune was an achievement that put to shame the alchemist's dreams of turning lead to gold. On Tuesday, less than 24 hours after Naomi's funeral, Knacker, Hiskis, and Nork, representing the state and the county, held preliminary meetings with Junior's lawyer and with the attorney for the grieving Hackachak clan. As before, the well-tailored trio was conciliatory, sensitive, and willing to reach an accommodation to prevent the filing of a wrongful death suit. In fact, attorneys for the potential plaintiffs felt that Nork, Hiskis, and Knacker were too willing to reach an accommodation, and they met the trio's conciliation with high suspicion. Naturally, the state didn't want to defend against a claim involving the death of a beautiful young bride and her unborn baby, but their willingness to negotiate so early, from such a reasonable posture, implied that their position was even weaker than it appeared to be. Junior's attorney, Simon Magison, insisted upon full disclosure of maintenance records and advisories relating to the fire tower and to other Forest Service structures for which the state and the county had sole or joint custodial responsibility. If a wrongful death suit was filed, this information would have to be divulged anyway during normal disclosure procedures prior to trial, and since maintenance logs and advisories were a public record, Hiskis and Knacker and Nork agreed to provide what was requested. Meanwhile, as attorneys met on Tuesday afternoon, Junior, having taken leave from work, phoned a locksmith to change the locks at his house. As a cop, Vanadium might have access to a lock-release gun that could spring the new deadbolts as easily as the old. Therefore, on the interior of the front and back doors, Junior added sliding bolts, which couldn't be picked from outside. He paid cash to the locksmith, and included in the payment were the 2 dimes and the nickel Vanadium had left on his nightstand. Wednesday, with a swiftness that confirmed its eagerness to make a deal, the state supplied records on the fire tower. For 5 years, a significant portion of the maintenance funds had been diverted by bureaucrats to other uses, and for 3 years, the responsible maintenance supervisor filed an annual report on this specific tower, requesting immediate funds for fundamental reconstruction. The third of these documents, submitted 11 months prior to Naomi's fall, was composed in crisis language and stamped urgent. Sitting in Simon Magason's mahogany-paneled office, reading the contents of this file, Junior was aghast. "I could have been killed." "It's a miracle both of you didn't go through that railing," the attorney agreed. Magason was a small man behind a huge desk. His head appeared too large for his body, but his ears seemed no bigger than a pair of silver dollars. Large protuberant eyes, bulging with shrewdness and feverish with ambition, marked him as one who'd be hungry a minute after standing up from a day-long feast. A button nose too severely turned up at the tip, an upper lip long enough to rival that of an orangutan, and a mean slash of a mouth completed a portrait sure to repel any woman with eyesight. But if you wanted an attorney who was angry at the world for having been cursed with ugliness, and who could convert that anger into the energy and ruthlessness of a pit bull in the courtroom, even while using his unfortunate looks to gain the jurors' sympathy, then Simon Magason was the counselor for you. "It isn't just the rotten railing," Junior said, still paging through the report, his outrage growing. "The stairs are unsafe." "Delightful, isn't it?" "One of the 4 legs of the tower is dangerously fractured where it's seated into the underlying foundation caisson." "Lovely." "And the undergirding of the observation platform itself is unstable. The whole thing could have fallen down with us on it." From across the vast acreage of the desk came a goblin cackle, Magason's idea of a laugh. "And they didn't even bother to post a warning. In fact, that sign was still up inviting hikers to enjoy the view from the observation deck." "I could have been killed," Junior Kane repeated, suddenly so horror-struck by this realization that an iciness welled in his gut, and for a while he wasn't able to feel his extremities. "This is going to be an enormous settlement," the attorney promised. "And there's more good news. County and state authorities have agreed to close the case on Naomi's death. It's now officially an accident." Feeling began to return to Junior's hands and feet. "As long as the case was open and you were the sole suspect," said the lawyer, "they couldn't negotiate an out-of-court settlement with you, but they were afraid that if, eventually, they couldn't prove you killed her, then they'd be in an even worse position when a wrongful death suit finally went before a jury." "Why?" "For one thing, jurors might conclude that the authorities never really suspected you and tried to frame you for murder to conceal their culpability in the poor maintenance of the tower. By far, most of the cops think you're innocent anyway." "Really? That's gratifying," Junior said sincerely. "Congratulations, Mr. Kane. You've had a lot of luck in this." Although he found Magason's face sufficiently disturbing that he avoided looking at it more than necessary, and though Magason's bulging eyes were so moist with bitterness and with need that they inspired nightmares, Junior shifted his gaze from his half-numb hands to his attorney. "Luck? I lost my wife and my unborn baby." "And now you'll be properly compensated for your loss." The pop-eyed little toad smirked over there on the far side of his pretentious desk. The report on the tower forced Junior to consider his mortality. Fear, hurt, and self-pity roiled in him. His voice trembled with offense. "You do know, Mr. Magason, what happened to my Naomi was an accident? You do believe that? Because I don't know how I could work with someone who thought I was capable of—" The runt was so out of proportion to his office furniture that he appeared to be a bug perched in the giant leather executive chair, which itself looked like the maw of a Venus's flytrap about to swallow him for lunch. He allowed such a lengthy silence to follow Junior's question that by the time he answered, his reply was superfluous. Finally, A trial lawyer, whether specializing in criminal or civil matters, is like an actor, Mr. Kane. He must believe deeply in his role, in the truth of his portrayal, if he's to be convincing. I always believe in the innocence of my clients in order to achieve the best possible settlement for them. Junior suspected Magazine never had any client but himself. Fat fees motivated him, not justice. As a matter of principle, Junior considered firing the slit-mouthed troll on the spot. But then Magazine said, "You shouldn't be bothered any further by Detective Vanadium." Junior was surprised. "You know about him?" "Everyone knows about Vanadium. He's a crusader, self-appointed champion of truth, justice, and the American way. A holy fool, if you will. With the case closed, he has no authority to harass you." "I'm not sure he needs authority," Junior said uneasily. "Well, if he bothers you again, just let me know." "Why do they let a man like that keep his badge?" Junior asked. "He's outrageous, wholly unprofessional." "He's successful. He solves most of the cases assigned to him." Junior had thought most other policemen must consider Vanadium to be a loose cannon, a rogue, an outcast. Perhaps the opposite was true. And if it was, if Vanadium was highly regarded among his peers, he was immeasurably more dangerous than Junior had realized. "Mr. Kane, if he bothers you, would you want me to have his choke chain yanked?" He couldn't remember on what principle he'd considered firing Magazine. In spite of his faults, the attorney was highly competent. "By the close of business tomorrow," said the lawyer, "I expect to have an offer for your consideration." Late Thursday, following a 9-hour session with Hiskus, Nork, and Knacker, Magazine, negotiating in conjunction with the Hackachack Council, had indeed reached acceptable terms. Caitlin Hackachack would receive $250,000 for the loss of her sister. Sheena and Rudy would receive $900,000 to compensate them for their severe emotional pain and suffering. This allowed them to undergo a lot of therapy in Las Vegas. Junior would receive $4,250,000. Magazine's fee was 20% prior to trial, 40% if a settlement had been reached after the start of court proceedings, which left Junior with $3,400,000. All payments to plaintiffs were net of taxes. Friday morning, Junior resigned his position as a physical therapist at the rehabilitation hospital. He expected to be able to live well off interest and dividends for the rest of his life, because his tastes were modest. Glorying in the cloudless day and the warmer-than-usual weather, he drove 70 miles north, through phalanxes of evergreens that marched down the steep hills to the scenic coast. All the way, he monitored the traffic in his rearview mirror. No one followed him. He stopped for lunch at a restaurant with a spectacular view of the Pacific, framed by massive pines. His waitress was a cutie. She flirted with him, and he knew he could have her if he wanted. He wanted, all right, but intuition warned him that he ought to continue to be discreet for a while longer. He hadn't seen Thomas Vanadium since Monday at the cemetery, and Vanadium hadn't pulled any tricks since leaving 25 cents at his bedside that same night. Almost 4 days undisturbed by the hectoring detective. In matters Vanadium, however, Junior had learned to be wary, prudent. With no job to return to, he dawdled over lunch. He was actually tumescent with a growing sense of freedom that was as thrilling as sex. Life was too short to waste it working if you had the means to afford lifelong leisure. By the time he got back to Spruce Hills, the early night had fallen. The pearly, waxy moon floated over a town that glimmered mysteriously among its richness of trees, flickering and shimmering as though it were not a real town, but a dreamland, where a multitude of gypsy clans gathered by the lambent amber light of lanterns and campfires. Earlier in the week, Junior had looked up Thomas Vanadium in the telephone directory. He expected the number to be unlisted, but it was published. What he wanted more than a number was an address, and he found that as well. Now he dared to search out the detective's residence. In a neatly groomed neighborhood of unassuming houses, Vanadium's place was as unremarkable as those around it. A single-story rectangular box of no discernible architectural style, white aluminum siding with green shutters, an attached two-car garage. Deciduous black oaks lined the street. All were leafless at this time of year, gnarled limbs clawing at the moon. The big trees on Vanadium's property also stood bare, allowing a relatively unobstructed view of the house. The back of the residence was dark, but a soft light warmed two windows at the front. Junior didn't slow as he passed the house, but circled the block and drove by the place again. He didn't know what he was looking for. He simply felt empowered to be the one conducting the surveillance for a change. Less than 15 minutes later, at home, he sat at his kitchen table with the telephone directory. The book included not only the phones in Spruce Hills, but also those in the entire county, maybe 70 or 80,000. Each page comprised 4 columns of names and numbers, most with addresses. Approximately 100 names filled each column, 400 to a page. Using the straight edge of a ruler to guide his eye down each column, Junior searched for Bartholomew, ignoring surnames. He had already checked to see if anyone in the county had Bartholomew for a last name, but no one in this directory did. Some listings didn't include first names, only initials. Every time he came across the initial B, he put a red check mark beside it with a fine point felt-tip pen. Most of these were going to be Bobs or Bills, maybe a few Bradleys or Bernards, Barbaras or Brendas. Eventually, when he had gone through the entire directory, if he'd had no success, he would phone each red-checked listing and ask for Bartholomew. A few hundred calls, no doubt. Some would involve long-distance charges, but he could afford the toll. He was able to search 5 pages at a sitting before his head began to ache. He'd been putting in 2 sessions each day, starting this past Tuesday. 4,000 names a day. 16,000 total when he finished the 5th of this evening's pages. This was tedious work and might not bear fruit. He needed to begin somewhere, however, and the telephone directory was the most logical starting point. Bartholomew might be a teenager living with his parents, or a dependent adult residing with family. If so, he wouldn't be revealed in this search, because the phone would not be listed in his name. Or maybe the guy loathed his first name and never used it except in legal matters, going by his middle name instead. If the directory proved to be of no help, Junior would proceed next to the registry office at the county courthouse to review the records of births going back to the turn of the century, if necessary. Bartholomew, of course, might not have been born in the county, might have moved here as a child or an adult. If he owned property, he'd show up on the Register of Deeds. Whether a landowner or not, if he did his civic duty every 2 years, he would appear on the voter rolls. Junior no longer had a job, but he had a mission. Saturday and Sunday, between sessions with the directory, Junior cruised around the county on a series of pleasure drives, testing the theory that the maniac cop was no longer following him. Apparently, Simon Magazine was correct. The case had been closed. As woebegone a widower as anyone could expect, Junior spent every night home alone. By Sunday, he'd slept without companionship 8 nights since being discharged from the hospital. He was a virile young man, desired by many, and life was short. Poor Naomi, her lovely face and her look of shock still fresh in his memory, was a constant reminder of how suddenly the end could come. No one was guaranteed tomorrow. Seize the day. Caesar's had recommended not merely seizing the day, but devouring it. Chew it up. Feed on the day. Swallow the day whole. Feast, said Zed. Feast. Approach life as a gourmet and as a glutton, because he who practices restraint will have stored up no sustaining memories when famine inevitably comes. By Sunday evening, a combination of factors, deep commitment to the philosophy of Zed, explosive testosterone levels, boredom, self-pity, and a desire to be a risk-taking man of action once more, motivated Junior to splash a little high karate behind each ear and go courting. Shortly after sunset, with a single red rose and a bottle of Merlot, he set off for Victoria Bressler's place. He phoned her before leaving to be sure she was home. She didn't work weekend shifts at the hospital, but maybe she would have gone out on this night off. When she answered, he recognized her seductive voice and devilishly muttered, "The wrong number." Ever the romantic, he wanted to surprise her. Voila! Flowers, wine, and moi. Since their electrifying connection in the hospital, she had been yearning for him, but she wouldn't expect a visit for a few weeks yet. He was eager to see her face brighten with delight. During the past week he had ferreted out what he could about the nurse. She was 30, divorced, without kids, and lived alone. He had been surprised to learn her age. She didn't appear to be that old. 30 or not, Victoria was unusually attractive. Charmed by the vulnerability of the young, he'd never slept with an older woman. The prospect intrigued him. She would have tricks in her repertoire that younger women were too inexperienced to know. Junior could only imagine how flattered Victoria would be to receive the attentions of a 23-year-old stud, flattered and grateful. When he contemplated all the ways she could express that gratitude, there was barely enough room behind the wheel of the Suburban for him and his manhood. In spite of the urgency of his desire, he followed a circuitous route to Victoria's, doubling back on himself twice, watching for surveillance as he drove. If he were being followed, his tail was an invisible man in a ghost car. Nevertheless, being cautious even as he seized the day, or the night in this case, he parked a short distance from his destination on a parallel street. He walked the last 3 blocks. The January air was crisp, fragrant with evergreens and with the faint salty scent of the distant sea. A curiously yellow moon glowered like a malevolent eye, studying him from between ragged ravelings of dirty clouds. Victoria lived on the northeast edge of Spruce Hills, where streets petered into country lanes. Here the houses tended to be more rustic, built on larger and less formally landscaped lots than those closer to the center of town, and set back farther from the street. During Junior's brief stroll, the sidewalk ended, giving way to the graveled shoulder of the road. He saw no one on foot, and no vehicles passed him. At this extreme end of town, no street lamps lit the pavement. With only moonlight to reveal him, he wasn't likely to be recognized if anyone happened to glance out a window. If Junior was not discreet, and if gossip about the widower Kane and the sexy nurse began to circulate, Vanadium would be on the case again, even if it had been closed. The cop was sick, hateful, driven by unknowable inner demons. Although he might for the moment have been reined in by those in higher office, mere gossip of a spicy nature would be excuse enough for him to open the file again, which he'd surely do without informing his superiors. Victoria lived in a narrow 2-story clapboard residence with a steeply pitched roof. A pair of overlarge dormers, projecting to an unusual degree, beetled over the front porch. The place belonged in a block of row homes in a working-class neighborhood in some drab eastern city. Not here. Golden lamplight gilded the front windows downstairs. He would sit with Victoria on the living-room sofa, sipping wine as they got to know each other. She might tell him to call her Vicky, and he might ask her to call him Eenie, the affectionate name Naomi had given him when he wouldn't tolerate Enoch. Soon they would be necking like 2 crazy kids. Junior would disrobe her on the sofa, caressing her smooth, pliant body, her skin buttery in the lamplight, and then he would carry her, naked, to the dark bedroom upstairs. Avoiding the graveled driveway on which he was more likely to scuff his freshly polished loafers, he approached the house across the lawn, beneath the moon-shifting branches of a great pine that made itself useless for Christmas by spreading as majestically as an oak. He supposed Victoria might have a visitor, perhaps a relative or a girlfriend. Not a man, no. She knew who her man was, and she would have no other while she waited for the chance to surrender to him and to consummate the relationship that had begun with the spoon and the ice in the hospital 10 days previously. Most likely, if Victoria was entertaining, the visitor's car would have been parked in the driveway. Junior considered slipping quietly around the house, peering in windows, to be sure she was alone, before approaching directly. If she saw him, however, his wonderful surprise would be spoiled. Nothing in life was risk-free, so he hesitated only a moment at the front of the porch steps before climbing them and knocking on the door. Music played within, an up-tempo number, possibly swing. He couldn't quite identify the tune. As Junior was about to knock again, the door flew inward, and over Sinatra having fun with When My Sugar Walks Down the Street, Victoria said, "You're early. I didn't hear your car." She was speaking as she pulled the door open, and she cut herself off in mid-sentence when she stepped up to the threshold and saw who stood before her. She looked surprised, all right, but her expression wasn't the one that Junior had painted on the canvas of his imagination. Her surprise had no delight in it, and she didn't at once break into a radiant smile. For an instant she appeared to be frowning. Then he realized this couldn't be a frown. It must be a smoldering look of desire. In tailored black slacks and a form-hugging apple-green cotton sweater, Victoria Bressler fulfilled all the voluptuous promise that Junior had suspected lay under her looser-fitting nurse's uniform. The V-necked sweater suggested a glorious depth of cleavage, though only a tasteful hint of it was on display. Nothing about this beauty could be called cheap. "What do you want?" she asked. Her voice was flat and a little hard. Another man might have mistaken her tone for disapproval, for impatience, even for quiet anger. Junior knew that she must be teasing him. Her sense of play was delicious. Such deviltry in her scintillant blue eyes, such sauciness. He held forth the single red rose. "For you. Not that it compares. No flower could." Still relishing her little pretense of rejection, Victoria did not touch the rose. "What kind of woman do you think I am?" "The exquisite kind," he replied, glad that he had read so many books on the art of seduction and therefore knew precisely the right thing to say. Grimacing, she said, "I told the police about your disgusting little come-on with the ice spoon." Thrusting the red rose at her again, insistently pressing it against her hand to distract her, Junior swung the Merlot, and just as Sinatra sang the word sugar, with a bounce the bottle smacked Victoria in the center of her forehead. Chapter 33. Our Lady of Sorrows, quiet and welcoming in the bright beach night, humbled in dimension, without groin vaults and grand columns and cavernous transepts, restrained in ornamentation, was as familiar to Maria Elena Gonzalez and as comforting as her own home. God was everywhere in the world, but here in particular. Maria felt happier the instant she stepped through the entrance door into the narthex. The benediction service had concluded, and the worshippers had departed. Gone, too, were the priest and the altar boys. After adjusting the hairpin that held her lace mantilla, Maria passed from the narthex into the nave. She dipped 2 fingers in the holy water that glimmered in the marble font, and crossed herself. The air was spicy with incense and with the fragrance of the lemon oil polish used on the wooden pews. At the front, a soft spotlight focused on the life-size crucifix. The only additional illumination came from the small bulbs over the Stations of the Cross along both side walls, and from the flickering flames in the ruby glass containers on the votive candle rack. She proceeded down the shadowy center aisle, genuflected at the chancel railing, and went to the votive rack. Maria could afford a donation of only 25 cents per candle, but she gave 50, stuffing 5 $1 bills and 2 quarters into the offering box. After lighting 11 candles, all in the name of Bartholomew Lampion, she took from a pocket the torn playing cards, 4 knaves of spades. Friday night she had ripped the cards in thirds, and had been carrying the 12 pieces with her since then, waiting for this quiet Sunday evening. Her belief in fortune-telling and in the curious ritual she was about to undertake weren't condoned by the Church. Mysticism of this sort was, in fact, considered to be a sin, a distraction from faith, and a perversion of it. Maria, however, lived comfortably with both the Catholicism and the occultism in which she had been raised. In Hermosillo, Mexico, the latter had been nearly as important to the spiritual life of her family as had been the former. The Church nourished the soul, while the occult nourished the imagination. In Mexico, where physical comforts were often few and hope of a better life in this world was hard won, both the soul and the imagination must be fed if life was to be livable. With a prayer to the Holy Mother, Maria held 1/3 of a knave of spades to the bright flame of the first candle. When it caught fire, she dropped the fragment into the votive glass, and as it was consumed, she said aloud, "For Peter," referring to the most prominent of the 12 apostles. She repeated this ritual 11 more times, for Andrew, for James, for John, frequently glancing into the nave behind her to be sure that she was unobserved. She had lighted 1 candle for each of the 11 apostles, none for the 12th, Judas, the betrayer. Consequently, after burning a fragment of the cards in each votive glass, she was left with 1 piece. Ordinarily, she would have returned to the first of the candles and offered a second fragment to St. Peter. In this case, however, she entrusted it to the least known of the apostles, because she was sure that he must have special significance in this matter. With all 12 fragments destroyed, the curse should have been lifted from little Bartholomew, the threat of the unknown violent enemy who was represented by the 4 knaves. Somewhere in the world an evil man existed who would one day have killed Barty, but now his journey through life would take him elsewhere. 11 saints had been given 12 shares of responsibility for lifting this curse. Maria's belief in the efficacy of this ritual was not as strong as her faith in the Church, but nearly so. As she leaned over the votive glass, watching the final fragment dissolve into ashes, she felt a terrible weight lifting from her. When she left Our Lady of Sorrows a few minutes later, she was convinced that the knave of spades, whether a human monster or the devil himself, would never cross paths with Barty Lampion. Chapter 34. Down she went, abruptly and hard, with a clatter and thud, her natural grace deserting her in the fall, though she regained it in her posture of collapse. Victoria Bressler lay on the floor of the small foyer, left arm extended past her head, palm revealed, as though she were waving at the ceiling, right arm across her body in such a way that her hand cupped her left breast. 1 leg was extended straight, the other knee drawn up almost demurely. If she had been nude, lying against a backdrop of rumpled sheets or autumn leaves or meadow grass, she would have had the perfect posture for a Playboy centerfold. Junior was less surprised by his sudden assault on Victoria than by the failure of the bottle to break. He was, after all, a new man since his decision on the fire tower, a man of action, who did what was necessary. But the bottle was glass, and he swung forcefully, hard enough that it smacked her forehead with a sound like a mallet cracking against a croquet ball, hard enough to put her out in an instant, maybe even hard enough to kill her. Yet the Merlot remained ready to drink. He stepped into the house, quietly closed the front door, and examined the bottle. The glass was thick, especially at the base, where a large punt, a deep indentation, encouraged sediment to gather along the rim rather than across the entire bottom of the bottle. This design feature secondarily contributed to the strength of the container. Evidently he had hit her with the bottom third of the bottle, which could most easily withstand the blow. A pink spot in the center of Victoria's forehead marked the point of impact. Soon it would be an ugly bruise. The skull bone did not appear to have been cratered. As hard of head as she was hard of heart, Victoria had not sustained serious brain damage, only a concussion. On the stereo in the living room, Sinatra sang, "It Was a Very Good Year." Judging by the evidence, the nurse was home alone, but Junior raised his voice above the music and called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" Although no one answered, he quickly searched the small house. A lamp with a fringed silk shade spread small, feathery wings of golden light over one corner of the living room. On the coffee table were 3 decorative blown-glass oil lamps, a shimmer. In the kitchen, a delicious aroma wafted from the oven. On the stove stood a large pot over a low flame, and nearby was pasta to be added to the water when it came to a boil. Dining room, 2 place settings at one end of the table, wine glasses, 2 ornate pewter candlesticks, candles not yet lit. Junior had the picture now, clear as Kodachrome. Victoria was in a relationship, and she had come on to him in the hospital not because she was looking for more action, but because she was a tease. One of those women who thought it was funny to get a man's juices up and then leave him stewing in them. She was a duplicitous bitch, too. After coming on to him, after teasing a reaction out of him, she had run off and gossiped about him as though he had instigated the seduction. Worse, to make herself feel important, she had told the police her skewed version, surely with much colorful embellishment. A half-bath downstairs, 2 bedrooms and a full bath on the upper floor, all deserted. In the foyer again, Victoria hadn't moved. Junior knelt beside her neck and pressed 2 fingers to the carotid artery in her neck. She had a pulse, maybe a little irregular, but strong. Even though he now knew what a hateful person the nurse was, he remained strongly attracted to her. He was not the kind of man, however, who would take advantage of an unconscious woman. Besides, she was clearly expecting a guest to arrive soon. "You're early. I didn't hear your car," she'd said, as she answered his knock, before realizing that it was Junior. He stepped to the front door, which was framed by curtained sidelights. He drew one of the curtains aside and peered out. The mummified moon had unwound itself from its rags of embalming clouds. Its pocked face glowered in full brightness on the spreading branches of the pine, on the yard, and on the gravel driveway. No car. In the living room he removed a decorative pillow from the sofa. He carried it into the foyer. "I told the police about your disgusting little come-on with the ice spoon." He assumed that she hadn't phoned the police to make a formal report. No need to go out of her way to slander Junior when Thomas Vanadium had been prowling the hospital at all hours of the day and night, ready to lend an ear to any falsehood about him, as long as it made him appear to be a sleazeball and a wife-killer. More likely than not, Victoria spoke directly to the maniac detective. Even if she reported her sordid fabrications to another officer, it would have gotten back to Vanadium, and the cop would have sought her out at once to hear the filth firsthand, whereupon she would have enhanced her story until it sounded as though Junior had grabbed her knockers and had tried to shove his tongue down her throat. Now, if Victoria reported to Vanadium that Junior had shown up at her door with a red rose and a bottle of Merlot and with romance on his mind, the demented detective would be on his ass again for sure. Vanadium might think that the nurse had misinterpreted the business with the ice spoon, but the intent in this instance would be unmistakable, and the crusading cop, the holy fool, would never give up. Victoria moaned but did not stir. Nurses were supposed to be angels of mercy. She had shown him no mercy, and she was certainly no angel. Kneeling at her side, Junior placed the decorative pillow over her lovely face and pressed down firmly, while Frank Sinatra finished "Hello, Young Lovers," and sang perhaps half of All or Nothing at All. Victoria never regained consciousness, never had a chance to struggle. After checking her carotid artery and detecting no pulse, Junior returned to the sofa in the living room. He fluffed the little pillow and left it precisely as he had found it. He felt no urge whatsoever to puke. Yet he didn't fault himself for a lack of sensitivity. He'd met this woman only once before. He wasn't emotionally invested in her as he had been in Sweet Naomi. He wasn't wholly without feeling, of course. A poignant current of sadness eddied in his heart, a sadness at the thought of the love and the happiness that he and the nurse might have known together. But it was her choice, after all, to play the tease and to deal with him so cruelly. When Junior tried to lift Victoria, her voluptuousness lost its appeal. As dead weight, she was heavier than he expected. In the kitchen, he sat her in a chair and let her slump forward over the breakfast table. With her arms folded, with her head on her arms and turned to one side, she appeared to be resting. Heart racing, but reminding himself that strength and wisdom arose from a calm mind, Junior stood in the center of the small kitchen, slowly turning to study every angle of the room. With the dead woman's guest on the way, minutes were precious. Attention to detail was essential, however, regardless of how much time was required to properly stage the little tableau that might disguise murder as a domestic accident. Unfortunately, Caesar Zed had not written a self-help book on how to commit homicide and escape the consequences thereof, and as before, Junior was entirely on his own. With haste and an economy of movement, he set to work. First, he tore 2 paper towels from a wall-mounted dispenser and held one in each hand as makeshift gloves. He was determined to leave no fingerprints. Dinner was cooking in the upper of the 2 ovens. He switched on the bottom oven, setting it warm, and dropped open the door. In the dining room, he picked up the 2 dinner plates from the place settings. He returned with them to the kitchen and put them in the lower oven as though Victoria were using it as a plate warmer. He left the oven door open. In the refrigerator, he found a stick of butter in a container with a clear plastic lid. He took the container to the cutting board beside the sink to the left of the cooktop and opened it. A knife already lay on the counter nearby. He used it to slice 4 pats of butter, yellow and creamy, each half an inch thick, off the end of the stick. Leaving 3 of the pats in the container, he carefully placed the 4th on the vinyl tile floor. The paper towels were spotted with butter. He crumpled them and threw them in the trash. He intended to mash the sole of Victoria's right shoe in the pat of butter and leave a long smear on the floor, as though she slipped on it and fell toward the ovens. Finally, holding her head in both hands, he would have to smash her brow with considerable force into the corner of the open oven door, being careful to place the point of impact precisely where the bottle had struck her. He supposed that the Scientific Investigation Division of the Oregon State Police might find at least one reason to be suspicious of the tragic scenario that he was creating. He didn't know much about the technology that police might employ at a crime scene, and he knew even less about forensic pathology. He was just doing the best job he could. The Spruce Hills Police Department was far too small to have a full-blown Scientific Investigation Division, and if the tableau presented to them appeared convincing enough, they might accept the death as a freak accident and never turn to the state police for technical assistance. If the state police did get involved, and even if they found evidence that the accident was staged, they would be most likely to point the finger of blame at the man for whom Victoria had been preparing dinner. Nothing remained to be done but to press her shoe in the butter and hammer her head into the corner of the oven door. He was about to lift the body out of the chair when he heard the car in the driveway. He might not have caught the sound of the engine so distinctly and so early if the stereo had not been in the process of changing albums. No time now to arrange the corpse for viewing. One crisis after another. This new life as a man of action was not dull. In adversity lies great opportunity, as Caesar Zed teaches, and always, of course, there is a bright side even when you aren't able immediately to see it. Junior hurried out of the kitchen and along the hallway to the front door. He ran silently, landing on his toes like a dancer. His natural athletic grace was one of the things that drew so many women to him. Sad symbols of a romance not meant to be, the red rose and the bottle of wine, lay on the floor of the foyer. With the corpse gone, no signs of violence remained. As Sinatra began to sing, "I'll Be Seeing You," Junior stepped around the Bloom and the Merlot. He cautiously peeled back 2 inches of the curtain at one of the sidelights. A sedan had come to a stop in the graveled driveway, over to the right of the house, almost out of view. As Junior watched, the headlights were doused, the engine shut off, the driver's door opened. A man got out of the car, a shadowy figure in the fearsome yellow moonlight. The dinner guest. Chapter 35. Implode. To burst inward under pressure, like the hull of a submarine at too great a depth. Junior had learned implode from a self-help book about how to improve your vocabulary and be well-spoken. At the time, he had thought that this word, among others in the lists he memorized, was one he would never use. Now, it was the perfect description of how he felt, as if he were going to implode. The dinner guest leaned back into the car as though to retrieve something. Perhaps he, too, had been considerate enough to bring a small gift for his hostess. When Victoria failed to answer the door, this man would not simply go away. He had been invited. He was expected. Lights were on in the house. The lack of a response to his knock would be taken as a sign that something was amiss. Junior was at critical depth. The psychological pressure was at least 5,000 pounds per square inch and growing by the second. Implosion imminent. If he was left standing on the porch, the visitor would circle the house, peering in windows where the drapes were not drawn, trying the doors in hope of finding one unlocked, fearful that Victoria was sick or injured, that perhaps she had slipped on a pat of butter and cracked her head against the corner of an open oven door. He might try to force his way inside, break a window. Certainly he would go to the neighbors to call the police. 6,000 pounds per square inch. 8. 10. Junior sprinted into the dining room and snatched one of the wine glasses off the table. He seized one of the pewter candlesticks as well, knocking the candle out of it. In the foyer again, about 6 feet inside the front door, he stood the wine glass on the floor. He placed the bottle of Merlot beside the glass, the red rose beside the bottle, like a still-life painting titled Romance. Outside, a car door slammed. The front entrance wasn't locked. Junior quietly turned the knob and pulled gently, letting the door drift inward. Carrying the candlestick, he raced to the kitchen at the end of the short hall. The door stood open, but he had to enter the room to see Victoria slumped in one of the 2 chairs at the small dinette. He slipped behind the door and raised the pewter candlestick over his head. Weighing perhaps 5 pounds, the object made a formidable bludgeon, almost as good as a hammer. His heart knocked furiously. He was breathing hard. Strangely, the aroma of dinner cooking, previously delicious, now smelled like blood to him, pungent and raw. Slow, deep breaths. Per Zed, slow, deep breaths. Any state of anxiety, regardless of how powerful, could be ameliorated or even dissipated altogether by taking slow, deep breaths. Slow, deep breaths. And by remembering that each of us has a right to be happy, to be fulfilled, to be free of fear. Over the final refrain of "I'll be seeing you" came a man's voice from the foyer, raised quizzically, with perhaps a note of surprise. "Victoria?" Slow and deep, slow and deep. Calmer already. The song ended. Junior held his breath, listening. In the brief silence between cuts on the album, he heard the clink of the wine glass against the bottle of Merlot as the visitor evidently gathered them from the floor. He had assumed that the dinner guest was Victoria's lover, but suddenly he realized that this might not be the case. The man might be nothing more than a friend, her father or a brother, in which case the invitation to romance, posed by the coquettishly arranged wine and rose, would be so wildly inappropriate that the visitor would know at once something was wrong. Boeotian, another word learned to enhance vocabulary and never before used. Boeotian, a dull, obtuse, stupid person. He felt very Boeotian all of a sudden. Just as Sinatra broke into song again, Junior thought he heard a footstep on the wood floor of the hallway and the creak of a board. The music masked the sounds of the visitor's approach, if indeed he was approaching. Raise high the candlestick. In spite of the masking music, breathe shallowly and through the mouth. Remain poised, ready. The pewter candlestick was heavy. This would be messy work. Gore made him sick. He refused to attend movies that dwelt on the consequences of violence, and he had even less of a stomach for blood in real life. Action. Just concentrate on action and ignore the disgusting aftermath. Remember the runaway train and the bus full of nuns stuck on the tracks. Stay with the train. Don't go back to look at the smashed nuns. Just keep moving forward, and everything will be all right. A sound, very close. The other side of the open door. Here now, the dinner guest entering the kitchen. He carried the wine-glass and the rose in his left hand. The Merlot was tucked under his arm. In his right hand was a small, brightly wrapped gift box. As he entered, the visitor's back was to Junior, and he moved toward the table, where dead Victoria sat with her head on her folded arms. She looked for all the world as though she were just resting. "What's this?" the man asked her, as Sinatra swooped through "Come Fly With Me." Stepping forward lightly, as he swung the candlestick, Junior saw the dinner guest stiffen, perhaps sensing danger, or at least movement. But it was too late. The guy didn't even have time to turn his head or duck. The pewter bludgeon slammed into the back of his skull with a hard pock. The scalp tore, blood sprang forth, and the man fell as hard as Victoria had fallen under the influence of a good Merlot, although he went face down, not face up as she had done. Taking no chances, Junior swung the candlestick again, bending down as he did so. The second impact was not as solid as the first, a glancing blow, but effective. Dropped, the wine-glass had shattered, but the bottle of Merlot had survived again, rolling across the vinyl tile floor until it bumped gently against the base of a cabinet. Slow, deep breathing forgotten, gasping like a drowning swimmer, a sudden sweat dripping from his brow, Junior used one foot to prod the fallen man. When he got no response, he wedged the toe of his right loafer under the guy's chest, and with some effort rolled him onto his back. Clutching the red rose in his left hand, the brightly wrapped gift box half crushed in his right, Thomas Vanadium lay at Junior's mercy, with no tricks to perform, no quarter to set dancing across his knuckles. The magic gone. Chapter 36. The crisp crackle of faux flames, the way they made them in the days of radio dramas back in the 1930s and 40s, when he was a boy. Crumpling cellophane. Sitting alone at the corner table in the kitchenette of his apartment, Jacob made more fire sounds as he stripped the clear cellophane off a second new deck of playing cards, then off a third and a fourth. He possessed vast files on tragic fires, and most of them were committed to memory. In Vienna's magnificent Ring Theatre, December 8, 1881, a blaze claimed 850 lives. On May 25, 1887, 200 dead at the Opéra Comique, Paris. November 28, 1942, in the Coconut Grove nightclub in Boston, when Jacob was only 14 years old and already obsessed with humanity's sorry penchant for destroying itself, either by intention or ineptitude. 491 suffocated and burned alive on an evening meant for champagne and revelry. Now, after removing the 4 decks of cards from the pressboard packs in which they had come, Jacob lined them up side by side on the scarred maple top of the table. "When the Iroquois Theater in Chicago burned on December 30th, 1903, he said aloud, testing his memory, "during a matinee of Mr. Bluebeard, 602 people perished, mostly women and children." Standard decks of playing cards are machine-packed, always in the same order, according to suits. You can absolutely count on the fact that each deck you open will be assembled in precisely the same order as every other deck you have ever opened or ever will open. This unfailing consistency of packaging enables card mechanics, professional gamblers, sleight-of-hand magicians, to manipulate a new deck with confidence that they know starting where every card can be found in the stack. An expert mechanic with practiced and dexterous hands can appear to shuffle so thoroughly that even the most suspicious observer will be satisfied. yet he will still know exactly where every card is located in the deck. With masterly manipulation, he can place the card in the order that he wishes to achieve whatever effect he desires. July 6, 1944, in Hartford, Connecticut, a fire broke out in the great tent of the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus at 2:40 in the afternoon, while 6,000 patrons watched the Wallendas, a world-famous high-wire troupe, ascend to begin their act. By 3 o'clock, the fire burned out following the collapse of the flaming tent, leaving 168 dead. Another 500 people were badly injured, but 1,000 circus animals, including 40 lions and 40 elephants, were not harmed. Uncommon dexterity is essential for anyone who hopes to become a highly skilled card mechanic, but it is not the sole requirement. A capacity to endure grim tedium while engaging in thousands of hours of patient practice is equally important. The finest card mechanics also exhibit complex memory function of a breadth and depth that the average person would find extraordinary. May 14, 1845, in Canton, China, a theater fire killed 1,670. On December 8, 1863, a fire in the Church of La Campana in Santiago, Chile, left 2,501 dead. 150 perished in a fire at a Paris charity bazaar. May 4, 1897. June 30, 1900, a dock fire in Hoboken, New Jersey, killed 326. Jacob had been born with the requisite dexterity and more than sufficient memory function. His personality disorder, which made him unemployable and guaranteed that his social life would never involve endless rounds of parties, ensured that he would have the free time needed to practice the most difficult techniques of card manipulation until he mastered them. Because since childhood Jacob had been drawn to stories and images of doom, to catastrophe on both the personal and the planetary scale, from theater fires to all-out nuclear war, he had a flamboyant imagination second to none, and a colorful, if peculiar, intellectual life. For him, therefore, the most difficult part of learning card manipulation had been coping with the tedium of practice. But for years he had applied himself diligently, motivated by his love and admiration for his sister Agnes. Now he shuffled the first of the 4 decks precisely as he had shuffled the first deck on Friday evening, and he set it aside. To have the best chance of becoming a master mechanic, any young apprentice needs a mentor. The art of total card control cannot be learned entirely from books and experimentation. Jacob's mentor had been a man named Obadiah Sepharad. They had met when Jacob was 18, during a period when he'd been committed to a psychiatric ward for a short time, his eccentricity having been briefly mistaken for something worse. As Obadiah taught him, he shuffled the remaining 3 decks. Neither Agnes nor Edom knew of Jacob's great skill with cards. He had been discreet about his apprenticeship with Obadiah, and for almost 20 years he'd resisted the urge to dazzle his siblings with his expertise. As kids, living in a house that was run like a prison, stifled by the oppressive rule of a morose father who believed that any form of entertainment was an offense against God, they conducted secret card games as their primary act of rebellion. A deck of cards was small enough to hide quickly and to keep hidden successfully, even during one of their father's painstakingly thorough room searches. When the old man died and Agnes inherited the property, the 3 of them played cards in the backyard for the first time, on the day of his funeral, played openly rather than in secret, almost giddy with freedom. Eventually, when Agnes fell in love and married, Joey Lampion joined their card games, and thereafter Jacob and Edom enjoyed a greater sense of family than they had ever known before. Jacob had become a card mechanic for one purpose, not because he'd ever be a gambler, not to wow friends with card tricks, not because the challenge intrigued him. He wanted to be able to give Agnes winning cards once in a while, if she was losing too frequently or needed to have her spirits lifted. He didn't feed her winning hands often enough to make her suspicious, or to make the games less fun for Edom or Joey. He was judicious. The effort he expended, the thousands of hours of practice, was repaid with interest each time Agnes laughed with delight after being dealt a perfect hand. If Agnes knew that Jacob had been helping her game, she might never play cards with him again. She would not approve of what he had done. Consequently, his great skill as a card mechanic must be forever his secret. He felt some guilt at this, but only a little. His sister had done so much for him, but jobless, ruled by his obsessions, hobbled by too much of his father's dour nature, there wasn't a lot that he could do for her. Just this benign deceit with cards. September 20, 1902, Birmingham, Alabama, church fire, 115 dead. March 4, 1908, Collinwood, Ohio, school fire, 176 dead. Having shuffled all 4 stacks of cards, Jacob cut 2 decks and shuffled the halves together, controlling them exactly as he had controlled them on Friday evening. Then the other 2 halves. New York City, March 25, 1911, the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire, 146 dead. Friday, after dinner, when he'd heard enough of Maria's method of fortune-telling to know that 4 decks were required, that only every 3rd draw was red, and that aces, especially red aces, were the most propitious cards to receive, Jacob had taken great pleasure in preparing for Barty the most favorable first 8 cards that could possibly be dealt. This was a small gift to cheer Agnes, on whose heart Joey's death weighed as heavily as iron chains. At first all had gone well. Agnes, Maria, and Edom were rightly amazed. A thrill of wonder and big smiles all around the table. They were enthralled by the astoundingly favorable fall of cards, a breathtaking mathematical improbability. April 23, 1940, Natchez, Mississippi, dance hall fire, 198 dead. December 7, 1946, Atlanta, Georgia, the Winecoff Hotel fire, 119 dead. Now, on his kitchenette table, 2 nights after Maria's reading, Jacob finished integrating the 4 decks as he had done Friday in the dining room of the main house. His work completed, he sat for a while, staring at the stack of cards, hesitant to proceed. April 5, 1949, Effingham, Illinois. A hospital fire killed 77. In his voice he heard a tremor that had nothing to do with the hideous deaths in Effingham more than 16 years previous. First card, Ace of Hearts. Discard 2. Second card, Ace of Hearts. He continued until 4 aces of hearts and 4 aces of diamonds were on the table in front of him. These 8 draws he had prepared, and this effect was his intention. Mechanics have reliably steady hands, yet Jacob's hands shook as he discarded 2 cards and slowly turned over the 9th draw. This ought to be the 4 of clubs, not a jack of spades. And a 4 of clubs it was. He turned over the 2 most recent discards. Neither was a jack of spades, and both were what he expected them to be. He looked at the 2 cards following the 4 of clubs in the stack. Neither of these was a jack of spades either, and both were what he anticipated. On Friday evening he had arranged for the drawing of the aces, but he had not stacked the subsequent 12 cards to provide for the selection of 4 identical knaves at 3-card intervals. He'd sat in stunned disbelief as he'd watched Maria turn them over. The odds against drawing a jack of spades 4 times in a row out of 4 combined and randomly shuffled decks were forbidding. Jacob didn't have the knowledge necessary to calculate those odds, but he knew they were astronomical. Of course, there was no possibility whatsoever of drawing 4 identical jacks from combined decks that had been exquisitely manipulated and meticulously arranged by a master mechanic, unless the effect of the jacks was intended, which in this case it was not. The odds couldn't be calculated because it could never happen. No element of chance was involved here. The cards in that stack should have been as predictably ordered to Jacob as were the numbered pages in a book. Friday night, mystified and troubled, he hadn't slept much. and each time that he dozed off he had dreamed of being alone in a bosky woods, stalked by a sinister presence, unseen but undeniable. This predator crept in silence through the underbrush, indistinguishable from the lowering trees among which it glided, as fluid and as cold as moonlight, but darker than night, gaining on him relentlessly. Each time that he sensed it springing toward him for the kill, Jacob woke, once with Barty's name on his lips, calling out to the boy as though in warning, and once with 2 words, "The knave." Saturday morning he walked to a drugstore in town and purchased 8 decks of cards. With 4, he passed the day recreating again and again what he'd done at the dining-room table the previous evening. The 4 knaves never appeared. By the time he went to bed Saturday night, the cards that had been new only that morning were showing signs of wear. In the dark woods of the dream, still the presence, faceless and silent, radiating a merciless intent. Sunday morning, when Agnes returned from church, Edom and Jacob joined her for lunch. During the afternoon, Jacob helped her bake 7 pies for Monday delivery. Throughout the day he tried not to think about the 4 knaves. But he was an obsessive, of course, so in spite of all his trying, he did not succeed. Sunday evening, here he was, cracking open 4 new decks, as if fresh cards might enable the magic to repeat. Ace, 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 ace of hearts. December 1, 1958, in Chicago, Illinois, a parochial school fire killed 95. Ace, 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 ace of diamonds. 4 of clubs. If magic explained the jacks on Friday evening, maybe it was the dark variety of magic. Maybe he shouldn't be endeavoring to summon once more whatever spirit was responsible for the 4 knaves. July 14, 1960, in Guatemala City, Guatemala. A fire in a mental hospital. 225 dead. Curiously, reciting these facts usually calmed him, as though speaking of disaster would ward it off. Since Friday, however, he had found no comfort in his usual routines. Reluctantly, Jacob finally returned the cards to the packs and admitted to himself that superstition had seized him and would not let go. Somewhere in the world was a knave, a human monster. Even worse, according to Maria, a man as fearsome as the devil himself. And for reasons unknown, this beast wanted to harm little Barty, an innocent baby. By some grace that Jacob could not understand, they had been warned, through the cards, that the knave was coming. They had been warned. Chapter 37. Puddled on the pan-flat face, the port wine birthmark. In the center of the stain, the closed eye, concealed by a purple lid as smooth and round as a grape. The sight of vanadium on the kitchen floor gave Junior Kane the greatest fright of his life. He jumped inside his skin, and his heart knocked, and he half expected to hear his bones rattle one against another, like those of a dangling skeleton in a funhouse. Although Thomas Vanadium was unconscious, perhaps even dead, and though both nail-head gray eyes were closed, Junior knew those eyes were watching him, watching through the lids. Maybe he went a little crazy then. He wouldn't deny a brief, transient madness. He didn't realize he was swinging the candlestick at Vanadium's face until he saw the blow land. And then he couldn't stop himself from swinging it yet once more. The next thing he knew, he was at the kitchen sink, turning off the water, which he couldn't remember having turned on. He appeared to have washed the bloody candlestick. It was clean, but he had no recollection of this bit of housekeeping. Blink, and he was in the dining room without knowing how he had gotten there. The candlestick was dry. Holding this pewter bludgeon with a paper towel, Junior replaced it on the table as he had found it. He picked up the candle from the floor and married it to the stick. Blink, the living room. Turning off Sinatra halfway through It Gets Lonely Early. The music had been his ally, masking his panicky breathing from vanadium, lending an aura of normalcy to the house. Now he wanted silence so he would immediately hear another car in the driveway if one arrived. The dining room again, but this time he remembered how he had gotten here, by way of the living room. He opened the solid doors on the bottom of the break front, did not find what he was looking for, checked in the sideboard next, and there it was, a small liquor supply. Scotch, gin, vodka. He selected a full bottle of vodka. At first he couldn't gather the nerve to return to the kitchen. He was crazily certain that in his absence the dead detective would have risen and would be waiting for him. The urge to flee the house was almost irresistible. Rhythmic breathing, slow and deep, slow and deep. Per Zed, the route to tranquility is through the lungs. He didn't allow himself to ponder why Vanadium had come here, or what relationship might have existed between the cop and Victoria. All that was for later consideration after he had dealt with this unholy mess. Eventually he approached the door between the dining room and the kitchen. He paused there, listening. Silence beyond, in the kitchen that had become an abattoir. Of course, when turning a quarter across his knuckles, the cop had made no noise, and he had glided across the hospital room in the dark with feline stealth. In his mind's eye, Junior saw the coin in transit of the blunt fingers, moving more swiftly than previously, because its passage was lubricated by blood. Shuddering with dread, he placed one hand against the door and slowly pushed it open. The maniac detective was still on the floor where he had died. The red rose and the gift box occupied his hands. Overlaying the birthmark were brighter stains. The plain face, less homely now, was less flat, too, pocked and torn into a new and horrendous geography. In the name of Zed, slow, deep breaths. Focus not on the past, not on the present, but only on the future. What has happened is of no importance. All that matters is what will happen next. The worst was behind him. So keep moving. Don't get hung up on the disgusting aftermath. Keep whistling along like a runaway train. Clean up, clean out, roll on. Fragments of the broken wine glass crunched under his shoes as he crossed the small kitchen to the dinette. He opened the bottle of vodka and put it on the table in front of the dead woman. His previous plan to create a tableau, butter on the floor, open oven door, to portray Victoria's death as an accident was no longer adequate. A new strategy was required. Vanadium's wounds were too grievous to pass for accidental injuries. Even if there were some way to disguise them through clever staging, no one would believe that Victoria had died in a freak fall, and that Vanadium, rushing to her side, had slipped and tumbled and sustained mortal head injuries as well. Such a strong whiff of slapstick would put even the Spruce Hills police onto the scent of murder. Okay, so orbit this moon of a problem and find its bright side. After taking a minute to steel himself, Junior squatted next to the dead detective. He did not look at the battered face. Dare to meet those shuttered eyes, and they might spring open, full of blood, and fix him with a crucifying stare. Many police agencies required an officer to carry a firearm even when off duty. If the Oregon State Police had no such rule, Vanadium most likely carried one anyway, because in his crazy-as-a-snake mind he was never a private citizen, always a cop, always the relentless crusader. A quick tug on each pants cuff revealed no ankle holster, which was how many cops would choose to carry an off-duty piece. Averting his eyes from Vanadium's face, Junior moved farther up the stocky body. He folded back the tweed sports jacket to reveal a shoulder holster. Junior didn't know much about guns. He didn't approve of them. He had never owned one. This was a revolver, no safeties to figure out. He fiddled with the cylinder until it swung open. 5 chambers, a gleaming cartridge in each. Snapping the cylinder in place, he rose to his feet. Already he had a new plan, and the cop's revolver